After entering the electronic shopping center, Song Shuheng bought a mobile phone and a SIM card for Senior White. Afterward, they bought a computer too. The entire process was very quick and smooth. The prices of the mobile phone and the computer were so low that Song Shuheng was left dumbfounded. He didn't even need to haggle over the price. The shop owner had decided to sell them the goods at a price that was close to the buying price. In addition, he gave them both a membership and VIP card. Of course, they could buy things at such a low price only because Senior White had followed behind Song Shuheng with a smile plastered on his face. Senior White didn't need to say or do anything. Him standing there was more than enough to make the shop owner drastically decrease the price. The latter even seemed to wish to gift them with the merchandise for free despite the loss it'd cause. This was a wretched era where only looks matter. Song Shuheng pondered a bit and decided to take another stroll in the shopping center with Senior White. Afterwards, he bought 2 tablets, his long-awaited single-lens reflex camera, and a small projector. With Senior White by his side, he bought everything at a discounted price. It was simply awesome. The same thing would happen in games if you were to increase your charm by 10 points, all the NPCs would suddenly start selling you items at a discounted rate. What a wondrous skill. Sir, once you're done shopping, you should preserve the receipt of the payment. After spending 10,000 renminbi, you will have the right to participate in a lottery just outside the electronic shopping center, and the prizes aren't half bad. The owner of the shop where they had bought the camera warmly reminded. Once every few months, the electronic shopping center would hold an event similar to a lottery. It was to keep the business flourishing. Of course, most of these prizes were just consolation prizes. Thank you, Song Shuheng replied with a smile. Then, he looked at his hands. A notebook, 2 tablets, a single-lens reflex camera, an external hard drive, a small projector. He had a lot of things with him. Not good. He had bought too many things on the spur of the moment. And now, both his hands were occupied by the things he had purchased. If Senior White were to suddenly fall on the ground, he wouldn't have the chance to stop him. While thinking, he shot a glance at Senior White. Senior White was very happy right now. He was completely engrossed in the mobile phone that Song Shuheng had bought for him. For the time being, it was unlikely that he would get distracted and lose himself in thought. Senior White seemed to have noticed his gaze. Therefore, he raised his head and asked, "Is everything all right? Do you want to take the bus to go back? This time, I'll remember to restrain my aura." "Oh, it doesn't matter. For some reason, I really want to take a walk. Let's take a different road," Song Shuheng said firmly. No matter what, he didn't want to get on the bus with Senior White again. Fine. Senior White was a good-natured person, and also very easy to get along with. Moreover, he was someone that would show consideration for the younger generation. Northern River's loose cultivator's description was on the spot. Just after exiting the electronic shopping center, they arrived at the place where the lottery was being drawn. Song Shuheng showed them the receipt. After adding together all the things they had bought, the money spent amounted to more than 20,000 renminbi. Therefore, they could draw the lottery twice. "Please, draw your lottery from here," the boy in charge smiled at Song Shuheng. The lottery was quite old-fashioned, they were using scratch cards. Senior White was looking at Song Shuheng with a curious expression. "Behold! I have the legendary character on my hand. Since little, I have been considered an expert at drawing lotteries." Song Shuheng blew some air on his palms and went toward the lottery box. Afterwards, he picked up a scratch card and started to scratch at it. The boy came closer to take a look. Afterwards, he said with a smile, "Congratulations, you won a consolation prize." Then, he passed a hand-sized teddy bear to Song Shuheng. Consolation prize. Song Shuheng took the small stuffed animal and said with a bitter smile, "Hee hee. My luck wasn't too good today. Senior White, do you want to give a try?" Sure. Senior White happily smiled. He also blew some air on his palms like Song Shuhang and went toward the box. He picked a scratch card and started to scratch at it. The boy came closer to take a look once again. At this time, he immediately shouted, "Congratulations! You've won the special prize. It's a new generation notebook worth 10,000 renminbi. Brother, your luck is just too good." "Thanks." Senior White took the notebook and smiled at the boy. This smile was the most beautiful smile of the world. The boy was immediately stunned. You're welcome," he was standing in place and laughing foolishly. He kept waving his hand in a daze, and didn't stop even when they've long disappeared. After a while. F***ck, wasn't that a male? The boy finally came to his senses. He quickly placed a hand on his chest. His heart was beating very fast. Jesus, do I swing that way? Inside the 9 provinces #1 group. True Monarch Yellow Mountain suddenly wrote in the group, "Little friend Song Shuhang, are you there?" Shuhang was still outside. Therefore, he didn't reply. After a long time. Cave Lord Snow Wolf replied, "It seems he has gone out with Senior White." Speaking of which, True Monarch White came out of secluded meditation a while ago. That strange luck should start to take effect, right? True Monarch Yellow Mountain nodded and said, "At this time, it should have already started to take effect." "Is that so?" "So lucky." Cave Lord Snow Wolf said, both envious and fearful. "Yeah, lucky." True Monarch Yellow Mountain also sighed with emotion. "So, did any of you told Shuhang to pay attention to Senior White's mysterious luck?" Cave Lord Snow Wolf answered surprised, "What? True Monarch, you didn't remind him? Who was the one that tricked him into accepting this task? Why should I be the one to remind him?" True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied with a question of his own, somewhat baffled. "But wasn't it the founder of the group who issued the task?" Cave Lord Snow Wolf said. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. After a while. "I'll give him a call," True Monarch Yellow Mountain said. "Who has his phone number? I forgot to save it last time." Scholar Drunken Moon, "Me, I just gave him a phone recharge. I'll send it to you." On another side. On the way back, Song Shuhang had decided to choose a deserted road. He was leading the way, and Senior White was obediently following on his right side while playing with the mobile phone. Song Shuhang had his hands full with all the things they had bought. Luckily for him, he was quite strong right now. Therefore, they weren't heavy to carry. Along the way, he kept an eye on Senior White, afraid that the latter would suddenly get distracted. "Huh. Why do you keep looking at me?" "I have already restrained my aura," Senior White said with a smile. He felt a bit uncomfortable with Song Shuhang staring at him. "It's nothing. I was just afraid that you would get distracted," Song Shuhang said honestly. "This is unlikely to happen. Right now, I'm completely absorbed in the various features of this mobile phone. Therefore, I won't get distracted." "No need to worry," Senior White said full of confidence. "Fine. Once we're back, I'll help you register an account for the chat," Song Shuhang said while walking. "Good," Senior White said with a smile. "I've found you, stressed by a mountain of books." Cultivator Sunflower had finally found his target. Just as the information said, he was a kind-hearted and harmless university student. Besides the target, there was also a handsome man. The two of them were merrily chatting. Cultivator Sunflower secretly inspected them. Stressed by a mountain of books had just opened his heart aperture, and the quantity of qi and blood in his body was still weak. On the other hand, that handsome man was a normal person. He took a look at the surroundings and, unexpectedly, there wasn't a single person around here. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Cultivator Sunflower made up his mind and moved forward with great strides. Afterwards, he said in a grave tone, "Boy, stop immediately. Now, look how I capture this Song Shuheng." After hearing the voice, Song Shuheng turned his head out of curiosity. He saw a man running toward him. The man had a pretty face but a very muscular body. Song Shuheng was puzzled. Did he know this guy? Is he talking to us? Senior White also turned his head out of curiosity. I don't think so. I don't know him, Song Shuheng replied. Oh, Senior White lightly nodded. And just as they were chatting, Senior White stumbled upon something and fell on the ground. Did he get distracted when he turned his head? Song Shuheng's eyes widened. F***ck. No matter how much he was prepared, he wasn't prepared for this. He hadn't expected that just turning his head could make Senior White trip and fall. It happened too quickly. Song Shuheng had just reacted when Senior White reached the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion followed. It was like a bolt from the blue. I'm going to fall in the pit. Song Shuheng thought in his head. The dust spread in all directions. At this time, you could see a crater with a diameter of 30 meters in the place where true Monarch White had fallen. Song Shuheng fell on his butt inside the pit. He quickly patted his body. Unexpectedly, he was unscathed. Did Senior White protect him at the last minute? After the dust had settled down, Senior White crawled from the hole as if nothing had happened. Then, he patted his body that didn't even have a speck of dust on it and asked, how did I exactly fall? Little friend Shuheng, are you alright? I was lucky, nothing happened. Even all the things we bought are fine, Song Shuheng replied. Wait a moment. What happened to the person that was calling them? Song Shuheng opened his eyes and looked at a faraway place. Cultivator Sunflower was running at full speed toward Song Shuheng. And since he couldn't stop in time, he also fell into the pit. However, he was lucky to fall on the edge of the crater. Therefore, he was in a sorry state but hadn't suffered any actual injury. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he stared at true Monarch White and Song Shuheng who were in the middle of the hole. At this moment, his mind was blank, and he couldn't think of anything. After a while, he mustered his strength and stood up. He wanted to get out of this hole. Excuse me, were you talking to me just now? Song Shuheng asked. Then, he smiled bitterly as he said, it's really strange. Did the earth give in? Luckily, no one was hurt. Gave in your mother, you goddamn bullshitter. I clearly saw that it was the handsome man by your side that created this gigantic hole by falling. Cultivator Sunflower cursed in his heart. However, he still maintained his terrified expression as he said, I'm sorry. I got the wrong person. When I saw your back just now, I mistook you for a friend. But when you turned your head, I discovered that I had got the wrong person. I really miss this good friend of mine. Then, I'll get going. This place where the earth can give in at any moment seems very dangerous. Cultivator Sunflower turned around and used all of his strength to run away from the pit. He got the wrong person. Song Shuheng held his chin. He felt that there was something wrong with this guy. At this time, Senior White said, Little friend Shuheng, let's get out of the hole. I need to use my ground leveling spell. No need, no need. We might as well take our leave, let people think that the earth gave in. Song Shuheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even if the place was deserted, that deafening explosion from before was bound to attract the attention of the nearby people. Who knew how many people were already gazing in this direction? A hole appearing in the ground could be attributed to the earth suddenly giving in. However, if Senior White were to use his ground leveling spell, making the hole disappear, it would complicate things even further because it would resemble a supernatural phenomenon. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. On the way back, Song Shuheng frowned. I felt that there was something wrong with that guy from before, and he was an AOD talking about his flowery appearance. He felt that he was an AOD or AO average man AO. Was he a cultivator? Back at Medicine Master Ao's multi-storied building. The Pekingese Doudou was still playing games and keeping his online wife company. However, he hadn't AOD started the video call yet. He was waiting for Song Shuheng to return. He wanted him to chat with the girl in his stead. After setting up Senior White Ao's computer, Song Shuheng installed a few essential programs on it. Then, he decided to register an account for the chat group. Senior, what do you want to use as ID? Song Shuheng asked. White. After all, that is my Dao name, Senior White replied. Fine, Song Shuheng filled in the necessary information and registered the account. Then, he went inside the 9 provinces number 1 group and clicked on the button Add New Member AO. Done. Now, we only need to wait for True Monarch Yellow Mountain to accept the request. As they were chatting, his phone rang. Hello, who is it? Song Shuheng picked up the phone and asked. Little friend Shuheng, I am True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Are you free right now? True Monarch Yellow Mountain Ao's hearty laughter echoed from the phone. Sure. Oh, right. Senior Yellow Mountain, I was just looking for you. I helped Senior White register an account and added it to the chat. Remember to accept the request when you get online, Song Shuheng said with a smile. Good, I'll go immediately. Is True Monarch White with you? True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked. Song Shuheng replied, yes. I am installing some programs on his computer. Well done. I am going to add True Monarch White to the group. After finishing his sentence, he quickly hung up the phone. Senior, you didn't AOD say why you called me. Song Shuheng shouted, but True Monarch Yellow Mountain was already gone. What was True Monarch playing at? Ding, the chat program sent a notification on the computer. Senior White Ao's account had been added to the group. The request has been accepted. Do you want to set a nickname inside the group? Song Shuheng asked. Let me see. Senior scrolled through the group, and after pondering a bit, he chose a Venerable White AO as his nickname. Then, as soon as he finished setting his nick, the 9 provinces number 1 group became lively. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, fellow Daoist White, you made a breakthrough? Daoist Sect Ao's True Monarch Rain Moon, whoa. Senior White, congratulations for becoming a 7th stage spiritual venerable. Scholar Drunken Moon, Senior, congratulations for breaking through. A lot of members popped out one after another to give their congratulations to Senior White. Yes, I broke through 100 years ago, Senior White replied with a smile. 100 years ago? You mean you kept cultivating for 100 years even after breaking through? True Monarch Yellow Mountain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. True Monarch White was an AOD, a cultivation madman for nothing. Oh, wait. He was Venerable White now. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, Senior, in front of you, I can only kneel down. You owe a Dharma King creation, Senior, accept my 10 years worth of kneeling down. You owe a Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, fellow Daoist White, congratulations for becoming a spiritual venerable. Yellow Mountain, you should also put some extra effort into cultivating. Fellow Daoist White broke through more than 100 years ago, he'll leave you in the dust at this pace. 1. True Monarch Yellow Mountain smiled. How could he compare himself to Venerable White? After all, the thing the latter loved the most, was exactly cultivating. The group started to get more and more lively. Senior White was propping himself up with his hand while sliding his finger on the screen, sending 1 or 2 replies now and then. Every time he would come out of secluded meditation, he would feel as if the world and the humans had greatly changed, everything would suddenly turn unfamiliar. Only the presence of these fellow Daoists would remind him that he was still in the world he knew. After settling things on Senior White Ao's end, Song Shuheng arrived at Doudou Ao's side and asked, "Doudou, do you want a gift?" "What gift?" Doudou looked at Song Shuheng, somewhat puzzled. Ding ding dong. Song Shuheng brought out the notebook won by Senior White. Senior White already had a computer, therefore, this one would remain unused. "Do you want it?" 2. Doudou stared at Song Shuheng for a while. Afterwards, he spat out his tongue and said, "Woof. Go on, you need my help for something, right?" Hee hee. As expected, you are a reasonable dog. I indeed need help for a little matter, but it shouldn't be anything difficult for you. Song Shuheng said, "On our way back, we met a strange man. I feel that there was something wrong with him." Then, he started to describe that pretty boy with a muscular body he had met to Doudou. Since the incident with Altar Master, Song Shuheng was always on alert against these suspicious characters. What would he do if that man were to try to hurt his friends like Altar Master Ao's subordinates? "So, what do you want me to do?" Doudou asked, puzzled. "I was wondering if you could go to the crater created by Senior White and sniff the scent of that guy, helping me find out his whereabouts and background," Song Shuheng asked. "Good. It's a deal then." Doudou stretched out his paw and patted Song Shuheng Ao's hand. "However, I am only responsible for finding out his identity. I want to take care of him." "No problem," Song Shuheng replied with a smile. "Good, I've accepted your request. Now, you have to keep your end of the deal." Doudou pointed to the computer and said, "Come, you have to make a video call with my wife Ao." "What should I do?" Song Shuheng asked. "Just sit there and don't move. I'll take control of the in-game character. And then when I tell you to smile, make sure to reveal a dazzling smile." "That's it," Doudou said. "Good. If it's just smiling, I should be able to do it." Song Shuheng sat in front of the computer and turned on the webcam. Doudou opened the chat program and logged in with his own account. "Wife, start the video call. It's time to look at your handsome husband." The Pekingese Doudou quickly typed on the keyboard. After seeing Doudou shamelessly boasting like that, Song Shuheng got a little embarrassed because he was this handsome husband. Husband, you can finally make a video call?" The little girl quickly replied, starting the video call at the same time. Soon, the picture of a 17 or 18 years old girl appeared on the screen. Her complexion was even ruddier than yesterday, she appeared more lively than ever. And, Song Shuheng Ao's face also appeared on the girl Ao's computer. Compared to that picture from several years ago, he appeared more mature. He was brimming with energy. "I can make a video call. However, the audio isn't working yet." "You'll have to bear with it," Doudou quickly replied. Then, he said to Song Shuheng, "Snap out of it. Look at the webcam and show a gentle smile." Song Shuheng waved his hand at the webcam and revealed a very natural smile. "So handsome. Husband, I like you so much." The little girl pouted and sent a kiss. Song Shuheng felt his face become red. This was just too embarrassing. Come. Let us play the game. Today, we won't go to conquer any zone, we'll go to kill people. Yesterday, I spent all night collecting the 5 stars War God set. Therefore, we'll give a good lesson to those guys that camped and killed you repeatedly yesterday," Doudou said excitedly. Then, he turned toward Song Shuheng and said, "Go, make a self-confident and cool expression. Try to collaborate a bit." Song Shuheng took a deep breath. Then, his eyes started to shine. Now, his face was brimming with self-confidence. "Husband, you are incredible. I love you so much." The little girl laughed happily. Song Shuhang looked at the webcam and raised his thumb in approval. But after that last sentence, his embarrassment had reached the limit, and this made him lose his mind. Therefore, he decided to throw away the little dignity he had left. Doudou and the girl quickly entered the game and started to chop people up. Song Shuhang was to coordinate with Doudou. Therefore, he made all kinds of different expressions. A handsome expression, an excited one where he was laughing like a madman and so on. He felt as if he was on his way to becoming a superstar. When he was free, he took his mobile phone and went on the website of the campus to see some news. Then, a news piqued his interest. Absolutely shocking. Today, the earth near the electronic shopping center in the vicinity of Jiangnan College Town gave in. The hole left behind by this subsidence of the earth has a diameter of 30 meters. According to the witnesses, there was a deafening explosion just before the earth gave in. The cause of this subsidence of the earth is still unknown. We encourage all the students in the nearby areas to pay attention. This news was already on the website of the campus. Hopefully, the government will come up with a cause for this AO subsidence of the earth AO. Then, he kept scrolling through the website of the campus. After scrolling for a while, a familiar name piqued his interest. Zhuge Yue. Waha, I laughed so much that I thought I was going to die. This is our Chinese kung fu seen through the eyes of a foreigner. A danger ahead, proceed with caution. Don Aod drink water while watching this video. Then, there was a video taken from a mobile phone as well as a brief introduction. Last night, I accompanied my mother during a business reception. It was to welcome the foreign partner that had come to inspect the company. Then, this foreigner drank quite a bit during the evening banquet. At that point, he decided to show a few Chinese kung fu moves to the people at the reception. He said he learned these moves from an expert when he attended the athletic competition at his daughter Ao's school. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Look at the video. Song Shuhang froze on the spot. Chinese kung fu, foreigner, athletic competition, expert. When alone, these words didn't tell him anything. However, when he put them together, they gave him a very bad feeling. He clicked on the video. A tall and big foreigner appeared on the screen. Hiccup today, I drank to my heart Ao's content. Everyone, let me show you a bit of Chinese kung fu. Chinese kung fu. I recently attended the athletic competition at my daughter Ao's school, and there, I met an expert. And after begging this person, I finally received a set of lost techniques. The foreigner spoke in an awkward Mandarin. Then, he cupped his hands and saluted everyone. At this time, he started to perform the so-called Chinese kung fu. San, Si, Wu, Lu, Chi, Ba San, Si, Wu, Lu, Chi, Ba San, Si, Wu, Lu, Chi, Ba. The foreigner started to shout this slogan. This was the AO-SCON chapter of the calisthenics radio music Youth Times are calling UOAO. Everyone was taken by surprise and thoroughly shocked. 3. The whole audience was rendered speechless by the ALOS technique AO of this foreigner. Several Chinese shareholders tried to suppress their embarrassment and decided to give him an applause. Actually, they couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Otherwise, they would have been unable to hold back their laughter. Therefore, they started to applaud to keep themselves occupied, so as to avoid laughing rudely. And, in the worst case, they could cover their laughter with the sound of the applause. In the video, Zhuge Yue already had a flowery smile on her face and was shaking all over. Song Shuhang covered his face from shame, not daring to look straight anymore. Because, covering his face alone wasn't enough to describe his current feelings. I knew this foreigner. It was Joseph Aogi Ao Maupassant. Song Shuhang Ao's nominal disciple. There were many likes and replies under the video, and the number of views was even higher. Almost 30% of the students at the campus had already seen the video, and this number was bound to keep increasing. Song Shuheng wiped the sweat off his forehead. Wasn't Joseph Guy Maupassant's daughter also at Jiangnan College Town? How would she react after seeing the video? As first thing, she would beat to death that Zhuge Yue that made the video public. And as second thing, she would probably want to give a good beating to that expert that taught her father those Chinese kung fu moves, right? Luckily, he didn't tell Joseph his name when he taught him that lost technique. Otherwise, she would be already on her way. In the afternoon, Song Shuheng diligently went to class. Recently, he hadn't attended too many lessons, and he felt a bit embarrassed about it. Tubo came over and asked in a low voice, "Shuheng, where have you been for the past few days? You didn't even return to the dormitory." The nearby Lu Fei was also curiously looking at Song Shuheng. Whenever he would come to class, Lu Fei would sit beside him and take advantage of the cold air he was emitting. Recently, a friend of mine came over. I helped him find a house, and I had to go to his place a few times to give him a hand. I've been busy with that, Song Shuheng said with a smile. He said the truth, however, this friend was a bit special. Gao Mumu pushed up his glasses and said, "Shuheng, you shouldn't miss the next lessons, because they will focus on the test held at the end of the term. The tests will be held on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th day of the month, and on July 6th we will have a day off. If you fail, you'll have to take a makeup test, and that would be troublesome." The test at the end of the term? F***CK. I had completely forgotten about it. Song Shuheng rubbed his temples. After meeting the cultivators of the 9 provinces number 1 group, his life had drastically changed. The refining of the body tempering liquid, the incident with Altar Master, the events at the Immortal Farming Sect and Moon Saber Sect, and also the meeting with True Monarch White, in a little more than a month, he had experienced incredible things that an average man wouldn't be able to experience for his entire life. After all this, his mind had been sharpened quite a bit. When he recalled these things, he wondered if these experiences were real or just a dream. He had almost forgotten that he was still a university student and that the term would end soon, marking the start of the summer vacation. But before enjoying the summer vacation, he had to face the test at the end of the term. He would have to thoroughly review the contents of the lessons in these days. "Do you think you'll be able to pass it?" Tubo came over and asked. "Don't worry. The final test isn't enough to stop me," Song Shuheng said with confidence. Li Yongda said with a smile, "Tubo said the same thing last year. Afterwards, he had to do the makeup test, and I had to stay behind to give him supplementary lessons. Cut me some slack, Yongda." Tubo hammered Yongda with his fist. Gao Mumu turned his head and asked, "So, do you plan to go somewhere during the summer vacation?" Tubo said, "I haven't decided yet. I will probably return home and spend some time in my father's machinery repair shop as usual. He brought in many new models that I can enjoy for the whole summer." It had to be said that now that Song Shuheng was here, the surrounding temperature had decreased quite a lot. It was very strange. Li Yongda said, "I have to participate in a release conference. The program I'm developing with the others is almost complete. I'll be busy with it for the next couple of months." Gao Mumu's face was disgusted as he said, "You two really don't know how to enjoy life. Leaving aside machinery and programs, shouldn't you go to different places and have some fun during summer vacation? Sandy beaches, highlands, snow-covered mountains, the boundless ocean, or small islands. Life is short, shouldn't you have fun while you're still young?" Li Yongda looked at him in a strange manner and said, "That's just wasting time. What's even the point? You're hopeless." "Of course there is a point." Gao Mumu sighed with emotion as he face-palmed himself. Tubo tilted his head and asked, "All right, do you want to treat us?" "Not me, it's that Zhuge Zhongyang," Gao Mumu said with a smile. Then, He pointed his lips in Lu Fei's direction when she wasn't looking and shot a knowing glance at Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng immediately understood everything. It seemed that Zhuge Zhongyang had finally found a place for the appointment. Then, was he going to invite Lu Fei's elder sister to have some fun by the sea? Have you already chosen the location? Do you need some help? Song Shuheng asked. We were thinking of going toward the inner part of the East China Sea. There is a newly built artificial island there, and according to the rumors, it's pretty good. Once we're bored of staying there, we can visit the nearby countries. We can go wherever we want. However, let's wait for the end of the test to speak of it, Gao Mumu said with a smile. Good. If you need help, you only have to ask, Song Shuheng replied. During the afternoon class, all students were busy noting down everything the teacher was saying. The contents of this lesson were likely to appear on the test. Song Shuheng was holding his chin and doing two things at the same time. Firstly, he was revolving his true self meditation scripture, strengthening and purifying his mental energy. Secondly, he was listening to what the teacher was saying, instantly memorizing the contents of the lesson. Lu Fei quietly shot a glance at Song Shuheng. At first, she thought that he was earnestly listening to the teacher. But after looking more carefully, she saw that he seemed somewhat distracted. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the lesson, while his three roommates were putting away their things, Song Shuheng stretched himself. Shuheng, do you want to borrow my notes? Lu Fei quietly asked. No need. I've memorized everything, Song Shuheng said with a smile. All right. If you need them, just tell me, Lu Fei thoughtfully took back her notes. After thinking a bit, she held Song Shuheng's arm and decided to return to the dormitory together with him. The nearby Gao Mumu pushed up his glasses and said, "It seems there is something going on. Do you still remember that scene at the 10 Fragrances Fish Head? TSK, Song Shuheng is such a hypocrite. He says one thing and does another. Now they're even holding hands." Tubo said in a low voice. Song Shuheng heaved a sigh. He decided to stay silent. After separating from his roommates, Song Shuheng returned to Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Doudou wasn't home. It seemed that he kept his end of the deal and went out to investigate that pretty boy with a muscular body. He would soon discover if the latter was a cultivator or just a normal person. Senior White was sitting in front the computer, his fingers quickly typing on the keyboard. "Senior, what are you looking for?" Song Shuheng thoughtlessly asked. "I'm looking for all different kinds of things. Movies, novels, literary works, Chinese history, world history, and so on. I've been in meditation for more than 150 years, and I need to quickly catch up with everything that has happened in the meantime. I have to admit that acquiring information has become very easy thanks to the advent of the internet and computers," Venerable White said with a smile. It wasn't his first time closing up. Therefore, he had already encountered the problem of gathering information about the new world after coming out secluded meditation. What do you think of this world? How is it compared to that of 150 years ago? Song Shuheng asked with a smile. Science and technology advanced at a quick pace, but the price paid for that was also big. As for other things like novels and literary works, they're actually better compared to 150 years ago. In this era, the human's way of thinking changed quite a bit, and there was a boom of new ideas. Venerable White silently nodded. Novels and classics were present even in ancient times. Therefore, at least for now, Senior White found them more easy to accept rather than movies or the television. Song Shuheng nodded as he smiled. With the advent of web novels, the creativity of the authors was getting bigger and bigger, to the point that it was out of control. However, there are a few things that are bothering me. Venerable White smiled as he narrowed his eyes. For example, why are some novels rushed or dropped midway? Venerable White said with a smile. Well, let's forget about it. Little friend Shuhang, come here. Venerable White turned the computer off and waved his hand at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang arrived at his side somewhat confused. Venerable White stretched his slender fingers and touched the spirit-binding ice bead, hanging around his neck. A ghost spirit of the middle rank or above is not half bad. You haven't made a contract with it yet? I was waiting for a senior to ask to help me with the contract, Song Shuhang replied. When I received this ghost spirit, I didn't even know if cultivators were real. And when I managed to obtain the materials for the 5-element spirit contracting altar, I hadn't even completed my 100 days foundation establishment. And then, just as I managed to open my heart aperture and complete my foundation establishment, Senior Medicine Master had something to take care of and left this place. Therefore, I wasn't able to find anyone to help me with the contract. If this is the case, I'll give you a hand. After all, you have looked after me till now, Venerable White said with a smile. Wait till tonight. The intensity of negative chi is at its peak between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. I'll help you deploy the 5-element spirit contracting altar formation. But as first thing, I'll explain how the formation works and how you have to respond if the ghost spirit fights back. Good. Song Shuhang said happily. He gently held the spirit-binding ice bead, hanging around his neck. It was finally time to make a contract with the ghost spirit. Senior, with these materials I have, we can only use the formation twice, Song Shuhang said. Twice? It should be enough. But it's not really important, these materials are rather easy to find. Even if you were to fail twice, I can lead you around the world to collect them, Venerable White said with a smile. After hearing Senior White's words, Song Shuhang was immediately relieved. With a powerful figure backing you, you would be even more confident. And at night, the chance of succeeding was even higher. The appointed time was approaching. Soon, it would be a period within 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Song Shuhang opened his eyes. He had just finished revolving his true self meditation scripture and was now at his peak condition. He was brimming with chi and blood and mental energy. Senior White took out a robe covered with formations. Then, he stretched out his hand and changed them in a few places. Now, they looked even more perfect. Afterwards, he placed the 5-element stones at the 5 corners of the formation and a piece of wood struck by lightning in the middle. There were also many different materials that were placed according to their affinity with the various elements. Bring the spirit-binding ice bead here and place it on that piece of wood struck by lightning. Afterwards, use the formula I taught you and activate the formation, Venerable White reminded while holding some saliva of ghost dragon in his hands. Song Shuhang carefully placed the spirit-binding ice bead on the piece of wood struck by lightning. Then, he recited the formula. Venerable White seized the opportunity and opened the jar that contained the saliva of ghost dragon. Afterwards, he sprinkled the contents on the robe littered with formations and on the spirit-binding ice bead. Just as a drop of water falling onto hot iron, the saliva of ghost dragon immediately turned into mist after falling onto the spirit-binding ice bead. After a while, the mist condensed and took the shape of that ghost spirit with a small golden shield. The seal on the spirit-binding ice bead did not actually break. The reason why the ghost spirit could take on a physical form and reveal itself was because it borrowed the strength of the saliva of ghost dragon, which allowed it to temporarily emerge from the seal. Once the saliva of ghost dragon was consumed entirely, the spirit ghost would once again be banished and sealed into the spirit-binding ice bead. Hence, the contract had to be made with ghost spirit before the saliva of ghost dragon got exhausted. After the ghost spirit revealed itself, it scanned the surroundings in a confused manner. Immediately after, it could see the formation of the 5-element spirit contracting altar on the ground. Even though it did not recognize the formation, its instincts told the ghost spirit that this thing wasn't something good for it. A middle-rank ghost spirit sure possessed quite a degree of intelligence. It quickly knew that it was caught in a plight and started to struggle violently. Cried the ghost spirit in a childlike manner, ferociously charging toward Song Shuhang. It could tell that Song Shuhang was the person in control. All it had to do was to get rid of him to stop the formation. "Rise!" shouted Song Shuhang calmly in a low voice, interlocking both hands thereafter and patting lightly on top of the 5-element spirit contracting altar. After placing both palms on it, the 5-element stones and the materials inside the formation which represented the 5 elements started to light up one by one, forming a circle of barrel-shaped radiant light, rendering the ghost spirit firmly bound within the formation. The ghost spirit ferociously charged, hitting against the layer of light, causing a bang, bang sound. Even though the layer of barrel-shaped light was thin and hence seemed fragile, it would not break. No matter how much the ghost spirit tried to charge or claw at it with all its might, the light curtain remained indestructible. The frenzied ghost spirit could only continue its futile efforts within the 5-element spirit contracting altar by continuously charging and striking. Go ahead and start, subdue the ghost spirit before the saliva of ghost dragon, as well as the energy of a 5-element spirit contracting altar, gets depleted. You only have approximately an hour's time left. Senior White reminded him. Yes, replied Song Shuhang as he continued reciting the formula of the 5-element spirit contracting altar. Thereafter, he got on his feet and performed the 8 trigrams footwork, which Senior White taught him in the morning, circling the 5-element spirit contracting altar as he kept prancing about. The way he looked at this moment was similar to the primitive tribe shaman, when the latter performs the dance to invite the gods on TV, looking especially stupid. But Song Shuhang didn't have a choice. The method to use the 5-element spirit contracting altar was as such. Unless you could create a brand new formation to make a contract with a ghost spirit yourself, you'd better obediently perform the dance. After circling the formation once, Song Shuhang interlocked his hands and lightly shouted, "Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, metal tribulation." As his voice echoed out, the stone representing metal in the formation lit up. In the next moment, a large gold sword appeared out of thin air above the crown of the ghost spirit's head, and ruthlessly fell in the direction of the ghost spirit. "Eek!" shrieked the ghost spirit in fear, rapidly putting its innate skill to good use. A small golden shield was released, protecting the crown of its head, blocking the large gold sword. The shield and the sword both refused to budge. The friction between them produced a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Within that short period of time, it was hard to determine who had the upper hand. Again, Song Shuhang continued to circle the 5-element spirit contracting altar, performing the god's invitation dance once again. After the circling was completed, he interlocked his hands once again. "I summon wood tribulation." The stone representing the wood element in the 5-element spirit contracting altar formation lit up. Within the formation, a total of 10 thorny brambles emerged through the ground, coiling around the body of the ghost spirit. The sharp thorns of the brambles pierced into its body, and started to draw the ghost spirit's spiritual energy. "Arg!" cried the ghost spirit in pain. Gradually, its body became a lot more transparent. "I am not done yet." Song Shuhang once again performed the dance. After circling another round and interlocking his hands, he shouted in a deep voice, "Water tribulation, move." This time, the stone representing water lit up, and silver raindrops started to descend from above, on the side of the large gold sword. These silver raindrops possessed dreadful corrosive properties. As they fell onto the small golden shield above the crown of the ghost spirit's head, small holes started forming in it as a result. The ghost spirit started bawling, yet at the same time it could not do anything. The space within the 5-element spirit contracting altar was only that big. After all, even if the ghost spirit wanted to hide, it could not do so. Additionally, it could condense only a single shield, so the ghost spirit had no choice but to receive the following attacks. Fire tribulation, rise! Shouted Song Shuhang once again. Golden flames appearing burning out of thin air, and started traveling along the thorny brambles and eventually piercing through the ghost spirit's body. The ghost spirit writhed in extreme pain but still refused to give up and continued struggling with all its strength. It only knew that if it gave in, it would really be the end. The last tribulation, Earth tribulation. 5 tribulations, fusion. Yield to me, and be relieved from the pain inflicted from the 5 tribulations. Yelled Song Shuhang in a thunder-like voice, which traveled deep into the ghost spirit's ears. The ghost spirit's body started to petrify starting from bottom upwards. The petrified parts also started to get burned by the flames, as well as rained on by the corrosive raindrops and pierced by the thorny brambles, resulting in pieces of it peeling off. Its build got smaller and smaller, and it became weaker and weaker. However, it still refused to surrender and stubbornly struggled on. Song Shuhang was not worried. According to the experience passed down to him by Senior White, the ghost spirit within the 5-element spirit contracting altar would not surrender until it was near its deathbed. The 5 tribulations demonstration had ended, and only approximately half an hour had passed. What he needed right now was patience. In the next half an hour, he was to continue chanting the incantations and proceed with the 8 trigrams footwork with great patience in order to strengthen the power of the 5-element spirit contracting altar. Yet at the same time, he had to have full control of his strength to avoid accidentally killing off the ghost spirit. The ghost spirit's struggles weakened. Next, all there was left was to see which would come first, if it surrendered first, or if the saliva of Ghost Dragon got entirely depleted first. Yield to me, and be relieved from the pain inflicted from the 5 tribulations. After finishing each round, Song Shuhang would shout that phrase to attack its thoughts and break its willpower. His gaze was fixated on the spirit ghost that was bound within the formation. He could only wait for the moment when the ghost spirit was on the verge of death to contract it. The last step was to piece together one's character and the power to control the formation. The more exquisite the control of power was, the easier it would be to make a contract with the ghost spirit when it was at its weakest. Also, if his character was good, the contract would be completed in one go. If his character was not good, he still would have to continue fighting the mental battle with the weak ghost spirit for much longer, till the ghost spirit was completely drained physically and mentally, before the contract could be completed. However, if his character was bad, the ghost spirit might end up losing its consciousness and return to the spirit-binding ice bead, ultimately failing his attempt to make a contract if he couldn't succeed before that. Venerable White summoned up his energy. He was afraid that if he got distracted, he might end up leaking his aura accidentally and affect Song Shuhang. Furthermore, he was helping Song Shuhang support the formation. If anything went wrong, he could step in to help at any given time. The voice of the ghost spirit within the 5-element spirit contracting altar started to soften. It was no longer akin to a child's cry, but similar to a girl's helpless whimper instead. Keep going, hang in there a little more. Song Shuhang breathed deeply. His heart started to beat a little faster. Even though the success rate in one attempt was rather low, but being hopeful was part of human nature. If the contract was successfully made with the ghost spirit, it would be equivalent to opening 2x add-on when Song Shuhang practiced. Him practicing once would be the same as other people practicing twice. Minutes and seconds ticked by. Suddenly, Senior White stood up forcefully with a doubtful expression. Song Shuhang happened to see Venerable White's expression. Could it be that something odd was happening to his formation? Don't worry, concentrate on the 5-element spirit contracting altar formation. You are doing great. Leave the other things to me, consoled Venerable White. Thereafter, Venerable White opened his mouth and spat, and a sword light made of spiritual chi appeared above Song Shuhang's head, protecting him. After the preparations were put in place, Venerable White went to the window and opened it. 30 seconds later. Swish. A green figure from far drew nearer ever so swiftly in the direction of Venerable White. Vaguely, a man with a green Daoist robe donned on could be seen. In his surroundings were green radiant rays that were put together to form the shape of a huge sword, tightly wrapping around him. Bang! The huge sword energy around the man in green Daoist robe struck the barrier created by the medicine master outside the house. He fell through the opened window and landed on the ground, next to Venerable White. The body of the man bounced and bounced. After quite a while, he could finally groan in pain. Ow! At the same time, the huge sword energy surrounding him collapsed and broke into smithereens like glass as it disappeared. When the sword light disappeared, the small sword that was left could only spin in the air for a bit before sticking into the ground. The face of the green Daoist robe man on the ground turned white. You could see from his eyes that he could not take the defeat lying down. He reached his hands to the sky and started clawing at the air, as though he was trying to grab something. Slowly, his eyes started to lose focus and became more and more blurry. Venerable White squatted and reached his hands out onto his body and lightly pressed it to examine his condition. Thereafter, he sighed and asked, "What is your name? Do you have any last words?" "Loose cultivator, Li Tiansu." The man used all his might to squeeze out these words. Upon finishing his words, every inch of his body broke and reduced to countless dots of light, and he completely vanished from the surface of the earth. Not even a piece of flesh was left behind. Ding, ding. Two sounds were made by an old bronze ring as it fell to the ground after the man disappeared. Not to forget the lonely blue-colored short sword that was still stuck to the ground, a proof that the green Daoist robe man used to live on this earth. Venerable White secretly let out a sigh. This loose cultivator was after all an expert of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm and possessed a golden core. If you were to put him in a great sect, he could easily become an elder, someone with great power. However, he just had to encounter some big tribulation that caused him to use all his might to try to find a way to escape. Even then, his plan did not work to save his life. In the midst of fleeing, he received another bout of attack and ended up losing his life ultimately, leaving behind the bronze ring and the short blue sword. Venerable White picked up the bronze ring and short sword. In the bronze ring lay 3 solidified magic spells. One of them should be a 2nd stage fire magic, the other one was also of 2nd stage, healing magic, and the last one was a rather decent spiritual power gathering magic. It gathered spiritual power beside its user. The life of a loose cultivator was difficult. That cultivator of the 5th stage golden core realm was wearing some equipment of the 2nd and 3rd stage, just for the spirit gathering formation. Venerable White examined the short sword. Its quality was rather decent, it could forcibly be used for flying. Before finding his own Meteor sword, he could actually use this to get around first, Venerable White secretly decided. At this time, Song Shuheng behind suddenly shouted, "Senior, help me." Earlier, after the loose cultivator's body got reduced to dots of light and dissipated, the ghost spirit within the 5-element spirit contracting altar looked as though it took a senzu. A second ago it seemed like it was gonna die any moment, and in the next second, it was full of energy and vitality, as though it was going to break out of the 5-element spirit contracting altar anytime. Just when Song Shuheng turned toward Senior White to ask for help, the energy of the Euro 5-element spirit contracting altar Euro was used up. Without the formation to bind it, the ghost spirit was finally out of its difficult situation. Originally, the ghost spirit should have returned inside the spirit-binding ice bead once the saliva of Ghost Dragon was depleted. But now, after undergoing a strange mutation, it was able to maintain its form even without the support of the saliva of Ghost Dragon. After breaking through the formation, the ghost spirit howled. Afterward, it charged toward Song Shuheng. It remembered that it was this man that had tortured itself with the aid of the formation. Therefore, it wanted to shred him into pieces. When facing the ghost spirit that was dashing toward him, Song Shuheng kept his cool. He clenched his right hand into a fist and welcomed the ghost spirit with an explosive punch, basic fist number 1. The ghost spirit howled. It welcomed the fist head-on without any fear. Boom! The two of them collided. Song Shuheng was shaken and had to take 7 or 8 steps back before stabilizing himself. On the other hand, the ghost spirit was only slightly pushed back. The difference between the two was very big. Song Shuheng rubbed his fists and carefully looked at the ghost spirit. Roar! The ghost spirit cried out once again. It shot like an arrow and clawed at Song Shuheng with its ghastly claws that were emitting a cold light. At this time, Venerable White made his move. He gently raised his finger and said, "Go." The small sword made of spiritual chi hovering over Song Shuhenga's head slightly moved. A streak of sword chi shot toward the ghost spirit. The dashing ghost spirit was surprised. It immediately raised its small golden shield to defend against the sword chi. Rip! The sword chi pierced into the shield. That sturdy small shield was pierced like paper, and the strength of the sword chi didn't diminish in the slightest. Afterward, it struck the body of the ghost spirit and sent it flying. The ghost spirit called out pitifully while in midair and cracks started to appear on its body. It had been severely injured. Venerable White had kept the power of the sword chi to the minimum. Otherwise, one of his casual attacks would have completely destroyed the ghost spirit. After falling onto the ground, the ghost spirit emitted a panic-stricken and painful howl. Then, it looked at Venerable White as if looking at a monster. From this attack, it had understood how strong the other party was. Therefore, it chose to run away. It rolled on the floor and got up, and afterward, it dashed toward the window. Venerable White faintly smiled. Then, he detonated the remnants of sword chi left inside the body of the ghost spirit. Just when it was 2 steps away from the window, the ghost spirit crashed on the ground once again. This time, it didn't even have the strength to get up. The ghost spirit had a terrified expression. It tried to restore its damaged body and suppress the injuries caused by the sword chi. While trying to restore its damaged body, its spiritual body started to get smaller and smaller. This was because it didn't have enough energy. Therefore, it could only melt its spiritual body and use it to restore the injuries caused by the sword. After restoring its injuries, the size of the ghost spirit was comparable to that of a fist. Venerable White cried out in surprise. Even after receiving a large wound, a ghost spirit of the middle rank wouldn't shrink till becoming fist-sized. Did it undergo a mutation after absorbing the energy of the dying green-robed loose cultivator? Impossible. A ghost spirit couldn't transform so easily. There must be some other reason that he wasn't aware of. Venerable White took a step forward. Then, he stretched out his hand toward the fist-sized ghost spirit. The ghost spirit wanted to run away. However, Venerable White's slender hand seemed capable of covering heaven and earth. It easily caught it. At the same time, he used his mental energy to inspect it, sweeping its body from head to toe. After having swept it with his mental energy, Senior White opened his eyes, his expression strange. The ghost spirit in his hand was originally of the middle rank. But now, it had lost a rank and transformed into a low-rank ghost spirit. The rank of a ghost spirit was decided upon its birth, and without fortuitous encounters, it wouldn't change for the rest of its life. But now, the rank of this ghost spirit had decreased. Just how did it happen? Song Shuheng asked, Senior White, is something the matter? This ghost spirit changed into a low-ranked one. Venerable White grabbed the fist-sized ghost spirit and carefully scrutinized it. At the same time, he tried to look into his thousands of years of experience to check if there was a similar case. It became a low-ranked ghost spirit? Song Shuheng opened his eyes wide. Even if the difference between a low-rank and a middle-rank ghost spirit was of only 1 rank, there was a huge difference between the two. A low-ranked ghost spirit did not have intelligence, and it could only act as an extra reserve of energy for the owner. Moreover, it could reach the 3rd stage acquired realm at best. On the other hand, the intelligence of a middle-ranked ghost spirit was much higher, and it could even share its mind and energy with the owner. Furthermore, it could even help the latter purify the energy contained within their body and assist in their cultivation, strengthening their energy. Last but not least, it could reach the 6th stage realm. Therefore, a low-ranked ghost spirit could only be considered as a euro supplementary magical equipment euro at best. While a middle-ranked ghost spirit was a real euro add-on euro. Was his character this bad? After failing only once, even the rank of his ghost spirit had decreased. Soft Feather failed so many times in a row, and nothing happened. The good deeds I did back then were all for naught. Song Shuheng thought. Just as he was at a loss, Venerable White discovered that this ghost spirit was somewhat unusual. Very strange euro it did actually decrease in rank. Venerable White carefully looked at the fist-sized ghost spirit, staring at it for a while. Then, he said with a smile, "So, it was like this. Little friend Shuheng, your luck is half bad." Song Shuheng asked, "Senior, what happened?" Venerable White raised the euro low-ranked ghost spirit euro in his hand and pointed toward its center. In that place, there was a magic rune revolving slowly euro, it was the core of the ghost spirit. Can you see it? Eta euro sa core. Low and middle-ranked ghost spirits don't have a core. Only high-ranked ones can have it. Your ghost spirit underwent a mutation due to various circumstances, however, it didn't succeed in becoming a high-rank ghost spirit. Rather than that, it used its remaining energy to condense this core. But, due to the excessive consumption of energy, it regressed to a low-rank ghost spirit. Nevertheless, this is only a temporary thing. In due time, when it has recovered its energy, it will return once again to being a middle-rank ghost spirit, and it will even have the opportunity to become a high-rank ghost spirit in the future. If you train it well, you might even obtain a high-rank ghost spirit. Venerable White said with a smile. It can transform into a high-rank ghost spirit? Song Shuheng was Mavita Euro, having a middle-rank ghost spirit was equivalent to an ordinary cultivator helping you practice. However, having a high-rank ghost spirit was comparable to a very talented cultivator helping you practice day and night. Little friend Shuheng, you still have some mental energy left, right? If so, you should use the euro 5 element spirit contracting Altara euro once again and make a contract with it while Eta euro is still weak, Venerable White said with a smile. If I have some mental energy left? Even if I had an euro I would still try. Song Shuheng gritted his teeth. Even if he had to squeeze out every bit of mental energy, he would do it. Inside the 9 provinces number 1 group, several seniors were discussing. Medicine Master, I discovered why those 4 fellow Daoists that entered the mysterious island lost their memories. It wasn't a euro because their brains suffered damage or because someone erased their memories. Moreover, they weren't a euro confused by an illusory art either. Then, what is the cause? Unspecified currency, True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked. While very strange, this is the result we obtained with joint collaboration. The reason Isa Euro, those 2 fellow Daoists and their Dao children signed on own initiative a euro contract euro with a powerful being. Therefore, they sealed their memories on their own. Medicine Master replied with a bitter smile. When he came to this conclusion, even Medicine Master was taken aback a euro, however, there was no mistake about it. Those 2 fellow Daoists used a special method and sealed their own memories. The technique used to seal their memories left behind the traces of a euro contract a euro and once the conditions of the contract were satisfied, they would become the key to untie the seal. But now, Daoist priest Kun Yi and Daoist nun Xian didn't remember anything about what had happened on the mysterious island or about things pertaining the seal. Therefore, they had no idea what were the conditions of the contract. They had no idea from where to start from to untie this seal. Even 2 5th-stage spiritual emperors were able to leave that island only after willingly sealing their memories. Just what kind of secret is hidden there? And what level has reached that powerful being? Scholar Drunken Moon sighed with emotion. Medicine Master replied, this aside, the powerful existence dwelling on the mysterious island has no bad intentions. Isn't this a lucky thing? Thrice Reckless and the others have been on the island for so many days. I wonder how they re doinga true monarch Yellow Mountain sighed. I hope they be alright and return with good results. At this instant, the group turned quiet. Medicine Master asked, right, is Senior White already familiar with the modern world? Song Shuhang isn't online. How is he doing? He had finished dealing with the memory problem of those fellow Daoists. Therefore, he wanted to know if Song Shuhanga's task to welcome true monarch White was already finished. If it was, he would return to complete the formula of the simplified version of the body-tempering liquid. When Song Shuhang and Venerable White were mentioned, true monarch Yellow Mountain rubbed his chin and thought, I didn't tell little friend Song Shuhang to pay attention to Venerable White's mysterious luck. When he called him the last time, he wanted to tell him. However, true monarch White was also there. Therefore, he couldn't say anything. Venerable White didn't only have an incredible charm. He would also get distracted and suddenly stumble, and last but not least, he had a heaven-defying luck. How should one describe this luck? For those that accompanied him, this luck would bring along certain dangers. For example, back in the days, true monarch Yellow Mountain also went to receive true monarch White with the intention to make him familiar with the new world. They were just walking when a huge meteorite fell beside him and true monarch White. True monarch Yellow Mountain was less than 20 meters away from the hole left behind by the meteorite. If his luck wasn't good, he would have been crushed to death by it. At the time, true monarch White thoughtlessly broke down the meteorite and obtained pole star dawn steel, starry iron, pure gold stone, and many other materials that could be used by cultivators. And after he finished collecting the materials, he gave him almost half of them, saying it was the first meeting gift. He thought that this was only a coincidence. However, after following behind true monarch White for several days, he experienced many strange phenomena. When casually walking, strange things would appear on the ground. Lightning would casually strike old trees, giving birth to the precious lightning-struck wood. When passing by a mountain, there would be a random landslide that would make raw medicine materials like ginseng resurface. The danger was everywhere, and you would face innumerable crises, but true monarch White was able to obtain the maximum benefit every time. Speaking of which, except for the continuous mortal danger, the benefits weren't half bad, right? Anyway, be better to tell little friend Song Shuhang to pay attention to his security. Then, true monarch Yellow Mountain immediately dialed Song Shuhanga's number. True monarch Yellow Mountain immediately gave Song Shuhang a call, but after listening to a melodious caller tune that played over and over again 3 times in total, all he heard was, I am sorry, the person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Please try again later. He hung up in frustration. What is little friend Shuhang doing? Why isn't he picking up his phone? At this moment, however, Song Shuhang was busy making a contract with the ghost spirit. His phone was in silent mode, so of course he couldn't receive the call. What should I do? Should I try to send him a message via the 1,000-mile sound transmitter? True monarch Yellow Mountain thought to himself. However, he shook his head immediately after. Even though Song Shuhang had a 1,000-mile sound transmitter in his possession, his strength and capability were insufficient. If they were to have an exchange, it would only be a one-way conversation, the other side would only be able to hear, but not speak. At that time, if Venerable White were to stand next to Song Shuheng and listen in on the contents of their conversation, it would be bad as it would be awkward. I shall try again a little later. Also, the first batch of cars that was ordered would have to be sent to that parking area in Jiangnan tomorrow, so I might as well tell little friend Shuheng about Venerable White's past then. That was true monarch Yellow Mountain's plan. On another side. Since it was still between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., Venerable White decided to redo the 5-element spirit contracting altar formation. This time, the saliva of Ghost Dragon was not used. This was because the ghost spirit managed to escape from the spirit-binding ice bead, hence the saliva of Ghost Dragon would no longer be effective. After erecting the formation, Venerable White directly pinned the fist-sized ghost spirit onto the center of the 5-element spirit contracting altar. He did not even employ any sealing formation. The ghost spirit fidgeted uneasily for a bit, but eventually settled down obediently in its original position. It was already very weak, to the extent that it could barely stir. Well, even if it could move, it did not have the guts to do that anyway. Shuheng, in a moment, skip the 5 tribulations, directly activate the formation and make the contract with it, reminded Venerable White. The ghost spirit was extremely weak at this moment, and also because its middle rank was temporarily lowered, even the small golden shield could not be used by it. Not to mention the 5 tribulations, even the first, metal tribulation, might be enough to take away its small life. Song Shuheng nodded and started chanting the incantations, surrounded the formation and performed a round of the dance. Thereafter, he placed both hands on the formation, activating the 5-element spirit contracting altar. Upon activation, he skipped the first steps and directly engaged the power of the 5-element spirit contracting altar formation to create a contract that he sent in the direction of the ghost spirit. The ghost spirit shook slightly. It did not resist this time and obediently accepted the ghost spirit contract. It was already too weak. If it did not receive any supplements, it might well end up in danger of dissipating entirely. Moreover, ever since the core of Ghost Spirit was gathered, its intellect was raised by quite a bit. It understood the logic behind the phrase, "A wise man will not fight when the odds are obviously stacked against him." 1. In order to survive and quickly recover its power, after completing the contract with Song Shuheng it needed to take the initiative to link its consciousness and energy with Song Shuheng. Because of that, the time taken by Song Shuheng to synchronize and proceed with the process of sharing consciousness and energy would be significantly shortened. It would take around a week at most for him to fully synchronize with the ghost spirit. All preparations were in order, thus Song Shuheng shouted, "Contract, establish." The stones of the 5 elements above the 5-element spirit contracting altar, as well as all kinds of materials of similar alignment all lit up. Ultimately, the power of the formation was transformed into 2 contract runes. One of them was integrated into the ghost spirit's body, and the other merged with Song Shuheng's heart. I succeeded. Song Shuheng cheered joyfully. It only took him 2 attempts to succeed. This result was way better than expected. Think about the number of times Soft Feather failed. You did well, Venerable White said and continued giving pointers. Take advantage of the fact that the contract just got established and thus the effects of the 5-element spirit contracting altar have not entirely disappeared. Quickly use your meditation technique to try and establish a connection with the ghost spirit. Strike while the iron is hot. Yes. Song Shuheng sat cross-legged on the ground, using the true self-meditation scripture. Mental energy radiated from within his true self, following the contract runes in an attempt to link with the ghost spirit. The ghost spirit started to float over the formation. Following the rune within his heart, it entered Song Shuheng's body. Thereafter, Song Shuheng experienced a sudden zero-gravity sensation that was felt when taking an elevator. His senses have then merged with those of the ghost spirit. He could interact with the external world via the ghost spirit. Just like human beings, ghost spirits had senses, be it hearing, sight, smell, or touch, they were the same. However, their sense of sight could undergo further transformation. On top of having the same visuals as human beings, they also possessed sight of God, the ability to have a bird's-eye view from the skies. At this moment, Song Shuhang could feel, via the ghost spirit, that he was in a warm place. Warm energy from all directions was surging towards the ghost spirit, allowing it to swiftly recover and return to its original state. This is heart aperture. Song Shuhang immediately understood. The place where the ghost spirit resided was the first aperture he had opened, the heart aperture. The energy that kept flowing towards the ghost spirit was in fact Song Shuhang's qi and blood energy. The energy consumption required for the ghost spirit to recover from its wounds previously had been huge, so its rank had dropped from middle to low. As of now, it required huge amounts of qi and blood energy to heal its injuries and then raise its rank back to a middle-rank ghost spirit. What a waste! I opened only one aperture. The qi and blood energy I could provide for the ghost spirit would thus be limited. If I could open another aperture, I would be able to provide 2 times the qi and blood energy, and the ghost spirit's recovery would definitely be faster, am I right? Song Shuhang thought to himself. He had to put in some extra effort. Before the ghost spirit made a full recovery, it would keep consuming the qi and blood energy from within his aperture until it recovered, and it would be unable to accelerate his cultivation speed. Eventually, it would end up increasing the difficulty of him opening another hard aperture. However, sharpening your axe does not delay your job of cutting firewood. I will just take this consumption as payment for the preparations pertaining to the ghost spirit add-on. 2. This thought flashed across Song Shuhang's mind. Meanwhile, the ghost spirit within the heart aperture started shaking all of a sudden. Thereafter, the body of the ghost spirit started dissipating. Apart from keeping the core of ghost spirit and maintaining the minimum amount of energy necessary to sustain its body, other parts of its body turned into pure energy that was being sent straight into Song Shuhang's heart aperture. In the next moment, this pure energy overflowed steadily from the heart aperture, following the channel between the heart aperture and the eye aperture, pouring into the latter. What did this mean? Song Shuhang didn't need to take long and quickly realized. The ghost spirit meant to help him open his eye aperture. Next, Song Shuhang once again experienced the same refreshing sensation he once felt when he stood at the coordinates given to him by the seniors outside the Moon Saber Sect, when his blood and qi quantity within the aperture rocketed. But this time, the qi and blood quantity within the eye aperture increased at a much faster rate, and even more violently. Venerable White on the side quickly sensed Song Shuhang's unusual condition. He gave Song Shuhang a quick examination and laughed heartily. As expected, the luck of this young fellow Daoist isn't half bad, Venerable White softly said to himself. Soon after, he took out the old bronze ring that once belonged to the man in green Daoist robe whose flying corpse flew from far away and landed on the ground. To an esteemed figure like Venerable White, a third-stage equipment like this ring was of a grade that was too low. Even if it was the most useful spirit-gathering formation, it was still useless to him. The effects of the spirit-gathering formation which Venerable White drew himself inside the fridge would not be any weaker than that of the bronze ring. Of course, to the first-stage Song Shuhang, the effects of the spirit-gathering formations on it would be very good. Venerable White reached his hands out and rubbed on the bronze ring, removing the seal of the original owner, Li Tiansu. After that, he squatted next to Song Shuhang, putting the ring on his hand. He laughed and said softly, "At least this can offset some of the money you used to buy a computer, mobile phone, and other items for me." Such a gift from Venerable White, to Song Shuhang, had the same effect as bringing a painted dragon to life by adding pupils to its eyes. 3. When the ring was worn on his finger, it was automatically activated. In an instant, the spiritual qi around him became stronger. When he breathed, he could breathe in quite an amount of pure spiritual qi. In his eye aperture, qi and blood quantity kept on rising and rising. At last, Just like the heart aperture, under the right conditions, the eye aperture opened. Song Shuhang opened his eyes, rays of light shot out from both of them. At the same time, black tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. That was the result of impurities, which blocked the eye aperture earlier, being expelled from his body upon the opening of the eye aperture. The second aperture, eye aperture, open. Having been practicing for only 1 month, to accomplish the feat of opening 2 apertures consecutively for a first stage was rare, even for disciples from big and famous sections. Even though Song Shuhang resorted to more tricks than others, luck to cultivators was also one of the many forms of strength and capability. Fate was a mystery of mysteries, but no cultivator would belittle fate and destiny. If luck was enough to defy the natural order, a small useless being could eventually become one of the most almighty figures in the world. Cultivating was a job that relied a lot on fate and destiny. Song Shuhang wiped the black tears from the corners of his eyes and lightly blinked. At this moment, he felt like the entire world seemed like it upgraded from a standard definition video to a high-definition video. The feeling was such a rush that he just stood there with a blank face. On another side, inside Jiangnan's prison, Zhao Bulu sat on the bed. The Western monk was in front of him. His face was stern as he was chanting, "From now till death, do not kill. Do you obey?" Zhao Bulu with tears in both eyes said, "I obey." The Western monk continued to ask, "From now till death, do not steal. Do you obey?" Zhao Bulu choked with sobs, "I obey." The Western monk asked for the 3rd time, "From now till death, do not tell lies. Do you obey?" Zhao Bulu quivered as he responded, "I obey." The Western monk nodded his head in approval and used his fingers like a knife to lightly scrape Zhao Bulu's head. Strands of Zhao Bulu's black hair kept falling. The Western monk asked once again, "From now till death, do not consume alcohol. Do you obey?" Zhao Bulu answered expressionlessly, "I obey." The Western monk was full of satisfaction as he shaved all of his hair. All that was left was just a shiny bald head. "Last but not least," he said, "from now till death, do not lust. Do you obey?" Zhao Bulu's eyes and face were devoid of emotion. "I obey." "Excellent, excellent." The Western monk retrieved the special incense stick, which he prepared earlier, and poked Zhao Bulu's head 6 times in a row, creating 6 neat burn scars. The Western monk blew at his head and admired his masterpiece with much content. "I'm so nice to you, I gave you 6 scars at one go. Unlike your teacher's master, who only gave me 4 scars, I had to add 2 more myself." Zhao Bulu's lifeless eyes finally showed a tinge of emotions, one that was full of grief and sorrow. "I wish you were as stingy as your master. It would have been even better if you did not burn a single scar on my head." After opening the second aperture of the first stage, the eye aperture, chances were that the cultivator would be able to develop an innate skill. The lucky ones would be able to receive a skill like clairvoyance. Those with poorer luck could also receive skills such as long-distance vision, clarity vision, microscopic vision, etc. They could receive all kinds of skills, and if one's luck were to be horrendous, they might end up with nothing. However, even if one were to be left with nothing, there was no need to feel discouraged. There were 5 apertures in total: heart aperture, eye aperture, nose aperture, ear aperture, mouth aperture. Apart from the heart aperture, there were still 4 of them left, and opening any of them entailed a chance that the cultivator would be bestowed with a skill. Till now, generally every single cultivator would have unlocked at least one of the skills from an aperture. Those with better luck might even have received 2 different skills. However, 2 was already the maximum. No one had ever heard of anyone receiving 3 or more innate skills. Song Shuhang's luck was not considered bad. Upon opening the eye aperture, he received an innate skill. Out of curiosity, he decided to try out the innate skill obtained from the eye aperture. It wasn't the legendary clairvoyance, and neither was it one of the all-too-familiar long-distance, clarity, or microscopic vision. When he activated the skill, the whole world instantly seemed as though it stopped and then started to move in slow motion. The faintly swaying curtain, the small debris on the ground that was being swept up by the wind, as well as the summer bugs flying outside the window. All of the above were moving in slow motion in Song Shuhang's eyes. The duration was only approximately a second, but to Song Shuhang, it felt like more than 10 seconds. After that, he felt as though his mental energy got depleted. His head felt an indistinct pain, and the slow motion mode was forcefully terminated. Such an eye aperture innate skill could be called expert sight or even superhuman sight, as in the eyes of experts, enemies' movements often seem as though they are at a standstill. The effect was pretty good. In crucial times, it could probably be used to turn the situation mid-combat around. The only catch was that it used too much mental energy as well as chi and blood. In the early stage, once was enough to deplete his vitality. In the later stages, since he would already be an expert, the chance for him to use the innate skill was lowered. On the whole, it felt kind of useless. It wasn't considered good, but it wasn't considered bad either. That being said, to awaken an innate skill was a good fortune in itself. At least half of all cultivators were unable to awaken an innate skill when opening the eye aperture. When you opened the eye aperture, you managed to awaken the innate skill? Asked Venerable White. Yes, I obtained an innate skill. But the consumption of mental energy is very high, Song Shuhang replied, smiling bitterly. Venerable White smiled and said, as long as you could activate it, it is a joyous thing. You unlocked the innate skill at the first try. You might still be able to obtain another innate skill when you open the remaining 3 apertures. If your mental energy is insufficient, then think of a way to increase it. Anyway, we shall call it a day here. Take a good rest, do not practice anymore, Venerable White added. Song Shuhang's energy was greatly depleted. If he continued to practice, it would only cause internal injuries. All right, senior, replied Song Shuhang. However, as they say, the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. He wouldn't be able to practice even if he wanted to. Earlier, when he activated the expert sight, the consumption of his energy was too huge and now waves of sleepiness kept surging within him. All he wanted to do now was to look for a bed, climb into it, and sleep. Well then senior, I am going to rest, said Song Shuhang. He inched towards his room in extreme exhaustion. Because he was too tired out, he still had not noticed the old bronze ring on his finger. After Song Shuhang left, Venerable White went to close the window shut. Thereafter, he lightly flicked the short blue sword with his finger. As if it had its own spirit, it started floating in the air and followed behind Venerable White. Loose cultivator, Li Tiansu, Venerable White said softly. Since he asked for his name, it implied that he chose to accept his karma. If one day he were to meet Li Tiansu's juniors or relatives and they needed help, based on today's karma, he would certainly extend a helping hand. After that, Venerable White went downstairs, near the multi-storied building, and drew a few sets of runes. He also restored the damage to the formation which had been set up by Medicine Master. Done. Venerable White stretched his body as he thought, what should I do next? Soon, his gaze fell on the air conditioner on the second floor. I was finally able to convince fellow Daoist Shuhang to sleep. I shall take the opportunity to disassemble the air conditioner and study it. Hence, Venerable White happily went to disassemble it, on another side. Cultivator Sunflower was currently located at a hotel near the Jiangnan College town. It took him the rest of the day and slightly past 1 a.m., and quite some effort, to recover from the falling on the ground incident. In between, because he was worried that Song Shuhang might suddenly appear with that senior for revenge, he had to change his clothes a couple of times. He even found a couple of rooms to take a number of showers to remove his body scent. Also, he even sprayed himself with a liquid that got rid of his aura. He continuously suffered until now. Till now, that, stressed by a mountain of books, has yet to find me. Perhaps he really took me for an ordinary passerby. Cultivator Sunflower thought to himself. He sat in meditation and practiced one round, allowing his mental state to stabilize. At the same time, his mind was pondering today's incident. One thing is sure though, that, stressed by a mountain of books is definitely just an ordinary newbie cultivator. If it was merely him, I could easily catch him and take the blood god crystal from his hands without problem. However, the identity of the intimidating senior cultivator next to him is unknown, and what exactly is his relationship with, stressed by a mountain of books? Would this senior actually constantly be by his side? Or would he leave after a couple of days? Rubbing his temples, he had already told an informant of the Limitless Demon Sect to look for the latest information pertaining to stressed by a mountain of books to see if he could find any clues or traces. At that moment, his cell phone rang. Hello, is this Cultivator Sunflower? The report on stressed by a mountain of books that you needed is ready. Come to the Parmeet Hotel, we will pass the report to you there, said the guy on the end of the line in a nonchalant voice. Got it. Cultivator Sunflower stood up, got out, and called for a taxi. Hey brother, where are you going? The driver was a man with a stubbled face. You could tell that he had a lot of life experience under his belt from the weary look in his eyes. Parmeet Hotel, Cultivator Sunflower replied plainly. That's pretty far, replied the driver. It's okay, I have enough money, replied Cultivator Sunflower plainly once again. Okay then, sit tight, the driver then smiled. He stepped on the gas and the car went off at a fast speed as if it was flying. Cultivator Sunflower, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, kept frowning, worrying about the stressed by a mountain of books issue. His entire being was giving off a gloomy vibe. The taxi driver thought he was in a bad mood, so he asked, Brother, feeling depressed? Wanna listen to some music and relax a little? Cultivator Sunflower thought about it and nodded, alright, turn some music on to relax a little. He was indeed too uptight, listening to calm music could perhaps help him ease his state of mind. It was very soon that Cultivator Sunflower couldn't have regretted his decision more. Damn it, instead of turning on radio, the driver actually opened up his larynx and started singing happily. If he wanted to sing, then so be it. With his stubbled face sort of look, it might be pretty good if he sang some meaningful ballads in a deep voice. However, he actually sang a feminine, light-hearted and gentle song, originally sung by female artiste a long time ago, if he recalled correctly. Ooh I like it, leaning on your chest like that, ooh I like it, waking up next to you, ooh I like it, when you place your hand over my shoulders, can you imagine the picture of an old stubble-faced man singing a love song ever so gently like water, such a beautiful sight. On the contrary, he himself had no sense of self-awareness at all, he even thought that he sang superbly. As he was singing, his personal preferences could be inferred from his song choices. Love songs were sung one after another, without a single exception, all of them belonged to the passionate and gentle as water genre. Well, honestly, you can't blame the taxi driver. Those were the songs he usually listened to. He was after all a manly man, he definitely would want to listen to gentle little girls' voices. After listening for quite some time, of course he would be able to sing them. Cultivator Sunflower, who was leaning against the front passenger seat, could feel his stress level increasing exponentially. Don't sing anymore, he said in a deep voice. I want some peace and quiet. The taxi driver smacked his lips, a regretful expression on his face. At this moment, above the taxi which Cultivator Sunflower was in, a small and nimble Pekingese was tailing him. A single-lens reflex camera was hung around the neck of the Pekingese. It contained the pictures of the scene where Cultivator Sunflower was talking on the phone earlier. Doudou looked at the screen of the camera and felt that his skills got better. As a monster dog, his strength and capability were remarkable. He had 100 ways to tail Cultivator Sunflower while at the same time avoiding detection. However, to Doudou, investigating and tailing the other party was not something that should be taken too lightly. After that, we shall see what kind of information on Song Shuheng this cultivator sunflower person could get, and what his next course of actions would be. After taking the pictures, Doudou prepared to head home. Soon, the taxi driver stopped at Parmeet Hotel. Cultivator Sunflower paid the taxi fare and rushed to get off the taxi as though he was escaping from something. Thereafter, he arrived at an internet cafe next to Parmeet Hotel to meet with the informant from the Limitless Demon Sect. Because Su Clan 7 had been causing trouble to the Limitless Demon Sect recently, Limitless Demon Sect's informants took extra precautions these days. They feared that he would track their whereabouts and then annihilate their whole branch. Cultivator Sunflower casually looked for a computer and sat down. After that, he took out a pack of cigarettes and went online. About half an hour later, the guy beside him suddenly whispered softly, "This is all the information with regards to Stressed by a Mountain of Books. You have to be careful these days, do not get caught by the Spirit River Su Clan's people. Su Clan 7 is practically crazy, a lot of the sect's informants have been taken away by his people." In between the speech, the guy flicked his finger and secretly passed a USB flash drive to Cultivator Sunflower. Cultivator Sunflower secretly kept the USB flash drive. After half an hour, he got up and left the internet cafe. From his arrival to departure, he never once looked at the guy beside him at all. If not for Spirit River Su Clan making a commotion, the information could have been sent via the internet. Cultivator Sunflower heaved a sigh. Cultivator Sunflower looked for a hotel and used a computer there to view the information inside the USB flash drive. He was going to see just what Stressed by a Mountain of Books had been doing for the past 1 year. He started from the front and scrutinized it word by word in fear of leaving out important and useful clues. However, after looking through half a year worth of information, darn it, it was just an extremely ordinary everyday campus life of a university student, studying, attending classes, meeting new friends, getting good grades, and occasionally playing games. What he liked the most was going to the rental bookstore every day to freeload books. This was a sports-loving single youth who excelled in both morals and studies. However, practically nothing valuable could be found. Did the intelligence department trick me? Cultivator Sunflower thought that someone was playing jokes on him. Luckily, he held his horses and continued to read on all the way to the information on the past month and caught something suspicious. According to the investigations of the intelligence department of Limitless Demon Sect, a month ago, there was a small group of cultivators from the nearby town that investigated the past of Stressed by a Mountain of Books. However, afterwards, the leader of this group, known as Altar Master, died mysteriously, and this case mysteriously ended as well. According to the report from Limitless Demon Sect, the corpse of Altar Master was ultimately found on a subway. His body got cut into several pieces by someone with exquisite sword skills. The killer seemed like a Western monk, a first-stage cultivator with decent skills, who was currently incarcerated. That was all he could find in the Limitless Demon Sect's online database. After all, that small group acted discreetly, and it had already happened more than a month ago. It would be hard to retrieve any useful clues. After that, Stressed by a Mountain of Books, Su Clan 7, and a junior of the Su Clan assembled together and participated in the Moon Saber Sect incident. Opposing young Master Hai's evil scheme, they successfully removed a blood god crystal from his clutches. Those were the only two events when Stressed by a Mountain of Books showed a side of him that separated him from an average kid. Cultivator Sunflower pinched his chin, and started to get lost in deep thoughts. According to the information report, the remaining members of that group are first-stage cultivators with 2-3 apertures open. Their cultivation techniques are pretty weak. Perhaps I could make use of them. All I have to do is give them better techniques and materials. Who knows, maybe they might end up becoming my underlings. However, even if that group could be used in action, how should he deal with the senior next to Stressed by a Mountain of Books? Ah, wait a minute, was he forgetting something? F***CK. Young Mistress Candy. Previously, he'd entrusted a task to young Mistress Candy, to go to Stressed by a Mountain of Books house to steal the blood god crystal. But the thing was, as of now, that Stressed by a Mountain of Books had this intimidating senior cultivator by his side, and yet he had forgotten to remind young Mistress Candy about it. If she secretly tried to enter his house to steal the blood god crystal, she was definitely going to be strung up and beaten by that senior. Who knows, she might even be locked up in a basement, subjected to all kinds of torture. Cultivator Sunflower quickly grabbed his phone and dialed young Mistress Candy's phone number as fast as he could. "Little Candy, little Candy, I hope you ain't that quick to act. Pick up the phone, quick, pick up the phone. Sorry, the number you are dialing is currently unavailable." The automatic message from the phone allowed him to understand how brutal reality was. "No, don't. Don't tell me she had already started the operation?" The hand in which Cultivator Sunflower was holding the phone stiffened. Should I look for little Candy and bring her back? However, whenever he thought about the intimidating senior who contributed to the falling on the ground incident, it inevitably became a trauma for Cultivator Sunflower. If I cross paths with that senior, he won't even have to attack me, it'd be enough for him to just throw himself on the ground as soon as I get close to him. What should I do? Not save her when she is in mortal danger? Cultivator Sunflower's face was filled with despair and helplessness, he was at a loss. At this time, he did not actually realize that there was a monster Pekingese behind him that calmly used his claws to deactivate the video function on the single-lens reflex camera. He used magic to conceal his physical form, and openly tailed Cultivator Sunflower while videoing him. He waited till he was about done, then carefreely took his leave. After completing the mission, I will get a new model of laptop. Having my own laptop means never having to worry about fighting to use the computer with Song Shuhang or Senior White ever again. I can now play video games with wife whenever I want to. Oh yeah. To celebrate a little, what should I do? I should probably go back to scold that stupid Yellow Mountain. He actually did not come over to get me. I'm gonna spit saliva all over his face. How could that suppressed Daoist priest Cloudy Mist be more important than me, who ran away from home? What should I do after that? I should go back and think about how to look for some music. Wife can't possibly spend the whole day accompanying me. After all, ordinary people need some sleep. And since Yellow Mountain, that big idiot, did not come and pick me up, if I don't look for some nice songs, I would be bored to death, at this moment, in Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Venerable White's face was filled with content as he placed a laptop, with its screen displaying the structure of the air conditioner, next to him. Thereafter, he disassembled the interior and exterior of the air conditioner and spread the components all over the floor. The mind of human beings is getting more and more meaningful. Cultivators don't need things like air conditioners, but to ordinary mankind, in the sweltering heat of summer, this is a must-have. It is really interesting, this era is truly a wonderful era, there are too many things that are worthy of being disassembled. Okay, before little friend Song Shuhang wakes up, should probably assemble the air conditioner back together, said Venerable White as he started to piece the air conditioner, not forgetting the adjacent part of ventilation system, together. This time, he followed the lesson learned from the previous episode. From the moment he started disassembling, he memorized every step clearly. Soon after, the air conditioner had been completely reassembled. This time, I did not leave out a single part. Indeed, if I am serious about doing something, there would not be any problem. Venerable White's face was full of confidence as he brought the air conditioner to the second floor to reassemble it as a whole with the vent, and plug it in. After switching it on with the remote, Senior White's face beamed with confidence. Approximately 5 to 6 seconds later. Boom, boom. Came the familiar sound of circuits frying. Shortly after, there was a gust of black smoke. The air conditioner overheated and was fried as well. Venerable White's body stiffened, and he hurriedly unplugged it from the power source. Why did it become like that? I clearly followed every step and there was no problem. Why did it overheat? Senior White was extremely frustrated. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Song Shuhang's room. Little friend Song Shuhang was still sound asleep. I don't have a choice, I just have to use magic to replace the air conditioner's function. Senior White rubbed his hands and disassembled it anew, preparing to engrave a spirit-gathering formation, and then another automatic temperature-adjusting formation. However, as he was about to engrave the formation, he suddenly thought of something. Ah, wait a minute, I don't think I have learned the automatic temperature-adjusting formation. Senior White stared blankly. That was because after cultivators opened the heart aperture, they would already possess an automatic body temperature-adjusting ability. There was no need for any automatic temperature-adjusting formation. What should I do? Senior White stared at the air conditioner with a guilty expression. After much deliberation, he secretly took down the air conditioner once again and placed it into a box, moving it to the courtyard downstairs. Thereafter, he found a branch in the courtyard at random and pared it into the shape of a sword. He then engraved a bunch of complicated formations on it. At last, spiritual chi poured into the wooden sword. After those steps had been completed, the original plain wooden sword transformed into a floating rainbow-colored wooden sword. Senior White mumbled, it's been a long time since I created something, I'm a bit out of practice. Disposable Flying Sword 004 Edition. As the name implied, this was a one-time use flying sword, uniquely created by Senior White. Following after, Senior White placed the packaged air conditioner onto the wooden flying sword. He executed a sword art, and displayed the sword controlling technique, do your thing. Disposable Flying Sword 004 Edition rose, along with the air conditioner, and soared into the sky, higher and higher. It soared, and soared. Upon reaching a certain height, it transformed into chunks of ice. However, the flying sword's speed was not affected, and it continued at a speed which wouldn't make it burst into flames because of friction, freely crossing through the atmospheric layer. Just like that, it flew into space, starting its endless voyage. As long as the spiritual energy within the Disposable Flying Sword 004 Edition did not get completely consumed before that, and as long as it did not collide with any stars, a black hole, meteorites, or any similar dangers in the vacuum, this air conditioner would become the Earth's first domestic air conditioner to enjoy space travel. In fact, before the air conditioner, a luxurious carriage used by the Emperor, 3 mechanic dragons, 2 mechanic elephants, a monster snake that once committed an offense against Senior White, a precise seismograph, etc. shared this experience as well. All of them once sat on Disposable Flying Sword 001, Disposable Flying Sword 002, and Disposable Flying Sword 003 under Senior White's help, and embarked on their tragic space travel. With regards to sending those items into space, Senior White had already showed his long-time experience. He could maintain control over the flying sword's speed, allowing it to cross through the atmospheric layer without exploding in flames. The sword and its burden also would not lose power and end up falling from the sky back onto Earth. Via a sword art, freely starting its space voyage. Upon completing everything, Senior White wiped his sweat. Then, he returned to the second floor, and in the original location where the air conditioner had been placed, he engraved an illusory art formation. Soon after, a lifelike AC unit appeared in its original position. After that, Senior White drew another illusory art formation outside. Lifelike ventilation system parts then appeared in their original position as well. Done. After that, in a few days' time, I will go to the chat group's fellow Daoist friends to change some money and secretly buy an air conditioner in its place. For now, just gotta make do with this. Senior White let out a hollow laugh, hoping that fellow Daoist Song Shuhang wouldn't sense anything odd, would he? Should be able to get away with this, my illusory art is after all of a pretty high standard. After engraving the formation, Senior White felt kind of guilty. He held his own laptop and went back to the room Song Shuheng prepared for him on the third floor. However, after returning to the third floor, he saw the color TV in his room. He couldn't control it any longer, his fingers started wriggling. 3 minutes later, Senior White gritted his teeth, and resolutely said, "It's okay, disassembling 1 or disassembling 2 is the same. At most, by then I will buy a brand new set back. Hate, hate, hate. Even if I don't enter the cycle of reincarnation, remaining a lowly ghost for eternity, I will still obtain revenge." A howl spread from a black spiritual mass. At the same time, its body enlarged as if someone had blown air into it. It quickly reached half the height of a person from that of a ping-pong ball. If one were to look at it carefully, they would notice that it vaguely resembled that altar master who had died in Song Shuhang's hands. However, only half of its features resembled that of altar master. This resentful spirit was born when the dying altar master had cursed Song Shuheng. However, Song Shuheng himself had already destroyed this resentful spirit once, and afterward, it was swallowed several times by the Pekingese Doudou. And yet, the curse hadn't disappeared. Right now, the Pekingese Doudou wasn't by his side. And since he had consumed too much mental energy, Song Shuheng couldn't even use a small technique to stay on alert. The resentful spirit born from the curse slowly took shape. After grinning fiendishly, it stretched its sharp, ghastly claws and ruthlessly aimed at Song Shuheng's throat. If these claws were to hit him, they would surely leave 5 bloody holes in the latter's throat. Just when its sharp nails were about to prick Song Shuheng's skin, a pure white spiritual mass shot out of his heart aperture. It was the ghost spirit with a golden shield he had just contracted. The pure white ghost spirit was only fist-sized, while the black resentful spirit had already reached half the height of a person. However, the ghost spirit wasn't scared in the slightest. It suddenly opened its mouth and took a deep breath. At this point, a strange thing happened. The ghost spirit resembled a black hole, and just like the golden-red gourd that could swallow people, it swallowed down the black resentful spirit. One burp, the ghost spirit burped satisfied, and even its body got slightly bigger. Then, after a yawn, it returned to Song Shuheng's heart aperture. The fast-asleep Song Shuheng smacked his lips. It seemed he was having a good dream. He rolled over and kept sleeping soundly. The dream was indeed beautiful. This time, Song Shuheng dreamt of being a person from ancient times. He had a pure and innocent childhood, and his parents were kind. However, when he was 6, he was afflicted by a strange and incurable disease. His father brought him along and searched everywhere for a cure, but it was all for naught. At last, his parents decided to send him off to an old and worn-out Daoist temple a few dozen kilometers away from their home, leaving him in the care of a Daoist priest with a fiery red robe. This Daoist priest with a fiery robe wasn't an average man. He was an immortal living among mortals. In the dream, Song Shuheng started to live with the Daoist priest. Every day, he would drink a bitter medicinal liquid, and afterward, he would practice a strange fist technique. After 2 years, he had already recovered from his illness and grasped a small amount of power that didn't belong to the mortal world. Then, on a day 2 years and 3 months later, the Daoist priest brought him under a gigantic old tree that was high enough to pierce the clouds. "My name is Scarlet Heaven, and the two of us were predestined to meet. Look carefully." The Daoist priest faintly smiled. Then, he broke a branch of the big tree and started to demonstrate a series of movements while standing in place. He muttered the incantation of the technique with his mouth. It should have been a peerless sword technique. However, Song Shuheng wasn't able to understand it. Because, when he started to demonstrate the technique, the form of the Daoist priest got more and more blurry. And, from time to time, some parts would be suddenly skipped. Both the incantation and the sword technique were explained in a different language. It was an alien language to Song Shuheng. But he in the dream could see and listen very well. After finishing his demonstration, the Daoist priest with the fiery red robe said, "How much of it did you remember?" "Around 90%. He in the dream replied. "Not bad. This 90% should be enough for you to condense a golden core and step on the great way. But your future achievements will depend on your efforts." Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven smiled as he patted his head. In the dream, he laughed, somewhat embarrassed. He felt as if the Daoist priest wanted to leave him. After caressing his head, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven squatted down in front of him. It seemed he wanted to tell him something. But at this time, the Daoist priest looked strangely toward he in the dream. Song Shuheng could feel Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven's gaze. It was profound like the universe. It penetrated through he in the dream, and after crossing space and time, it stared at the real Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng felt his body turn cold, as if his every secret was being seen through. So, it was like this. Interesting. Very interesting. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven heartily laughed. Then, he stood up and picked the tree branch once again. Afterward, the Daoist priest changed the language he used and started his demonstration again. This time, he in the dream couldn't understand anything. He wasn't familiar with this language. However, Song Shuheng could understand everything. "My name is Scarlet Heaven. Back in the days, when I became a Daoist, I relied on a very common set of flaming saber techniques to build the foundation of my cultivation. And now, I'll pass down this flaming saber to you. Since it's a very common saber technique, I hope you won't hold a grudge toward this poor Daoist for being so stingy." At this time, Song Shuheng got the impression that Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven wasn't talking to he in the dream, but was instead talking to the real him. "There isn't much time. I'll demonstrate this technique only once." Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven continued to wave the tree branch in his hand. Using the branch as a blade, he made a slashing motion with his wrist. Immediately, Song Shuheng felt as if the world had started to burn. It seemed as if an inexhaustible flame had started to burn on the tree branch in the hand of the Daoist priest. There was nothing that couldn't be burnt by that flame, and it wouldn't be extinguished for eternity. When the slashing motion ended, the flames had engulfed the entire world. All the myriad different places of the world were completely burnt to ashes. Even the clouds of the high and mighty heaven were engulfed by those red flames. He didn't use the incantation of the saber technique, and he didn't use the appropriate posture either. He merely used a slash imbued with saber intent. This slash was the essence of the saber technique. When facing this slash, Song Shuheng felt his body becoming blazing hot, his mouth parched and his blood about to dry out. However, he understood many things. Even if he couldn't see Song Shuheng, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven knew that he had comprehended most of this technique. He heartily laughed and waved his stretched hand. The tree branch in his hand was reduced to ashes. Even the towering tree behind his body was reduced to ashes. He in the dream was dumbfounded. The Daoist priest with the fiery red robe lightly shouted before stepping toward the void. He flew through the sky without any external help and went higher and higher, until he disappeared. He in the dream respectfully knelt on the ground. Afterward, he knocked his head on the ground 3 times. Soon after, the picture in the dream changed, and many years had passed by. He in the dream had grown up. At this time, he was carrying a blue short sword on his back and wore a Daoist robe that was similar to that of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven. However, its color was green. A cultivator with a green Daoist robe, the loose cultivator Li Tiansu. The dream finished there. Song Shuheng opened his eyes. It was already dawn. Early morning, 6:03 a.m. July 2nd, Tuesday. The sky was clear. Song Shuheng sat on the bed. Was it a dream? Just as he spoke, he noticed that his entire body was covered in sweat. If it wasn't a dream, then, Was it the memory of that loose cultivator named Li Tiansu? Since he had already experienced something like this, Song Shuheng immediately understood what had happened. Li Tiansu should be the senior loose cultivator whose corpse flew till here when I was contracting the ghost spirit, leaving behind those two pieces of equipment, right? When Senior White asked that loose cultivator about his name, Song Shuheng heard the phrase loose cultivator Li Tiansu. However, why did he dream of being Li Tiansu? Was it due to the ghost spirit? It seemed that the ghost spirit had absorbed the energy left behind by the dying Li Tiansu, undergoing a strange mutation. So after he interlinked his mind with the ghost spirit, he saw that memory? When he was thinking, Song Shuheng lowered his head and saw that the ancient bronze ring was on his finger. It was one of the two pieces of equipment left behind by Li Tiansu after he had dissipated. The ring, does it mean that it wasn't due to the ghost spirit, but it was because the ring missed its previous owner? Therefore, it made me dream about him? Song Shuheng wondered aloud. When recalling the dream, Song Shuheng noticed that the flaming saber of Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven had left a deep impression on him. Scarlet Heaven said that his flaming saber technique was a very common technique in the world of cultivators. However, after recalling Scarlet Heaven's slash and those inextinguishable flames capable of burning down everything, heavens included, was it really just an ordinary flaming saber technique? That slash was capable of burning even the heavens. Song Shuheng started to get restless. He needed to try out this flaming saber that Scarlet Heaven had passed down to him. With that, he would be able to discern if it was just a dream or if it was a fragment of Li Tiansu's memory. Song Shuheng quickly went toward the safe. After opening it, he took the mystical saber he had obtained from the sect master of the Moon Saber Sect, Ba Qianjun. The name of this saber was Broken Tyrant and it was around 1 meter long. It was incredibly hard, and after experiencing the fires of the tribulation, it had undergone a strange transformation. After taking the saber, Song Shuheng went to the top floor, the 5th floor. Having learned from the experience of the 3-star fire controlling fan, he didn't dare to act recklessly inside the room. Let's give it a try. There is no one here anyway. I'll pretend to be still inside the dream. Song Shuheng took a deep breath as he tried to recall Scarlet Heaven's appearance when he was demonstrating the flaming saber. He also started to spin the saber, and after the energy of qi and blood gushed out from the eye and heart apertures, he slashed down. It seemed imposing, and the posture was very cool. However, no flames appeared. Let alone flames, there wasn't even a spark. Huh, Song Shuheng bitterly smiled. Was it nothing but a dream? Or perhaps, this flaming saber could only be learnt after diligent practice? Whatever, every day I have some time I'll take out a bit of it and practice this flaming saber. Song Shuheng made up his mind. If he could create raging flames with his saber as Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven did, it would be really cool. Forget it, let's just cultivate for now. In the next few days, I even have to attend classes seriously. Song Shuheng started to do basic exercises. Then, after putting the treasured saber Broken Tyrant to one side, he started to practice the basic Buddhist fist technique and used the true self-meditation scripture to redirect the flow of qi and blood toward his third aperture, the nose aperture. Opening the nose aperture was more difficult than opening the eye aperture. Without any external aid, it would take at least 2 years. 1. TL/N, Golden Red Gourd is a treasure from Journey to the West. An hour later, Song Shuheng stopped practicing. He felt that the results of today's practice were much better than before. Could it be because of the opening of the eye aperture that caused his body to become much stronger? But when he opened the heart aperture, the improvement was not as obvious as this. At this point, what Song Shuheng didn't know was that the ancient bronze ring on his finger had spirit-gathering formation engraved on it. It could always keep his body refreshed at any given time, and at the same time allowed his practice to achieve better results. Alright, let's go to attend classes then. Song Shuheng picked up the treasured saber broken tyrant and prepared to go downstairs for a shower. When he arrived at the third floor, he saw that Doudou the Pekingese had returned and was currently squatting in front of the computer in high spirits. Senior White and Doudou sat together, with the same facial expression, searching earnestly for some information on the web. Song Shuheng greeted them, "Good morning, Senior White. Doudou, you're back." "Morning to you, little friend Shuheng." Senior White lifted his head and smiled with a nod. Senior White today was a handsome mess as always, but for some reason, when he was looking at Song Shuheng, he seemed to be avoiding looking directly into his eyes. "I came back long ago, this is for you." Doudou did not lift his head up, but curled his tail and tossed something at Song Shuheng. Looking at the black thing flying in his direction, for some reason Song Shuheng's brain switched off for a moment. He subconsciously wielded his saber and slashed. Clash, the black item easily got cut in half, sufficient evidence to prove the sharpness of the treasured saber broken tyrant. A second later, Song Shuheng stared at the black item on the ground that just got cut in half and felt like crying as he said, "My single-lens reflex camera." The newly bought single-lens reflex camera, bought from the owner at the buying price under Venerable White's charm. He hadn't even used it once, now it got slashed into two because of himself. Doudou lifted his head and glanced at Song Shuheng. "Woof, you chopped it yourself, don't blame me, okay?" Song Shuheng squatted and heartbrokenly held onto the halves of his single-lens reflex camera. It was cut in half right in the middle, there was no way of salvaging or repairing it. "Right, Woof, I should remind you that inside the camera there's the video of the dude with a delicate face and a tough build. You'd better check if the memory card within the camera is intact. If it isn't, I won't take it again for you," Doudou continued. Song Shuheng could only silently take the memory card out from the single-lens reflex camera. Fortunately, it was not destroyed. Heaving a sigh, he could only blame his brain for switching off today. Song Shuheng asked, as expected, there was a problem with him? "Woof, it's the limitless demon sect. They want to steal the blood god crystal from you. However, it's just a small fry doing things on his own. For the specifics, watch the video and you'll know," replied Doudou. "It really was the limitless demon sect." "How is his ability?" asked Song Shuheng. "First stage 5 Aperture's realm, not long before he jumps through the dragon gate," Doudou casually replied. After giving it some thought, Song Shuheng asked, "Can I beat him?" "Yeah, if it is a head-on confrontation, with your talismans, coupled with the magic of the ancient bronze ring on your finger, you do stand a chance against him. However, if he sneak attacks you, you should have no chance to defend yourself," answered Doudou. "If that's the case, aren't I in an extremely dangerous situation right now? Especially since the opponent could come and catch him anytime and anywhere." Song Shuheng made a hollow laugh. "Doudou, do you want to take a walk today?" "What? You want to walk me today?" Doudou raised his head and looked at Song Shuheng. "Okay then, since today I'm in the mood for it, I shall let you take me for a walk." While talking, he was hitting on the keys on the keyboard, finishing off a mini-boss, and bade goodbye to his online wife. "Wait for me, I'm gonna change my outfit, so you can walk me better." Doudou switched his laptop off and hurriedly ran inside the house. Song Shuheng looked at Venerable White and asked, "Senior White, I gotta go to attend my classes in a while, do you have any plans?" Venerable White laughed, "I still have something on in the morning. I got a phone call earlier from the subdistrict office, asking me if we have any floating residents here. 1. They are currently doing some registrations, and if there are any floating residents, they need to apply for a temporary residence permit, so I might as well take the chance to make one. Later, I gotta get my picture taken and complete the registration." "Ooh, it's time to settle temporary residence permit again," Song Shuheng nodded and said, "Then Doudou and I shall go ahead. Senior White, if you have any problems, feel free to contact me." Senior White nodded silently, with his gaze secretly shifting to the big box behind him. Inside it were his war trophies from the previous night's struggle, one large display TV, one water dispenser, 2 stereo speakers, 1 electric rice cooker, 1 induction cooker. Luckily, he hadn't gotten caught by little friend Song Shuhang. After little friend Song Shuhang left, he would have to use the disposable flying sword 004 edition to send them to space. At 7:30 a.m., Song Shuhang and Doudou left home. Doudou put on a dog collar on his own, transforming into his small Pekingese form. He had a "This dog majesty shall reward you" expression as he was passing the leash to Song Shuhang. He was really walking the dog? Song Shuhang had initially thought that Doudou would get out of the house with him at most. He did not expect that he would actually wear the collar in a physical form that ordinary human beings could see with the naked eye. This was not a good thing, even though Jiangnan College Town was rather open-minded and the academic advisors living on campus could keep dogs and cats as pets. Students definitely could not keep them. Forget it, let's just take a walk and see how it goes. If it is really not possible, then I'll say that it's some tutor's pet and that I am in charge of bringing it out for a walk. Song Shuhang thought for a bit, then took Doudou out. In the first half of the journey, Doudou was rather passive, and Song Shuhang was indeed walking it, not the other way round. However, when they were about to arrive at Jiangnan College Town, Doudou's eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran as fast as he could. Doudou was a powerful monster dog. Once he started running, how would Song Shuhang have any strength to resist? He could only get dragged around by Doudou's wild dash, suffering but unable to speak up. "Doudou, where are you running towards?" Song Shuhang laughed bitterly. "Woof woof, I want to look for something fun. I am going to bring you to play first," laughed Doudou using a voice only Song Shuhang could hear. This was the power of sound transmission technique. Just like that, a cute little Pekingese was running wildly, dragging a young student behind it. Soon enough, Doudou found the thing he called fun. Outside Jiangnan College Town, there was a very long river that flowed through the whole Jiangnan College Town. Under the care of several generations, the river was presently crystal clear, both its banks full of fragrant, green grass. At this time, there was an English old man with a stern face and neatly combed hair walking leisurely on the grass, holding onto a leash with a huge German shepherd on its other end. This was the English professor of Song Shuhang's class, Professor Smith. Previously, he had a cute pet dog, however, because Soft Feather executed a magic technique, it caused that dog to bite the professor. Thereafter, upon being discharged from the hospital, the first thing that strict professor did was to send the pet dog to the hot pot restaurant where it became a dog meat hot pot. And so, that huge German shepherd became Professor Smith's new pet. Doudou dragged Song Shuhang, running straight in the direction of Professor Smith. Song Shuhang realized that he could not avoid it, so all he could do was to smile and say, "Good morning, Professor Smith." The professor turned his head toward Song Shuhang, smiled and nodded, saying, "Good morning." He could not recognize Song Shuhang. There were so many Asian students, in his eyes, all of them looked pretty similar. Hence, the people he could remember were not many. Just as Song Shuhang wanted to drag Doudou away, Doudou dragged him behind that large German shepherd instead. Woof, woof. Doudou wagged his tail, charging and barking ferociously at the big German shepherd. The big dog suspiciously lowered its head, looking at Doudou with doubtful eyes. Woof woof. Doudou continued to bark loudly, turning his body and facing the large German shepherd, shaking his head and butt. Bite me, you mongrel." Song Shuhang heard Doudou's voice. But, there was probably a communication barrier with that German shepherd? After all, it continued to wear a confused expression on its face. Song Shuhang smiled bitterly at Professor Smith in embarrassment, and tugged on the dog leash with all his strength. "Doudou, stop making a fuss, we gotta go." Professor Smith laughed, and similarly tugged on his German shepherd's leash as he prepared to leave. But at this moment, Doudou suddenly leapt, reached out with his paws and slapped the big German shepherd's muzzle. Smack! The big German shepherd could not dodge in time and, just like that, it got a slap into its canine face. Growol! The little guy right before its eyes actually dared to touch it? The big giant shepherd wasn't some sort of a kind dog. It growled ferociously and pounced towards Doudou. The corners of Professor Smith's mouth twitched as he looked at Song Shuheng. The little dog of this student actually had such huge guts. Song Shuheng wished he could do a facepalm and hide in a crevice on the ground. Was bringing Doudou out the right decision at all? At this time, the two men lost control over their dogs. Doudou and the big German shepherd were already in a huge fight. There was nothing Song Shuheng could do about Doudou. At the same time, there was also nothing the professor could do about his angry German shepherd. If worst comes to worst, I'll compensate this student a little money. A pure-breed Pekingese is probably worth only a couple thousand RMB at most, Professor Smith thought to himself. Continuous barks were issued one after another, dog fur soared all over in the air. A minute later, the big German shepherd shed quite an amount of fur, lying on the ground with dull eyes, lifelessly gazing at the small Pekingese that was stepping on it. The little Pekingese's expression was one full of joy. It turned around and looked at Song Shuheng. Woof woof woof, Song Shuheng wished he could facepalm. You are a monster dog, you could even chase a fourth-stage demon monarch Anji who was able to ride a flying sword, causing him to flee to the ends of the earth. What is there to be proud about winning against an ordinary German shepherd, huh? Professor Smith forcefully rubbed his own eyes. Is it that I am old, so my eyes are failing me? The one that collapsed to the ground panting was my big black? And the one that won was that small Pekingese? Just how does it make sense? Seeing that Song Shuheng had no intention to compliment him, Doudou was not happy. He wagged his tail, turned his body, and ran swiftly towards Jiangnan College town. Doudou, wait for me, Song Shuheng called out. He quickly said to Professor Smith, Professor, I am sorry, I gotta go chase after Doudou. Go ahead, said Professor Smith, smiling. After waiting for Song Shuheng and little Doudou to run quite a distance, the professor squatted next to his big black German shepherd, carefully examining the situation. The fur on the ground was all big blacks, that Pekingese surprisingly did not shed a single hair. The corners of Big Black's mouth were bloody, and he suffered physical injuries on his body as well, but none of them were a result of being bitten, they were all inflicted by the Pekingese's claws. Chinese Pekingese was that impressive, huh? Professor Smith pinched his chin. Should I try raising a Pekingese instead and see how it goes? 1. TL/N. Floating residence or population refers to people who reside in a given population for a certain of time but are not considered part of the official census count, aka they are not officially registered as a resident in that area. Song Shuheng was listening intently to his morning class. Doudou transformed into the monster beast form that was invisible to human beings and spent most of the time inside his desk's drawer, playing games on a mobile. While listening, Song Shuheng glanced down and happened to see Doudou leaving negative reviews on an online shopping site, such as, black-hearted seller, poor evaluation. Didn't you say it was chicken-flavored? I had already finished half a packet and it didn't taste like chicken at all. Liar. Did your conscience get eaten by pigs? Song Shuheng could not stop his cold sweat from breaking out even if he wanted to. Later, when the shop owner sees the bad evaluation, would he have a WTF reaction, or a WTF reaction? Maybe he would be like this, WTF is this? Or maybe he would be like this, WTF, customer. That was dog food, and you ate a bag of it? Are you AF * king dog or something? Come to think of it, no wonder Doudou hadn't asked me to buy anything these days. So it was because he learned how to shop online? Then, who was the person who signed the delivery? Don't tell me Doudou went to sign it himself? Generally speaking, Song Shuheng felt that Doudou wasn't as troublesome as described by the seniors in the chat group. He just liked to fool around. Other than that, as long as you gave him something fancy to busy himself with, Doudou would be able to play with it for a long time. Oh right, he was pretty cute most of the time, but that was apart from going online to scold True Monarch Yellow Mountain every day. Nevertheless, ever since Doudou came to his house, the lofty image of the group leader, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, in Song Shuheng's heart was like a waterfall, suffering exponential descent. After all, he spent his days hearing Doudou scream, "Stupid Yellow Mountain," all the time, thus Song Shuheng inevitably ended up considering Stupid Yellow Mountain as his true name. Time passed. It was past 10 a.m., and both of his morning classes finished peacefully. He had no afternoon classes. Tubo casually asked, "Do you guys want to go back to the dorm to review a bit? After all, the exam's already tomorrow." The final exams were approaching. In order not to fail and have to retake his exams, he had to work harder. There was no such thing as wasted effort, and even if one's performance wouldn't be stellar, it would at least improve a bit with some preparations. Usually, there'd be at least 1 or 2 days for students to review on their own before finals, but this year, the schedule has been moved forward and the exam came right after the semester's last classes. "I made plans with Yai to review the notes together. We won't be joining you guys." Gao Momu pushed his glasses and heartlessly abandoned his single roommates. Tubo looked miserably towards Li Yongda at once. "Don't look at me like that, you look really disgusting. At most you can come over to my place today, and if you have anything you're unsure about, you can ask me," said Li Yongda coldly. Tubo wasn't even a pretty girl, why was he pretending to be cute? "What about Shuheng? Do you want to study together?" Tubo laughed. "I'll see if I have the time. If I am free tonight, I'll head over to Li Yongda's place," answered Song Shuheng after giving it some thought. He wanted to make sure that Senior White and Doudou were doing fine before he left. Otherwise, when he went home one day, he might discover that the appliances and other stuff in the house had to be replaced. At the side, Miss Lu Fei was clenching her fists. She'd initially wanted to invite Shuheng to review together in the girls' dorm. The AC in the dorm was broken and they still do not know when the repairman would come to fix it. Now that Tubo kinda messed things up, she did not have the gall to ask him. Although Song Shuheng made a contract with the ghost spirit, he still carried the spirit-binding ice bead with him. Its cooling effect had not changed, not to mention when it still had the ghost spirit inside, just the spirit-binding ice bead itself was a valuable item. Come to think of it, Miss Soft Feather was pretty rich to be able to throw it away. "Wanna go back together?" Song Shuheng asked Miss Lu Fei. He wanted to take all his books from the dorm back to Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Exams were approaching after all, even if it was just a little, reviewing was still a must. "Sure," replied Lu Fei happily. On another side, Cultivator Sunflower's face was tensed up. Stressed by a mountain of books has just finished today's classes. Is everyone ready? Beside him, there were 6 cold-faced men decked in black, emitting a strong murderous aura. They were the underlings of Altar Master from the neighboring Luo Xin Street area. Cultivator Sunflower used all sorts of means to recruit them for today's action. "Very well, then prepare to take action," Cultivator Sunflower said in a deep voice. "Contact that person from the subdistrict office, tell her to stall that cultivator named White for as long as possible when she goes there to take care of his application." In the modern society, there were many ways to stall a person. "We shall attack that stressed by a mountain of books. Remember, we have to be fast. Or else, if we got caught by that cultivator, White, we would be done for. We only have one chance, go." Song Shuheng walked Lu Fei to the dorm and retrieved all his notes and materials for revision from his own dorm, then headed towards Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Doudou was lying on his shoulders, playing a game on his cell phone. As he was passing through a narrow path, Song Shuheng's footsteps suddenly paused. Although this path was narrow, there was usually quite a number of pedestrians walking through it. But, right now, there was not a single soul in sight. "You are quite vigilant," praised Doudou. "How many opponents are there?" Song Shuheng asked. He knew that someone was planning to make their move against him. "There's a total of 7 people. 5 of them are on pretty much the same level as you, with similar capabilities, mainly first stage with 1 or 2 apertures open. One of them is a first stage 3 apertures cultivator. The last one should be that muscular pretty-faced dude who was tailing you the other day, currently at first stage 5 apertures. He is about to jump through the dragon gate. But that dude is hiding behind the rest, he thinks I can't see him. Hee hee." Doudou reported the number of people the opponent had, as well as their exact positions, with familiarity that could be normally expected of someone who introduced their family heirlooms. Even though those people hid their aura, in Doudou's eyes, they were as obvious as bright stars on the night sky. Song Shuheng checked the equipment on his body. A stinking pill. A sword talisman. 3 armor talismans. 8 evil-destroying talismans. Last but not least, an ancient bronze ring whose effects he did not know yet. "Doudou, will you help me?" asked Song Shuheng. "Of course. When you're covered in severe injuries and about to die, I will drag you out of here. Don't worry," replied Doudou forthrightly. "All right, suits me fine," replied Song Shuheng with a laugh. He tossed his satchel aside and took the initiative to enter the area where Cultivator Sunflower was waiting in ambush. Doudou jumped lightly off his shoulder and hid on one side. "Come out," Song Shuheng warmed up by stretching his body. "The 6 of you, I can see every single one of you clearly. You don't need to hide anymore." He purposely decreased the number by 1 to make Cultivator Sunflower believe that his cover did not get blown. Upon Song Shuheng's words, 6 figures leapt into view from all directions. They grasped identical knives without handles in their hands, striking toward Song Shuheng from tricky angles. Knives without handles, could they be underlings of Altar Master? Song Shuheng thought to himself. At this time, if he had enough mental energy to activate the Eye Aperture's innate skill, expert vision, it would have been really awesome. Unfortunately, his chi and blood and mental energy would be completely exhausted. At least he should wait for himself to open a minimum of another 2 apertures, then this Eye Aperture innate skill would come to good use. Hence, Song Shuheng chose to use an armor talisman. The armor talisman could block all attacks from cultivators of 3rd stage and below. Even Altar Master would not be able to break its defense. Even if all of those 6 busted a gut to attack him, they would not be able to harm him at all. Ding 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 ding, 6 handleless knives stabbed at Song Shuheng's body, emitting a series of sparks. The 6 attackers were astonished. Even though the sharp knives kept stabbing and pricking, they could not break through Song Shuheng's defense. Their speed isn't that fast, Song Shuheng thought. After opening the Eye Aperture, as long as he concentrated, he could see every action of these cultivators with only 2, 3 apertures open clearly. This was the influence of having a good, much superior to theirs, in fact, foundation establishment technique. Altar Master himself was a loose ghost cultivator. He gathered all the foundation establishment techniques and passed them on to his underlings for them to practice, but they were the most ordinary out of all the ordinary techniques within the cultivation world. However, the basic Buddhist fist technique and true self-meditation scripture in Song Shuheng's possession were both pretty decent foundation establishment techniques, even in the eyes of the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group. The difference in both sides' abilities could be easily discerned. Basic Fist, 2. As Song Shuheng started chanting the formula, the chi and blood within the heart and eye apertures started surging, together with the spiritual chi of the world. Fists blasted out, just like meteors. In an instant, nearly 40 fists shot out, and each of the Altar Master's subordinates suffered at least several hits on his body. They did not have any defensive treasures on their bodies. After receiving Song Shuhang's attack head-on, the 6 of them flew and hit against the nearby wall, vomiting blood from their mouths. Apart from that first stage 3 Aperture's fella who managed to dodge the attack in the crucial moment, the other 5 remained motionless on the ground. It was unknown whether they were still alive or not. Song Shuhang clenched his fist and realized that he liked this feeling, be it with fists or weapons. It didn't matter how others tried to break through his defenses, for failure was all that awaited them. On the other hand, he just had to use one punch and they'd be on the verge of death. Perhaps he could use this kind of a combat style in the future? As soon as this idea flashed past his mind, Song Shuhang used his right foot and firmly stomped on the ground. Intending to take this chance when his opponent was already injured, he used all his strength to rush at that first stage 3 Aperture's cultivator and quickly finish him off. Basic Fist 1. Powerful like a cannon, this was Song Shuhang's strongest punch. That first stage 3 Aperture's cultivator seemed to have considerable battle experience. It was only because he was shocked by Song Shuhang's outrageously strong defense that he had failed to dodge the previous attack. Twisting his body in an odd way was all it took for him to avoid Song Shuhang's long barrage of punches. At the same time, 8 knives without handles suddenly appeared in between his 10 fingers, and they shot towards Song Shuhang. Ding 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 ding, a sequence of striking sounds was heard. Knives stabbed towards Song Shuhang's body once more, exploding in a series of sparks as they were repelled by the power of the armor talisman. At this time, Song Shuhang laughed. That originally cannon-like fist actually became as nimble as a snake and exploded squarely against that first stage 3 Aperture's cultivator's chest. The opponent started vomiting blood. The heart protective mirror on his chest got smashed into pieces by Song Shuhang. However, the fist's heavy power still ended up piercing his body, causing him to be sent flying. Although I don't have enough battle experience, I had watched quite a number of wuxia movies since I was a child, Song Shuhang thought to himself delightedly. In fact, this was not as awesome as the stuff depicted in the wuxia movies which Song Shuhang watched. It was completely due to the fact that his enemies failed to gather sufficient intelligence and additionally underestimated him. In their information report, Song Shuhang was just a lucky chap who met an expert and received medicine pills and cultivation techniques, as well as someone who just opened his heart aperture not long ago. All in all, a newbie without much battle experience. Weren't they supposed to beat him hands down? They had never expected that Song Shuhang had already opened 2 apertures consecutively, and that he was equipped with such a tyrannically strong talisman. Moreover, Song Shuhang's basic Buddhist fist technique wasn't weak. So, it was only natural that Altar Master's subordinates were now lying on the ground. Phew, Song Shuhang let out a sigh. He pretended to let down his guard to draw out the last ambusher. The hidden cultivator Sunflower sneered. He suddenly stood up and instantly appeared behind Song Shuhang. His big body was agile like a feline's. Then, he held a pointed rod with both his hands as he thrust it toward Song Shuhang's. Ding! The barrier of the armor talisman lit up once again, blocking Cultivator Sunflower's attack. He came out. Song Shuhang didn't hesitate and took a step back. Cultivator Sunflower was disappointed at failing his attempt. He jumped backward. Then, he used his spiritual pressure and said in a grave tone to Song Shuhang, "Your resistance is futile, stressed by a mountain of books. You have no chance of winning against me. Were you sent here by young Master Hai?" Song Shuhang said indifferently. At the same time, he shot a look at the armor talisman protecting his body. It had almost run out of its power. Another attack from Cultivator Sunflower and it would break. He was worthily a disciple of a great sect like the Limitless Demon Sect. That attack with the rod just now was comparable to that of a normal cultivator of the second stage. Hee. You can think whatever you want, but don't even think of trying to buy time. I already sent someone to stall the senior that was with you last time. Just obediently accept your fate. Cultivator Sunflower slightly bent his body and activated a low-rank magical treasure. Green Breeze Speed Boost. The surface of his body had been enveloped by a pale ring of green air. This increased his speed several times. Then, his silhouette immediately disappeared and reappeared next to Song Shuheng, trying to stab his abdomen with the pointed rod. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I need you alive." His speed was just too fast. Song Shuheng didn't even have time to avoid it. Ding! The barrier of the armor talisman lit up once again and blocked Cultivator Sunflower's attack. Song Shuheng took advantage of this opportunity and put some distance between them with a somersault. At the same time, the remaining energy of the armor talisman was depleted. He was just too fast. Without the sword talisman, he would have no chance of winning. "Doudou!" Song Shuheng shouted. It was time for Doudou to show his might. "Waha! I already knew that you took me out for a walk this morning just because you needed my help. Don't worry, I've made the necessary preparations. I went ahead and took your saber. Catch it, no need to thank me." Doudou used a voice transmission technique so that only Song Shuheng would hear him. At the same time, he raised his paw and threw a long black saber toward Song Shuheng. It steadily fell into his hands. It was the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. Song Shuheng held the treasured saber and stood there dumbfounded. What was the point of giving him the saber? The only technique he knew was the basic Buddhist fist technique. He knew nothing about saber techniques. Was this Doudou's retaliation after Song Shuheng didn't praise him when the former defeated that German shepherd early in the morning? However, there was no time to think about that. Cultivator Sunflower's body flashed once again. He spun the pointed rod in his hand and used it as an electric drill to thrust toward Song Shuheng. If this rod were to stab someone, they would surely be pierced from side to side. Right now, the armor talisman protecting his body had already lost its power. And since he didn't have a second treasure to preserve his life, he absolutely couldn't let the rod touch him. Song Shuheng quickly raised his saber, welcoming Cultivator Sunflower's ruthless attack. Bang! The rod in Cultivator Sunflower's hands was divided in two. Moreover, the strength of the saber didn't reduce in the slightest. It kept going forward, aiming at Cultivator Sunflower's arm. The treasured saber Broken Tyrant was the peerless treasure of the Moon Saber Sect and could cut the body of a cultivator of the 4th stage. The rod used by Cultivator Sunflower was only made of fine steel. It obviously wouldn't be able to block the saber. Cultivator Sunflower quickly retreated, evading the attack aimed at his arm. And then, just as he looked at the treasured saber in Song Shuheng's hand, a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. If he could obtain this saber, his strength would increase by a large margin. Wait, there is something wrong. Where the hell did this saber come from? When he previously attacked, this saber appeared in stressed by a mountain of books hand out of thin air. Cultivator Sunflower couldn't see Doudou. He racked his brain and thought of a possibility. Was that senior cultivator named White hiding nearby? Did the member of the subdistrict office in charge of making his temporary residence permit fail to delay him? If that cultivator named White was really here, he wouldn't even have the chance of escaping. I have no choice, Cultivator Sunflower thought. It didn't matter if the senior cultivator named White was here or not, only by capturing stressed by a mountain of books would he have a chance to come out of this alive. It took a long time to describe, but all of this actually happened in an instant. Cultivator Sunflower resolutely threw away the part of the pointed rod that was still in his hands. Then, both his hands made a grabbing motion. One was aimed at Song Shuheng, the other was trying to snatch away his saber. Song Shuheng didn't back down. He tightly grabbed Broken Tyrant and swung the saber madly in Cultivator Sunflower's direction. He hadn't learned any saber technique. Therefore, he could only aim at his face and thigh in a random slash. Cultivator Sunflower didn't dare to block this sharp saber with his bare hands. Therefore, for the time being, he decided to aim at Song Shuheng alone. At this time, Doudou's voice echoed once again in his ears, "Shuheng, stop randomly swinging the saber. Use a saber technique." "I don't know any saber technique." Song Shuheng roared inwardly. If he knew a saber technique, he would have used it already. After a while, Cultivator Sunflower had yet to see Song Shuheng. This caused him to become somewhat anxious. "It won't do. I can't keep wasting time." He made up his mind and decided to use his low-rank magical treasure once again. Green Breeze Speed Boost. There was a huge disparity in speed between someone that had opened 2 apertures and someone that had opened 5. And if we add the speed boost on top of it, Cultivator Sunflower's speed was so fast that Song Shuheng couldn't even react to it. However, this technique put a very big strain on the user's body. Cultivator Sunflower, who had a body that far exceeded a cultivator of the same rank, could use it twice a day at most. Therefore, this was his last chance. Cultivator Sunflower took a step, and his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Song Shuheng. "You're mine." Cultivator Sunflower rejoiced in his heart. He aimed at the saber in Song Shuheng's hand with one hand, and at the latter's throat with another. Innate skill of the eye aperture, expert sight. When Cultivator Sunflower used the speed boost, Song Shuheng promptly used the innate skill of the eye aperture. He could clearly see Cultivator Sunflower moving and arriving behind him. However, even if his eyes could see it, it didn't mean that his body could keep up with it. What should I do? Song Shuheng racked his brain, trying to think of something. And just as he was seeing Cultivator Sunflower's palm getting closer and closer, he recalled something. Raging flames, and a single slash capable of burning down the heavens. He turned over his wrist and spun the saber. The remaining chi and blood in his eye and heart apertures exploded. The ancient bronze ring on his finger shone slightly, and the formation within it activated. Swoosh, the entire saber caught fire. Flames raged on the blade, their momentum ferocious and threatening. However, these flames were not ignited by Song Shuheng. The flaming saber technique passed on by Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven in the dream might look simple and unimpressive, but in reality, it was a saber that embodied the concepts of great principles are of ultimate simplicity. With just one attack, this saber was sufficient to incinerate all the creation in this world, with no exceptions. Even if Song Shuheng had 100 times his actual talent, he wouldn't be able to learn it just by seeing and practicing it once. Moreover, before this, he had never laid his hands on any saber technique. The most he did was mindlessly use the treasured saber Broken Tyrant to cleave and slash. Additionally, even if he wanted to be able to ignite flames on the saber, he had to at least reach the second stage for his chi and blood energy to become true chi first. At this moment, the flames on his saber could only appear because of the ancient bronze ring on his finger. The ring contained a second stage fire magic, flame saber. This was a fire magic added by the ring's original owner, Li Tiansu. As a matter of fact, an ordinary, flaming saber technique would not have been able to raise the combat effectiveness of Li Tiansu, who had already condensed his golden core. The reason why he kept this saber technique was in remembrance of his benefactor, Scarlet Heaven, and also a kind of symbol of his aspiration. Originally, before Scarlet Heaven and Li Tiansu parted, the former suddenly used a branch in place of a saber and cleaved with the flaming saber technique. In an instant, the burning flames burned the entire towering, huge tree into nothing but charcoal. This sight greatly impacted and shook Li Tiansu's heart. As Li Tiansu's strength and abilities gradually increased, he wanted to look for a way to use this flaming saber technique as an offensive spell by attaching it to the bronze ring. As long as the ring's owner assumed the stance for flaming saber technique, it would activate the magic within the ancient bronze ring, allowing him to execute the flaming saber technique. Previously, when Song Shuheng turned his body with the saber, he was actually in the stance that would activate the flaming saber technique. Additionally, when the chi and blood energy within the heart aperture and the eye aperture were seething, another condition to activate the magic within the ancient bronze ring was fulfilled. Even though it didn't have the same immense power as the Scarlet Heaven Song Shuheng had seen in the dream, the flames on the saber were certainly capable of dealing significant damage like that of an attack made by a second-stage cultivator. The flames on the saber turned into heat waves, and headed for the enemy. Cultivator Sunflower could feel the heat waves charging towards him, but he had nowhere to hide. The green breeze speed boost he activated made him too fast, thus he was unable to stop his movement towards the waves even if he wanted to. As they say, exceeding the speed limit can be dangerous. Just like that, he, who lost control of his body's momentum, ended up smashing into the incoming flaming waves of heat. Within the flames, a sharp saber light flashed. Cultivator Sunflower's huge body got cut in half, and was mercilessly consumed by the flames thereafter. It was over. Shuheng had a dizzy spell, he had used simply too much of mental energy. At this time, Doudou suddenly appeared next to Cultivator Sunflower's body, reached out his paws, and lightly tapped it. 2 small porcelain vases and a locket-shaped protective talisman got taken by Doudou. After that, Cultivator Sunflower's stocky figure got entirely consumed by the flames of the flaming saber technique, leaving none of his remains behind. Doudou's eyes smiled as he tossed these 3 things to Song Shuheng, "For you. Spoils of war. Would be a pity if they got turned to ashes." The small porcelain vase contained chi and blood pills of a pretty decent quality. As for that protective talisman, it was the low-quality magic treasure Green Breeze Speed Boost used by Cultivator Sunflower in the battle previously. If used well, it could produce extraordinary effects. Song Shuheng sat down on the ground and accepted all 3 items as he panted heavily. The innate skill of the eye aperture had almost fully depleted his mental energy, and at the end, he had even activated the flaming saber technique within the bronze ring. This time he had really squeezed every bit of his strength out. "Ha! Doudou, let's go back." Song Shuheng smiled at Doudou. At this time, a figure suddenly stood up in a corner gradually, and said, "Ha ha ha, such an interesting battle." It was a first stage 2 apertures underling of Altar Master who'd previously received hits from Song Shuheng's basic Buddhist fist technique 2 and collapsed to the ground. This guy had probably used some sort of defense measure, which was why he was not too heavily injured. It's just that he continued to play dead on the ground until Cultivator Sunflower was dead and Song Shuheng had exhausted all his strength before standing up and appearing before him. Now, he grabbed 2 knives with no handles and smiled grimly at Song Shuheng. A huge opportunity was right before his eyes. "I just have to cripple the 4 limbs of stressed by a mountain of books and bring him to the limitless demon sect. Then, would have a chance to join them. By then, my cultivation would be able to make even greater strides forward. Who knows, I might even have the chance to become stronger than Altar Master." Staring at the Altar Master's underling, Song Shuheng silently heaved a sigh. "As expected, I do not have enough experience. Next time, I will carefully take note of every single fallen enemy." The Altar Master's underling laughed. "Too bad, there won't be a next time." Upon saying that, 4 knives were thrown at Song Shuheng in an attempt to cripple his limbs. Experience ought to be built up gradually, you just have to be more careful next time. That was Doudou's voice. Following that, Doudou elegantly stepped forward, covering Song Shuheng as he revealed his 5-meter big monster form he had just transformed into. Ding, 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 ding. Sharp knives hit his body, but even the fur was unscathed. It was just like dust in the air falling onto someone's body, they wouldn't even feel it. As a gentle breeze passed by, the big-sized Doudou looked very awe-inspiring at this moment. Altar Master's underling opened his eyes wide and looked fearfully at the 5-meter-long big Pekingese. This is a monster beast. Why would a monster beast appear here? However, he didn't have the time to think about it. Doudou opened his mouth and a ball of green demon fire spurted on the man's body, directly burning him to death. None of the other 5 that were collapsed on the ground was spared either. Doudou rewarded them each with a ball of green demon fire, destroying their corpses entirely. Little did I expect that, ultimately, I still needed Doudou's help. Luckily, I brought him out with me. Song Shuheng thought to himself. Let's go home. Doudou grabbed Song Shuheng in his satchel, and gently placed him onto his back. He leapt lightly and soared into the sky. Demonic mist shrouded both of them, concealing them. Doudou was running in midair, his soft fur allowed Song Shuheng to sink his body in it. Song Shuheng lay weakly on Doudou's back. Only now that I'm lying completely on Doudou's back did I realize that Doudou's body is very soft and comfortable. Song Shuheng laughed while rubbing against Doudou's back. Even if it was a more comfortable or a softer big bed, they wouldn't be comparable to Doudou's comfortable back. Doudou was silent for a moment, then said, I'm telling you first, I am male. If you wish to be like the male leads in movies and TV series, engaging in some human-monster love relationship, I am not a suitable target for you. Why don't I introduce you to some cat chicks? I won't introduce any dog chicks to you, lest you harm my kind. Song Shuheng. Chapter 174, Penniless Thief Sect's Young Mistress Candy Translator, Stardew 5T Editor, Karisu Ugh. Doudou must have been watching too many unhealthy movies recently. Just as Song Shuheng was about to compose a 800-word essay denouncing Doudou in his mind, the phone in his pocket rang. When he looked at it, it was the chat group founder, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, calling him. Song Shuheng picked it up and said, Senior Yellow Mountain, what's up? Previously I told you that I ordered a fleet of cars for you and Venerable White. Right now, 13 of them have already been sent to a certain underground parking lot near Jiangnan College Town. The rest would be sent in batches within 1 month. In a while, someone will get in touch with you, and you can head over there to accept them anytime. I have already booked the entire parking lot. You can just leave the cars that are not in use parked there, said True Monarch Yellow Mountain in an upbeat voice. Upon hearing this, Song Shuheng's heart skipped a beat. After getting his license, naturally he'd want a good car. Apart from dreaming of speeding freely under the clear blue sky, men also dreamt of this one important thing, a luxury car. No problem, I can go there anytime. True Monarch Yellow Mountain lowered his voice and asked, another thing, is Venerable White next to you? Nope, I am on my way home from school, answered Song Shuheng. That's just the moment to tell you, then. Let me ask you, did you notice that Venerable White's luck had recently gotten better? Asked True Monarch Yellow Mountain in a light voice. Luck, yeah, it seems that Senior White's luck had gotten better recently, nodded Song Shuheng. For example, at the lucky draw outside the electronic shopping center, he easily won a special prize. And that time when he was making a contract with the ghost spirit, a corpse flew from 1,000 miles away, leaving behind a flying sword and an ancient bronze ring. Right now, that flying sword was being used by Venerable White as a means of transportation. It has indeed started. You gotta pay attention to your safety, little friend Shuheng. When Senior White's luck gets better, you have to be more careful, said True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Pay attention to my safety? Why? Asked Song Shuheng doubtfully. Let me give you a simple analogy. If a meteorite came crashing down and landed next to Venerable White, and then he cuts it apart to find a lot of materials useful for cultivators who want to refine some good equipment, this is good luck, right? Asked True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Yeah, nodded Song Shuheng. What if the meteorite almost crushed you, who was next to Venerable White, to death? Or what if you got heavily injured by it? Asked True Monarch Yellow Mountain in a deep voice. Song Shuheng immediately realized, True Monarch, what you mean is Venerable White's luck is more often than not accompanied by misfortune? That is not the case either. to put it more appropriately, it should be, nothing ventured, nothing gained. As long as you are careful, you can obtain quite a good harvest, true monarch Yellow Mountain sighed with emotion. Alright, I got it, Song Shuhang nodded his head. Is this the reason why the seniors in the chat group are avoiding Senior White? Lastly, there is one more thing. You can consider it advice from a senior's personal experience, said True Monarch Yellow Mountain profoundly. You should chat more with pretty ladies, for example Soft Feather, in our 9 Provinces #1 group. Talk to her regularly, keep thinking of her beauty inside that head of yours. Or that fairy Lychee. She recently came back from overseas after beating up an aboriginal deity that once offended her there. She should be frequently online these days. When you're free, you should get in contact with her more. She likes to take selfies a lot, so you can see a few of her pretty pictures. Look at them more, and think about her beauty more. What? Song Shuhang was very confused upon hearing that. Nothing, just get in contact with pretty ladies more. Listen to your senior, you won't go wrong. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said profoundly once again, okay, that's all for now. I'm hanging up. Beep beep, True Monarch Yellow Mountain had hung up. Song Shuhang held onto his phone, lamenting, that's the thing, I always feel that the seniors in this chat group frequently do not finish saying what they were about to say, leaving me hanging. Why can't they just make things clearer? Doudou, looking down, turned his head around and stared deeply at Song Shuhang. He then silently nodded his head and said, it's nothing, you don't have to listen to stupid Yellow Mountain. That person is too filthy. Song Shuhang, on another side, the Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Venerable White leaned against the white wall, striking all kinds of charming poses. Is this okay? Yes, this is the pose. In front of him was a girl in her 20s, wearing a police uniform, holding onto a single-lens reflex camera, discreetly swallowing her saliva. She was the person in charge of handling Venerable White's temporary residence permit, a staff from the subdistrict office. After taking 3 shots of Venerable White one after another, she licked her lips and said, give me one last pose, I'll pick the best of the poses when I'm done for your temporary residence permit. Oh, sure. But is it really necessary to take that many pictures for a temporary residence permit? Even though Venerable White was confused by it, he still complied, striking a hand-on-forehead cool-looking pose. It's necessary, it's necessary. I have to make the most perfect temporary residence permit. The female officer assured him earnestly. She flipped through the pictures in the single-lens reflex camera, there were more than 20 pictures in total. How regretful, she really wanted to take a few more pictures and even longed to capture the man named Song by himself in the camera and bring him back with her. He was too handsome. When she gets back, she was definitely going to brag about it to her female colleagues for quite some time. Song Bai, that was Venerable White's current name. Because Venerable White had only a 1-character name, White, it was inconvenient to make an ID. Hence, when Cave Lord Snow Wolf was making identification papers for him, he casually added the last name Song to it. Reluctant to part after taking the last picture, the female officer left her contact details saying, Mr. Song, it would take at most 2 days for us to send you your temporary residence permit. If you need it urgently, you can contact me anytime, I can expedite it for you. Thank you, Senior White smiled at the lady. The female officer blushed, carrying her single-lens reflex camera, her heart beating extremely fast. Ultimately, she begrudgingly glanced at Venerable White for a little longer, unwilling to leave Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Venerable White heaved a sigh of relief. Throughout the whole process, he carefully controlled his own aura as to avoid releasing his inborn charm. It was exhausting. After the female officer left, Venerable White went to the small courtyard and took out a huge box. Within it, there were the war trophies that he struggled painfully to amass yesterday and this morning. Apart from the large display color TV, water dispenser, stereo speakers, electric rice cooker, and induction cooker from this morning, there were other things such as a cooker hood, microwave, and soy milk maker. If not for the female officer who came slightly earlier, he could have disassembled a lot more things. Needless to say, after these items were ruined, he had carefully placed illusory copies in their original places. In a short period of time, nobody would be able to notice anything odd about them. Hopefully little friend Shu Hang would not notice anything unusual. I should take the chance to get rid of all these things first while Song Shu Hang is not back yet. At this time, a young lady with a chubby face had sneakily approached Medicine Master's multi-storied building. She was cautiously trying to break the defensive formation. It was no one else but Penniless thief Sect's young mistress Candy. Speaking of the outstanding disciples of the Penniless thief sect, young Mistress Candy had made little to no mistakes since her debut. She had come here to steal the blood god crystal and repay the favor she owed to Cultivator Sunflower. For the past few days, she had carefully observed the defensive formation of this multi-storied building. The defensive formation was very complex, and it would be difficult for her to get rid of it in a short amount of time. Today, just as she was wondering how she should deal with it, she noticed that there was a problem with the barrier. Someone had made a huge hole in the defensive formation. An expert had patched it up, but as long as it was a repaired formation, there was the chance that it would still have some flaws. She couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Young Mistress Candy immediately went toward the place where the defensive formation had been damaged and started to search for possible flaws to exploit. At this time, the front door of the multi-storied building opened, and a handsome man arrived in the small courtyard. Young Mistress Candy immediately lay down on the ground and used a magical treasure to turn invisible. Afterward, she carefully looked at the man in the small courtyard through the guardrail. In the courtyard, Venerable White took out the box containing his spoils of war. Then, he randomly broke the branch of a tree nearby and started to engrave formations on it, quickly creating a new disposable flying sword 004. Young Mistress Candy stared dumbfounded through the guardrail. He created a flying sword just like that? Am I dreaming? Moreover, he used an ordinary tree branch as the material? Not even the elders of the Penniless thief sect that had become fifth-stage spiritual emperors and condensed a golden core could do something like this. She couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this time, Venerable White moved the big box onto the wooden flying sword. Then, he executed a sword art and lightly shouted, "Do your thing." Disposable flying sword 004 took the box with it and gently soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Venerable White nodded, satisfied. The peeping young Mistress Candy was almost scared half to death. She had never heard of someone controlling the flying sword like that, being able to send it so high into the sky. The sentence, "take the enemy's head from 1,000 miles" was already an exaggeration, but didn't the flying sword of this handsome man fly for far more than 1,000 miles? It disappeared without leaving a trace. It didn't directly fly out into the outer space, right? How was this even possible? It won't do. This mission is impossible to complete. In the worst case, she could help Cultivator Sunflower on another occasion and repay the favor she owed that way. It wasn't worth it to risk her life for this task. Young Mistress Candy had made up her mind and was about to get out of there. Fellow Daoist out there, are you a member of the Penniless thief sect? Venerable White turned his head and looked toward young Mistress Candy's position with a light smile. Was I discovered? Impossible. Master found this magical treasure in an ancient ruin. Even a fifth-stage golden core spiritual emperor wouldn't be able to see through it. Young Mistress Candy was startled. Unless, the handsome man was a sixth-stage true monarch, or even stronger. But I won't be this unlucky, right? Young Mistress Candy tried to keep a positive mental attitude. Then, she started to slowly creep on the ground like an insect, trying to crawl her way out. It's useless. Your magical treasure can't deceive my eyes, Venerable White lightly said. Young Mistress Candy was depressed. She crawled up and turned off her magical treasure, revealing a bitter expression. She was defeated before even getting into action. Venerable White smiled as he waved his hand. You can enter from the main entrance. There is no formation there. He had been wondering how to go about finding a Penniless thief Sect's member ever since he emerged from his closed-door cultivation. His life-bound flying sword, Meteor sword, had been stolen by a member of the Penniless thief Sect while he was cultivating. Technically speaking, he could follow the brand on the flying sword and locate its position, but finding a member of the Penniless thief Sect would get things done much faster. Young Mistress Candy arrived in front of Venerable White and said shyly, "Hello, Senior. If I were to say that I was just passing by, would you believe me?" Hee, Venerable White heartily laughed. She was a member of the Penniless thief Sect and was squatting down in front of the house. Who would believe that she was just passing by? Speaking of the Penniless thief Sect, he started to recall the things that happened when he had been in meditation. It was quite interesting. While recalling it, Venerable White got distracted. When she heard the senior laugh, young Mistress Candy got anxious. Even if he had no intention to kill her, wouldn't the senior still peel her skin off? However, even after a while, the senior didn't speak. She raised her head and secretly shot a look at Venerable White. Both his eyes were vacant. Was he distracted? An opportunity. Should I run for my life? Young Mistress Candy gritted her teeth and finally decided not to escape. She'd recalled the events from before, when the senior in front of her casually sent a flying sword so high into the sky that it disappeared. Even if she were to run away while he was distracted, wouldn't he just catch up in an instant with his flying sword? Perhaps, the senior was just waiting for her to escape and then chase her to chop her up? After pondering for a moment, she decided to stand in place and silently wait. If Song Shuhang were here, he would surely shout, "Miss, run away as fast as you can. Otherwise, you'll die." Luckily, the pondering Venerable White remembered that he had caught a disciple of the Penniless thief Sect. This allowed him to return to his senses. Young Mistress Candy had just avoided a calamity. Venerable White shot a look at this shy disciple of the Penniless thief Sect standing in front of him and asked, "What did you want to steal from this place?" Young Mistress Candy heaved a sigh and replied truthfully, "A treasure called Blood God Crystal." The Blood God Crystal. Venerable White had some impression of the Blood God Crystal. He had heard the fellow Daoists in the group talk about it for the past few days. It seemed that little friend Song Shuhang was preparing to exchange this Blood God Crystal with Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. If your objective is really the Blood God Crystal, I advise you to forget about it, Venerable White said. There is already a fellow Daoist that is interested in obtaining this Blood God Crystal. If you steal it and anger that fellow Daoist, the entire Penniless thief Sect might be destroyed. Venerable White inadvertently revealed some information about the huge influence behind Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. The entire Penniless thief Sect might be destroyed? Young Mistress Candy didn't really believe it. The Penniless thief Sect had annoyed many people, but it still existed even after experiencing many storms. How could someone destroy it so easily? I won't say anything else. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. However, it's impossible for you to steal the Blood God Crystal regardless, Venerable White said with a smile. Young Mistress Candy felt a bit uncomfortable. Indeed. She didn't even have the chance to steal it. Follow me. I have something to ask you in regards to your Penniless thief Sect. Venerable White waved his hand and went inside the house. Young Mistress Candy obediently followed. After arriving in the living room on the 3rd floor, Venerable White asked, "Amongst your Penniless thief Sect, is there a disciple that discovered a buried place 100 years ago and found a flying sword there?" Buried place? Flying sword? Young Mistress Candy bitterly smiled as she replied, "Senior, can you be more specific?" The members of the Penniless Thief sect had discovered many buried places, and flying swords were a very common find inside these buried places. Discovered a buried place 100 years ago and found a flying sword there. There should be more than 100 such cases. The word Meteor was inscripted on that flying sword, answered Venerable White. Meteor sword? Young Mistress Candy suddenly thought of something. Could it be Senior Lu Tianzong's cold flame sword? That was the famous and weird senior of the Penniless Thief sect. You have someone in mind? Tell me more, Venerable White smiled. His smile had some sort of mystical, magical power, causing young Mistress Candy to subconsciously spill every detail she knew. Senior, cold flame sword Lu Tianzong. 100 years ago or so, his nickname was still God Hand Lu Tianzong. He was an outstanding member of our Penniless Thief sect, and could frequently explore sealed areas that even the elders in the sect could not unravel to search for treasures, recalled young Mistress Candy. She was not that old herself, so most of the things she knew about Senior Lu Tianzong was something she was told by her master. However, 100 years ago, Senior Lu Tianzong found the residence of an ancient cultivator. He spent a lot of time getting through layers of traps before he managed to dig into the residence. According to him, he ultimately gained only a flying sword and a statue. He did think of bringing that statue back to the Penniless Thief sect. But for some reason, he buried the statue back into the ground halfway through his journey, only bringing back the Meteor sword back to the sect. After that, once he got back, he went into secluded meditation and frenziedly practiced. He even hardly went to search for treasures anymore. The elders in the sect said that his God Hand ability went to waste. Thereafter, 10 years ago, he suddenly re-emerged and rushed out to make a name for himself. It didn't take him long to make his new name, Cold Flame Sword, resound in the world. It should be something like this, said young Mistress Candy. As for the more private matters of Senior Cold Flame Sword, she did not reveal them. For example, the day Senior Cold Flame Sword Li Tianzong went back to the sect, his face was dull and lifeless. Second day onwards, he crazily started to look for women, at least 3 per day, with the maximum of 5 or 6. This continued for almost a year. At that point in time, the elders in the sect thought he was a lost cause. But a year later, he actually went into secluded meditation for about 88 years. When he came out of secluded meditation, he had already become an extremely strong swordsman. Venerable White nodded his head lightly. This cold flame sword Li Tianzong should be the person who took his meteor sword. Then do you know where the cold flame sword is right now? Asked Venerable White. Upon hearing the question, young Mistress Candy suddenly became clear-headed again. She panically looked at Venerable White, refusing to answer his question. She was worried that Venerable White would harm the senior from her sect. Don't worry, I have no intention to harm any of you, Venerable White said. I just want to retrieve my meteor sword, that's all. Young Mistress Candy still refused to make a single sound. It seemed that Senior Cold Flame Sword Lu Tianzong was going to save another senior from Penniless Thief sect, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist. Someone used a meteor to suppress him for almost 200 over years. This matter concerned the safety of 2 seniors, so she didn't dare to say any more. You sure are cautious, little girl. It's okay, you can stay at my place for a couple of days first. After a while, I will bring you along to look for Meteor Sword, smiled Venerable White. On the other side, after receiving True Monarch Yellow Mountain's call, Song Shuheng couldn't be more confused. He immediately opened his phone and entered the 9 Provinces number 1 group's chat in an attempt to look for some clues. The 9 Provinces number 1 group was very lively because it seemed like there was a popular senior who just came back from defeating an aboriginal deity abroad. A few minutes ago, Fairy Lychee Sende? In the chat room. The Dao name, Lychee, sounded kinda weird. It came to be because her master decided to give all his disciples a bunch of odd names on a whim. There were also Fairy Nectarine, Daoist Priest Tosca Pear, Daoist Priest Pineapple, Fairy Cherry, they were all fruit names. Compared to a Dao name like Fairy Nectarine, Lychee was already considered quite alright. After being called that for a long time, she became numb to it and pretty much got used. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, welcome back, Lychee. Fairy Lychee, thank you, Senior Yellow Mountain. I finally came back. This trip took some time. That aboriginal deity's main body actually hid very well, within a strange subspace. However, ultimately, I managed to locate it and gave it a taste of 1,000 rumbling thunders, finishing it off. Scholar Drunken Moon, welcome back, Fairy Lychee, how were your gains from this trip? The next time you hunt for aboriginal deities abroad, you must remember to invite me along, exclaimed Immortal Master Copper Trigram, who had just been unmuted. The gains are still okay, but recently, the aboriginal deities are becoming poorer and poorer. I think we should search for those that hadn't been beaten by people for a long time, said Fairy Lychee, and then sent quite a number of pictures. In the picture was an Asian girl with big eyes, a carefree smile, and 2 dimples on her face. A snake or a worm-like body lying on the ground beneath her feet was one type of aboriginal deity. There were many types of aboriginal deities, some of them were oddly shaped monster beasts, and others were temple deities. There were also some people who transformed into aboriginal deities due to using special cultivation techniques. The pictures behind showed her spoils, some quite decent refining materials, as well as pill refining ones. There was also the huge corpse of the aboriginal deity. Under normal circumstances, cultivators seldom kill aboriginal deities as they might bear some unnecessary bad karma, which was very troublesome. However, that aboriginal deity had offended Fairy Lychee so badly that she killed it off directly. Medicine Master, Fairy Lychee is still as beautiful as ever, Yuan. The words at the end of the sentence became a messy code. Most likely, Rivoli Purple Mist was next to him. One could understand what just happened. By complimenting the looks of another girl in front of Rivoli Purple Mist, Medicine Master was really asking for death. True Monarch Yellow Mountain calmly ignored Medicine Master, and wrote in the group chat, Lychee, if you have the time, you should send more pictures in the chat group. Fairy Lychee was puzzled. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly changed to private message mode, and messaged Fairy Lychee, well, you know, True Monarch White, now Venerable White, had already come out of secluded meditation, so a fellow Daoist who joined the chat group recently is entertaining him. Ooh. Fairy Lychee replied in understanding my A*S. Can it be that the new fellow Daoist wants to have my pictures in return for agreeing to entertain Venerable White? At this time, Immortal Master Copper Trigram appeared. Speaking of Fairy Lychee's pictures, I have here with me a naked picture of Lychee. Skin as white as snow, very dazzling. What? Fairy Lychee was shocked. When did she ever take a nude picture? Let alone with skin as white as snow. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, even though my aesthetic sense of beauty might be different from you human beings, how about you send it and we shall see. Dharma King Creation, I'm interested. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, if you wanna show it to us, I don't see a problem with that. Medicine Master, Immortal Master Copper Trigram laughed satisfiedly, and sent a naked picture of Lychee. A fresh bunch of lychee fruit, their outer layer removed, revealing the soft and tender white pulp on the inside, looking fresh and delicious. Cave Lord Snow Wolf. Dharma King Creation. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Medicine Master. Is this really Immortal Master Copper Trigram? Thrice reckless Mad Saber isn't using his ID, right? Asked Scholar Drunken Moon suspiciously. In his memory, even though Immortal Master Copper Trigram calculated black trigrams, he was not the kind to seek death like that. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, hee. System notification, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was muted by the founder of the group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, for 1 day. Ever since Immortal Master Copper Trigram had sent in the group the video of True Monarch Yellow Mountain's reaction after meeting True Monarch White, he was walking further and further on the road of death, without glancing back. If I hadn't personally refined the body-tempering liquid, and only read these chat logs, there is no way I would have believed that this was a group of legitimate and outstanding cultivators, Song Shuheng thought. However, come to think of it, True Monarch Yellow Mountain did request Fairy Lychee to send more pretty pictures, and even repeatedly urged him to look more at pretty girls, and think more about beautiful girls. Could it be that True Monarch was afraid that I would be affected by Senior White? Song Shuheng thought to himself. If Senior White's exceptional charm were to be released, nobody would be able to resist it. Just like that time when he confined himself within a statue and subconsciously released his charm, it led to countless young men and women, and even aunts and uncles, getting bewitched and thus going crazy over him. Ultimately, he even gave start to a huge fight in front of Lin Yao Village's nameless temple. But as of now, Senior White was able to control his charm. As long as he wasn't in daze, he would just be a normal above-average handsome-looking man. Surely there wasn't any problem with that, right? Or maybe True Monarch Yellow Mountain and the rest aren't unaware that Senior White can already control his charm. Right, little friend Shuheng, are you online? This time, Cave Lord Snow Wolf suddenly wrote. Song Shuheng hurriedly replied, yes, Senior. I just went online. Little friend Shuheng, when are you going to help Senior White with the application for an ATM card? A couple of days ago, Senior White contacted me, saying he wanted to change some gold and silver items into usable currency. After you have settled the ATM card for him, I will wire to him a few tens of million RMB to meet his most urgent needs, wrote Cave Lord Snow Wolf. Tens of millions, meeting most urgent needs. Song Shuheng suddenly thought of his own 10 million telephone bill. But he still speedily replied, all right, I will make some time and bring Senior White to the bank to apply for an ATM card. Speaking of which, why would Senior White suddenly think of using cash? Was there something he needed to get? Just as Song Shuheng was lost in thoughts, Doudou lightly leapt, and landed on the ground. We're home, Doudou called out. Song Shuheng reluctantly got down from Doudou's back and fished for his keys to open the door. Why isn't the door opening? Song Shuheng felt confused as he was turning his keys, but the main gate would not open no matter how many times he tried. He took a closer look at his keys. It wasn't wrong, it was indeed the key for the main gate. Could it be that the lock is faulty? Song Shuheng lowered his head, staring at the key to the main gate. There seemed to be some marks of someone replacing the lock. Could this be a misconception? But it's okay, Senior White should be at home. Song Shuheng reached out his hand to press the doorbell. Ding ding dang ding ding dang, a melodious doorbell rang. Song Shuheng zoned out for a long time and then asked Doudou, if I remember correctly, wasn't the doorbell supposed to sound like ding 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 ding? Doudou rolled his eyes, ever since I got here, I've never used the doorbell. True, you've never heard the doorbell. Could it be that I had remembered it wrongly? Song Shuheng muttered to himself. Soon, Senior White opened the main gate, greeting them with a smiling face, saying, you're back, little friend Shuheng. Yes, Senior. I think the lock on the main gate is broken, I couldn't open it using my key. I'll call for someone to get it fixed in a while, said Song Shuheng casually. Faulty? Alright. Senior White continued to maintain the almost perfect smile on his face. Also, Senior Yellow Mountain called earlier, saying that the cars he ordered have been sent to a underground parking lot near Jiangnan College Town and someone would get in touch with me soon, after which we can make a trip there to check and receive the cars. Song Shuheng said while going upstairs. Cars, you mean that vehicle used as means of transportation? Alright, I am looking forward to it, said Senior White happily. As they were talking, Song Shuheng passed by the third floor, where Senior White resided and saw a guest in the living room. It was a lovely girl with a chubby face, but as of now, her body was stiff, looking very uneasy. Senior White's guest? Asked Song Shuheng. Nah, Venerable White shook his head. It's a member of the Penniless thief sect. She came here to steal your blood god crystal and I caught her. Also, in a few days' time, I would be bringing her along to look for my Meteor sword. Oh, the deity keeper sword. Song Shuheng recalled that Senior White mentioned it before, that the sword got stolen by one of Penniless thief sect's disciples. Looking at this young cute girl, Song Shuheng pinched his cheeks and said, won't she try to run away? Furthermore, if they left her roaming around the house like that, wouldn't she end up sneaking into his room, stealing the blood god crystal for real? Why don't we tie her up? Suggested Song Shuheng. Young Mistress Candy laughed hollowly at Song Shuheng. Bastard, she truly intended to make a sneaky escape at first, but now that he said that, it wouldn't be possible anymore. Seeing such a cute and pretty young girl like me, couldn't you have shown some pity or soften your heart? I curse you, be alone your whole life. Bastard. What you said makes sense, Venerable White nodded in approval. Thereafter, young Mistress Candy was trussed up. Additionally, Venerable White added an imprisonment formation, ensuring that she would be unable to escape. 2. Young Mistress Candy stared at Song Shuheng, her eyes filled with hatred. She hated him to his bones even though they've just met. Don't look at me like that, one must always take precautions against a thief. Song Shuheng laughed and grabbed the remote. I'm going to switch on the TV for you to watch some shows or movies, so you won't be too bored. Watching TV? Upon hearing that, Venerable White got a little uncomfortable. Song Shuheng pressed the buttons on the remote, and turned on the switch. Venerable White immediately executed the technique secretly. The TV screen lit up, but it was fuzzy, it appeared to be unable to scan for program information. Could there be a problem with the data cable? Song Shuheng scratched his head puzzledly and tried pressing a few buttons. At this time, Venerable White secretly used his phone to go online to search for the TV broadcasting network, pressed CCTV SXS program, and then discreetly activated the technique again. The TV screen lit up once again, and CCTV SXS program appeared on it. It was currently broadcasting a movie. Oh, we have signal now, smiled Song Shuheng. Venerable White secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Go watch the movie then, said Song Shuheng to young Mistress Candy. Thereafter, he got up and went towards the fridge asking, Senior White, is there anything you want to eat? A couple of days ago I bought a lot of delicious food at Luo Xin Street area. We just have to heat it up in the microwave, then we can eat it immediately. Even though the fridge had been magically modified by Senior White, its cooling function was still pretty decent. Hearing the sound word microwave, Venerable White touched his forehead with both hands and sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to a different floor to disassemble things. Maybe I'm imagining things, but didn't the quantity of spiritual qi in the building increase? Song Shuheng thought while moving toward the fridge. And just as he took a few snacks and was planning to heat them up with the microwave oven, Doudou quietly squatted down on a side and looked at him with a playful look in his eyes. Song Shuheng had seen this look several times. Therefore, he was particularly sensitive to it. Is there something wrong with what I'm doing now? He looked at the snacks in his hand and at his attire. It didn't seem that there was anything wrong. Doudou, if you have something to say, just say it, okay? Song Shuheng helplessly said. It's nothing. I'm just very interested in seeing how you're planning to heat up those snacks with the microwave oven. Doudou said with a grin, and making a grin with the appearance of a Pekingese must have been quite the task for him. There's something wrong with the microwave oven? Song Shuheng immediately understood. He stretched his hand toward it. The microwave felt as if made of air. His hand passed right through, it was like an incorporeal object. Hee, Doudou evilly smiled. Is this Senior White's doing? Song Shuhang asked with a bitter smile. Except for Senior White, there was no one else that could have done it. Then, he immediately thought of something and asked, did the TV also have problems? Hee hee. It was really interesting to see you point the remote control toward an empty wall, and you had a very satisfied look too, Doudou said. Senior White's illusory arts weren't too high level, and with Doudou's strength, it was possible to see through them. So, except these two, what other things are like that? Song Shuhang heaved a sigh and asked. Except for that fridge that was changed into a magical treasure, almost all appliances you can see on the third floor are illusions, Doudou said with a smile. In addition, many things on the second floor were disassembled too. However, since he had gained some experience from the third floor, most of them are still in good condition after being reassembled. Doudou laughed. Song Shuhang had finally understood why Senior White needed some cash. He probably wanted to buy a new set of things to replace the current ones that were ruined. Forget it, Song Shuhang decided to put the snacks back into the fridge and acted as if nothing had happened to avoid embarrassing Senior White. Then, he looked at Venerable White and smiled, Senior White, I decided to go out and buy some fresh food. In a while, once we're done checking the cars, we can go to take a stroll in the Luo Xin Street area. There are many tasty things in this era, Senior, you should try them. Venerable White nodded with a smile. He had heard the whole conversation between Doudou and Song Shuhang in the kitchen. Ah, so embarrassing. In the place rented by Li Yangda. Tubo was reviewing notes before the exams with a depressed look on his face. Hateful. Whenever someone describes their university life, they always say that they're hanging around cute girls and having fun. And yet, aren't we here suffering like dogs? And struggling with the final tests at the end of every semester? Tubo said as he heaved a sigh. This is because you chose Jiangnan's university, Li Yangda pushed up his glasses and said. If you wanted to graduate from Jiangnan College, you couldn't fail your final tests more than 3 times during the 4 years of university. After failing it once, you had the opportunity to attempt a makeup test twice. If you couldn't pass both times, it would count as a failure. And if you were to fail more than 3 times, you better forget about getting the graduation certificate. But Jiangnan College wasn't even that bad in the end. The university of the neighboring Xian city was the really heartless one. They didn't even give you the opportunity to attempt makeup tests. After failing 3 times, they would give you a free one-way ticket for your hometown. Had I known it earlier, I wouldn't have chosen Jiangnan's university. Tubo had a depressed expression. But even so, why is Gao Momu reviewing with a cute girlfriend? And Song Shuhang has our classmate Lu Fei. On the other hand, I'm stuck with this shut-in that can only think of developing programs. Blue veins popped on Li Yangda's forehead. Excuse me for being a program developer shut-in. Do you still want to review the lessons? If you don't, you better return to the dormitory. I was just trying to lighten up the atmosphere with a joke. You shouldn't get angry, Tubo laughed as he continued to review the contents of the lessons. At this time, his phone rang. After taking a look, he discovered that it was a call from his grandfather. Tubo picked up the phone. Hello, Grandpa. Is something the matter? Tubo, do you think that ghosts exist? Tubo's grandfather asked in a serious tone. What? Grandpa, weren't you the one always saying that I should believe in science and not in superstitions? How come you're talking about supernatural stuff now? Tubo asked, somewhat puzzled. I feel as if there is something strange going on lately. Strange things are happening in the village, and I swear I've seen some ghosts too, Tubo's grandfather said somewhat depressed. Tubo was speechless. Grandpa, you have to believe in science. Science is power, don't believe in these superstitions. Weren't these words a bit familiar? This was Grandpa Tubo's signature line, and a month ago, he said these words to Soft Feather too. You goddamn brat. Are you looking for a beating? Tubo's grandfather said angrily. He, Tubo made a hollow laugh. I thought about it a bit, and maybe the classmate you brought over here the last time might be able to do something. You'll soon go on vacation, right? How about bringing them here after the vacation to have some fun? Tubo's grandfather said after going in circles for a bit. After the strange events in the village, he suddenly remembered that young couple that had come to the Luo Xin village a month ago. And, strangely enough, when he recalled the girl, he couldn't remember what she looked like. He only remembered that she was very beautiful and mysterious. Therefore, he made up his mind and called Tubo. No problem. After the vacation, I'll bring Shuheng to have some fun at your place. If I pass the final test, I'll come there in 3 days, Tubo said. Good. The sooner the better, Grandpa Tubo said happily. Then, he also added, study hard for your exam and don't fail, understood? The last part almost seemed like a threat. Tubo could feel his grandfather's intimidating aura even over the phone. He immediately shivered. After hanging the phone, he frowned a bit. Did something really happen at Grandpa's place? Yangda, do you believe in ghosts? He raised his head and looked at Li Yangda. No. Li Yangda replied without hesitation. But after pausing a moment, he added, however, there might be things in the world that science can't explain yet. After all, there are still many unsolved mysteries. Moreover, you better not think about it too much. Otherwise, the doors of the makeup test will open for you. Don't jinx it. Can't you say something positive? Tubo said somewhat depressed as he picked up the book. There was still some time left before lunch. Song Shuheng was watching the recording about Cultivator Sunflower that Doudou had shot. Cultivator Sunflower came from a branch of the Limitless Demon Sect. Did he hire Altar Master subordinates to deal with me? Song Shuheng stopped the video. Moreover, did he entrust that disciple of the thief sect captured by Senior White with stealing the blood god crystal? From the way he was acting, he didn't seem like a young Master Hai's subordinate. Song Shuheng recalled the encounter with young Master Hai. If he was really a subordinate of that guy, he would have been more meticulous and cruel. Unlike Cultivator Sunflower, he wouldn't have gone into action on a whim and without a proper plan. But if he wasn't young Master Hai's subordinate, from whom was he taking orders? Did it mean that he saw the possibility of obtaining an advantage and went into action? It was better to ask the prisoner downstairs. Song Shuheng returned downstairs and arrived in front of the tightly tied-up disciple of the Penniless thief sect lying on the sofa. When she saw Song Shuheng, young Mistress Candy puffed her cheeks and coldly snorted, turning the head the other way. What is the relationship between you and Cultivator Sunflower? Song Shuheng went directly to the point. Which Cultivator Sunflower? I don't know anyone with that name. Young Mistress Candy was a loyal person. However, she had a bad premonition. These guys already knew about Cultivator Sunflower? He's the disciple of the Limitless Demon Sect that sent you here to steal the blood god crystal, Song Shuheng said indifferently. Young Mistress Candy's pupils shrank a bit as she said, it was just a mission. There is no special relationship between the two of us. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand and revealed a talisman. If he was just a client and there wasn't any special relationship between the two of you, you don't really need to cover for him. Tell me about him. What is his status inside his branch, and from whom was he taking orders? Song Shuheng narrowed his eyes and asked. This talisman was Cultivator Sunflower's little darling, and it allowed him to use his green breeze speed boost. Since it was now in Song Shuheng's hands, it meant that Cultivator Sunflower had met a tragic end. I really don't know anything, young Mistress Candy bitterly smiled as she shook her head. She only owed him a favor and knew that he was part of a branch of the Limitless Demon Sect. She didn't know anything else. Song Shuheng frowned, he wasn't satisfied with this answer. People like you that refuse to tell the truth are really troublesome. He didn't have any skills to extort a confession. Should he learn some for the next time? Oi, oi. I just told you everything I knew. Young Mistress Candy got anxious. Song Shuhang looked at young Mistress Candy with a funny expression. Do you really think that I would believe you? At this time, Doudou entered the fray. I'm here, I'm here. I'm very good at extorting confessions. He was very bored and was desperately trying to look for something fun. Alright, but don't kill her. Senior White seems to have some use for her. Once he's done, and if she still refuses to open her mouth, you can eat her, Song Shuhang said in a very serious tone. He was purposely trying to make Doudou look fearful and scare this disciple of the Penniless thief sect. Doudou also coordinated and made a very scary grinning expression. However, he was still in the form of a small Pekingese. Therefore, he only looked cute. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. He needed to find from which branch Cultivator Sunflower was from. Senior 7 was currently turning upside down the branches of the limitless demon sect. If he could find the branch Cultivator Sunflower belonged to and give that information to Senior 7, he would certainly be very happy. Afternoon, around 12 p.m. Song Shuhang received a call from True Monarch Yellow Mountain's agent. He would deliver all the cars to that underground parking area nearby Jiangnan College Town instead of True Monarch Yellow Mountain. After asking whether he was home or not, the agent quickly rushed to his place. He was very courteous. With enough money, you could not only make the devil turn the grindstone, you could even make the grindstone turn the devil. Afterward, the agent drove Song Shuhang and Senior White to the underground parking area. This time, Doudou wasn't interested in going out with Shuhang. Therefore, he decided to stay home and look after the house. In addition, Penniless Thief Sect's young Mistress Candy was still there. If he was bored, he could use all different kinds of tortures on her to have fun. Song Shuhang boarded the car while carefully watching Senior White. He was afraid he would suddenly start disassembling the car on a whim. Senior White always felt uncomfortable when Shuhang was staring at him with that gaze. No need to look at me like that. I won't start disassembling the car. Believe me. Song Shuhang scratched his head in embarrassment. Nothing unusual happened during the journey. After arriving at the underground parking area, the agent gave the keys to Song Shuhang. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had booked the entire parking area. There was enough space to park at least 50 cars here, and Yellow Mountain was planning to fill it up completely. Mr. Song Shuhang, please confirm the condition of this first batch of 13 cars. Each of them was filled up and properly checked before being brought here. This is the detailed list of the models and contracts provided by Mr. Huang Wenzhong. Please confirm everything, and if there are no problems, sign here. Afterward, I'll send a message to Mr. Huang Wenzhong, the agent said with a smiling face. Huang Wenzhong was True Monarch Yellow Mountain's modern alias. There were 13 cars, and every one of them was a different model. Some of them were worth millions and others just hundreds of thousands of RMB. Anyway, the agent had no idea why had this young man ordered so many different cars. After all, he couldn't understand the mentality of these rich people. Not that it mattered. If you had money, you could spend it as you wished. Moreover, why would he care if these rich people wanted to buy a ton of cars or a mere man-powered tricycle? As long as he was getting his cut, he would bring them the best tricycle he could find. If there is a problem with the cars, feel free to contact me. I'll try to solve it as soon as possible, the agent patted his chest as he said. Song Shuhang took the contract and compared the information with the cars in the parking lot. After checking that everything was okay, he nodded and signed the contract. After signing the contract, he realized something. Holy, these cars are now mine. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had put them under his name. Later, I won't be investigated for assets of unknown origin, right? Song Shuhang thought sarcastically. Of course, with true monarch Yellow Mountain behind the scenes, it was impossible for something like this to happen. After Song Shuheng signed the contract, the agent gave him the keys to the cars and reminded, "These are the keys to this batch of cars." According to Mr. Huang, after all cars are delivered, Mr. Song Shuheng himself will be in charge of the security. Is that all right? Yes, we'll take care of the security ourselves, Senior White replied. He was getting restless and wanted to get into action as soon as possible. Good. When the other batch arrives, I'll contact Mr. Song Shuheng again. The agent was very polite and deserved a perfect rating of 5 out of 7. After settling things, he bid farewell to Song Shuheng and Venerable White, taking his leave. He also needed to discuss the details with Mr. Huang Wenzhong. Senior White, I'll drive first and show you around. By the way, how are your driving skills? Song Shuheng asked. Don't worry about that. I've downloaded a basic manual about traffic rules and driving tricks from the internet earlier. Moreover, I even have a driving license. There won't be any problem, Senior White said with a smile. Song Shuheng. Senior, that driving license came from Cave Lord Snow Wolf, and who knows how he even got it. After getting into the car, he started to explain things to Senior White. If you insert the key here and turn it, the car will start. However, this car is rather old-fashioned. Nowadays, you don't even need to insert the key to start it, but let's leave this discussion for another time. Song Shuheng chose this car because it was similar to the one he had used with the instructor. After all, he had also just got his driving license. Then, he told Senior White how to use the steering wheel, the brakes, the accelerator, the clutch, and so on. Senior White earnestly listened the whole time. After getting out the parking area, Song Shuheng used his keys to lock the main gate. Afterward, he brought Senior White along for a drive, and headed toward the Shueisha Road. This road had been just built, and since it was in a remote area, there were few cars and pedestrians here. It was very suitable for someone that had just started to drive. Senior White, what do you think? Song Shuheng stopped the car and pulled up the handbrake as he asked. It is a very simple vehicle. I should be able to learn it easily. Senior White nodded and said, however, your speed was just too slow. You didn't get past 30 or 40 kilometers per hour. I just recently got my license. Song Shuheng made a hollow laugh. This was his first time driving without the instructor. Senior White was getting impatient. Let's trade seats. Then, Song Shuheng and Senior White changed their seats. Senior White copied Shuheng's actions and started driving. This basic stuff couldn't baffle him. After all, with his strength and skills, even if he made a mistake, he could react in a split second and bring the situation back under control. He started to move and gradually accelerated. He skillfully turned the car and changed lanes. After seeing it only once, Venerable White had already learned how to drive. It's pretty easy. What should we do now? Venerable White asked. Senior, it's up to you, Song Shuheng replied. Very well. Sit tight then. Senior White pressed the accelerator, and the car quickly sped up. Song Shuheng quickly said, Senior White, pay attention to the speed limit. Don't worry. I'm paying attention to it. I've already memorized all the traffic rules. Moreover, even if they withdraw the driving license, it's not a big deal. We can just have Cave Lord Snow Wolf deliver another one, Senior White said full of confidence. After hearing the first half, Song Shuheng was relieved. But after hearing the second half, he got scared half to death. Luckily, Senior White didn't do anything strange while on the road and didn't break any rules either. After driving for a while, Venerable White suddenly found a place to stop the car and stopped there. Afterward, he squatted down on a side and started to draw something. Senior, what are you doing? Song Shuheng asked curiously. I'm engraving 3 formations on it, invisibility formation, soundproof formation, and a formation to avoid detection, the aura concealing formation. Once I'm done, our car will become invisible and won't be detected by other people, Venerable White replied. And what need is there for it? Song Shuheng thoughtlessly said. Then, he thought of something. Senior, is it because you want to drive at full speed? Hee. This speed is just too slow. I can't get used to it, Venerable White clapped his hands. Done. Then, he got in the car and started it again. At this point, he pressed down the accelerator. Vroom. The car's engine roared as it sped forward. It quickly surpassed 100 kilometers per hour. The speed kept increasing until the speedometer almost exploded. Song Shuheng's face whitened. It won't do. It's still too slow. On the other hand, Venerable White was still disappointed. Then, he saw the pendant hanging on Song Shuheng's wrist. It was the magical treasure left behind by Cultivator Sunflower. Song Shuheng already had the spirit-binding ice bead hanging around his neck. Therefore, he decided to put this pendant on his wrist. Hee. Venerable White stretched his hand and gently tapped on the pendant hanging on Song Shuheng's wrist. Green breeze speed boost. The pendant had been activated. Venerable White had used the effects of its skill on the car. In the next instant, Song Shuheng felt the car break through its limits. The surrounding scenery quickly started to blur. Venerable White was elegantly steering the car and skillfully driving, surpassing one car after another. What's that thing ahead? While driving, Venerable White suddenly noticed that there was a checkpoint ahead and many cars were lining up there. That's the entrance of the highway, we need to stop and pay the fee, Song Shuheng said. Hee, we can't. We're invisible now. With that, Venerable White gently patted the car with his right hand, leaping technique. Then, the car suddenly soared into the sky, and after leaping over the cars waiting to pay the fee, it directly descended onto the highway. Whoa! Here I can go even faster. Venerable White madly laughed. Song Shuheng leaned against his seat and heard a strange sound as if the car was on the verge of breaking down. The race continued. After 5 minutes. Ha. Faster. Senior White's laughter suddenly stopped. Did something happen? Song Shuheng turned his head and asked. Then, he saw Senior White holding the steering wheel. It would be a very normal thing if not for the fact that Senior White's upper body was turned toward Song Shuheng and the steering wheel was still in hands. This meant that the steering wheel wasn't attached to the car anymore. Venerable White looked at Song Shuheng with an innocent expression and said, I was too excited just now. I used too much force and broke the steering wheel. The brakes, quickly press the brake. Song Shuheng yelled. Ha. About that, it seems we were going too fast before. The brakes failed a long time ago. Ha. Venerable White made a hollow laugh. This situation was quite embarrassing. We're going to crash. Song Shuheng pointed toward the guardrail ahead. Don't worry. Look at me, leaping technique. Venerable White gently shouted. Senior, this is not what I meant. There is a cliff ahead. Song Shuheng yelled once again. But it was too late, the car soared into the sky, and fell from the cliff. It was truly a beautiful sight. 5 minutes later. Song Shuheng got out of what had remained of the car, he was still in a daze. He rubbed his face. After falling from that height, he hadn't been injured? Did Senior White protect him? But where was Senior White? He looked around and discovered that Senior White was digging something in the bamboo forest under the cliff. Ha! Not bad. I found 2 bamboo shoots. The one who sees it keeps it. Little friend Song Shuheng, you can take one. This thing can clear your nose and enhance your sense of smell. Once you eat it, it will be very useful for someone like you who is trying to open their nose aperture. Venerable White threw a purple bamboo shoot toward Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng caught the precious object and stood there dumbfounded. Is this the effect of Senior White's strange luck? At this time, inside the 9 provinces number 1 group. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, little friend Song Shuheng, I've heard that you wanted to learn how to pilot a plane. Since Northern River isn't around, I'll personally make arrangements for you. When True Monarch Yellow Mountain sent this message, Song Shuheng hopped onto Senior White's flying sword and they were going to use it to get home. After the car crashed, Senior White dug a deep hole in the ground and prepared to bury the car in it. Next, he used the ground leveling spell to cover up the hole, reverting the ground to its original state, without any marks or signs of anyone digging there. He had used this spell countless times before, hence he was very well versed at it. Thereafter, Senior White activated the blue flying sword, and they started their travel home. On their way back, Song Shuheng took out his phone and entered the 9 provinces number 1 group chat to take a look, and learned about True Monarch Yellow Mountain's idea for him to learn how to fly a plane. Song Shuheng was immediately covered in sweat, his hair standing on ends. He quickly, but sneakily, turned his body to block his phone in order to prevent Senior White from seeing the message. You gotta be kidding me? When Senior White learned how to drive, he sharply increased the speed of the car through magical arts and we ended up falling off a cliff, completely destroying the car. If we allow Senior White to operate a plane, won't we end up flying to space? By then, that airplane would become a crashed plane. No, this won't do. I definitely must not allow Senior White a chance to come in contact with an airplane. I should reject Senior Yellow Mountain first. After all, learning how to fly a plane right now would be too dangerous. Song Shuheng made up his mind and was preparing to send a private message to True Monarch Yellow Mountain to reject him. But at this time, in the 9 provinces number 1 group, someone with the ID, Venerable White suddenly sent a message. Yellow Mountain, you can send someone directly for flying classes? When are you gonna arrange it? I'll go together with little friend Shuheng to take the classes. I just learned how to drive today, it was really interesting. Come to think of it, learning how to fly a plane would be much more interesting in comparison. Seeing this, Song Shuheng felt like fainting on the spot. He turned his head and realized that while Senior White was operating the flying sword, he was also using his phone. It is forbidden to use a phone when driving. Are you sure you should be using your phone while flying on a sword, Senior? Senior White seemed to have felt Song Shuheng staring at him, hence he raised his head and made eye contact with Song Shuheng. Then, as though he knew what the other was thinking, he said, "Haha, don't worry. I set the destination as Medicine Master's multi-storied building. The flying sword will automatically bring us there, just like a self-driving car. I just have to be a little careful, making sure that we don't bump into any flying objects during the journey, and that will do." Senior White's words put Song Shuheng's heart at ease. Flying swords actually had an autopilot function. Modern people thought it a recent invention, but in fact, it had already been used so many times by cultivators that it was considered as something ordinary. But suddenly, Song Shuheng started to panic. I just have to be a little careful, making sure that we don't bump into any flying objects during the journey, and that will do? Based on Senior White's personality, it wouldn't be surprising at all for him to fall into a daze and end up bumping into flying objects like planes or UFOs and such. He could only pray and hope with all his heart that such a disaster would not happen. Oh right, Shuheng, earlier in the group chat, Yellow Mountain mentioned arranging lessons for you to learn how to fly a plane. When are you free? Let's go together. Senior White said eagerly. Actually, I just saw the message from Senior Yellow Mountain as well. But these couple of days I'd be having my final exams. After they end, I'll have to prepare to make a trip to the neighboring town, Luo Xin Street area, replied Song Shuheng calmly and firmly. Since he could not avoid it, then he shall just delay it as long as possible, until he had sufficiently prepared himself mentally. He would accompany Senior White to take the flying classes then. Or rather, learn how to wreck a plane. Neighboring town, is there anything you need to do? Asked Senior White out of curiosity. Song Shuheng said, I need to look for a group of people, the underlings of Altar Master, who tried to steal my things the last time. This time, when Limitless Demon Sect's Cultivator Sunflower tried to steal the Blood God Crystal, he hired them. Since Cultivator Sunflower cooperated with them, you'd never know if they know a thing or two about his origins. If they know which branch in the Limitless Demon Sect he was from, then that would be great. If I could get hold of the address of the branch Cultivator Sunflower was in, I would be able to send the information to Senior 7 and raise that branch to the ground. Alright then. Let's take flying classes next time then. No worries, we're not in a rush, Senior White smiled. After all, there are still so many cars in the garage for us to play with for a long time. Senior, as long as you are happy. The cold sweat on his forehead became a waterfall. Was Senior White planning to wipe out a garage full of cars? Approximately 3 minutes later, within the instant messaging program, True Monarch Yellow Mountain secretly sent a private message to Song Shuheng, little friend Shuheng, did you bring Senior White out for driving lessons today? Yup, replied Song Shuheng. Was it safe? Asked True Monarch Yellow Mountain. The question was short and snappy, straight to the point. Senior Yellow Mountain, I can only say, I survived. Song Shuheng said emotionally. Did you know? Senior White added 3 formations to the car, invisibility formation, soundproof formation, and aura concealing to avoid being detected. Lastly, he even added the green breeze speed boost. The corners of True Monarch Yellow Mountain's mouth twitched. In the end, the steering wheel broke and the brakes stopped working. We went off a cliff, but luckily, I received a purple bamboo shoot, which clears one's nose and enhances one's sense of smell, very useful for opening the nose aperture. He. After that sentence came a string of he laughs. Song Shuheng wasn't sure what those he-he's were supposed to mean, but if he didn't add them, he would have felt very uneasy. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Hang in there. After a while, True Monarch continued, after this mission is completed, Venerable White will give you a reward. Also, a few of us in the group had discussed it before as well, once you complete the mission, we would also reward you, I guarantee that you'd be satisfied. After all, Venerable White's strength and abilities had increased, and so did his destructive powers. Hence, the difficulty level of the mission had also correspondingly increased. A compensation was pretty much necessary. Song Shuheng hurriedly replied, I was waiting for you to say that, Senior Yellow Mountain. Also, when you're free, bring Venerable White along for flying classes. Then, True Monarch Yellow Mountain advised, everything else aside, if you take flying lessons with Venerable White, it would definitely increase your safety. Think about it, if anything happens on the plane, if you're alone, you would be dead. But if you learn piloting with him, at least he will be able to use the flying sword to safely escort you back. Am I right? True Monarch Yellow Mountain's words sure made sense. Song Shuheng felt that he couldn't reject the idea of bringing Senior White along. It was true, at least when things went wrong on the plane, Senior White could bring him to safety with his flying sword. If he thought of it that way, it didn't seem like a bad idea to take flying lessons with Senior White after all. When I'm done with my final exams and settling a personal matter, I will take flying classes together with Senior White, replied Song Shuheng. After that, he looked enviously at the flying sword beneath his feet. Being able to operate a flying sword was such a good thing, it was a pity that one had to be in the 4th stage realm in order to be able to do it. At least for now, this is my biggest goal, to step on the flying sword and soar right up into the skies. How cool is that? Oh, right, when I have my own flying sword, I definitely must make it slightly bigger and add a guardrail, that way it would be much safer. Song Shuhang thought to himself. At the same time, at the Limitless Demon Sect's headquarters. After Branch Leader Jing Mo dealt with Maharaga Peak's trivial matters, he got on his flying saber and departed towards Jiangnan at high speed. On his way, he contacted Manager Chen from his branch. Manager Chen, how is it going with your investigation on Stressed by a Mountain of Books? Asked Branch Leader Jing Mo in a deep voice, his spiky silver hair fluttering in the wind. Branch Leader, a few days ago, we arranged for Cultivator Sunflower, whose position was the closest to the target, to investigate Stressed by a Mountain of Books. But today, we suddenly lost contact with him. I'm afraid something might have happened and he may be met with a calamity. I've sent an additional group to investigate the target. They should have almost arrived at the location near Jiangnan College Town by now. At least they would be able to find out if and why Cultivator Sunflower was killed before making any decisions, Manager Chen carefully answered, afraid that if he accidentally made a mistake in his reply, it might infuriate Branch Leader Jing Mo. After listening to this, a ray of lightning flashed through his eyes with a booming sound. He was deep in thoughts as he said, I somewhat have an impression of that Cultivator Sunflower. If it was really him, he would have proceeded with caution. That, Stressed by a Mountain of Books is nothing but a newbie who just opened his hard aperture. He definitely wouldn't have been good enough to be his opponent. If Cultivator Sunflower really got finished off, it just means that there was an expert next to Stressed by a Mountain of Books. While they were talking, the underling next to Manager Chen passed him a document which Cultivator Sunflower sent to the branch before his death with much difficulty via several middlemen. Manager Chen opened it. It was the information report on Stressed by a Mountain of Books, coupled with that on the formidable expert next to him. Branch Leader, we just received the information report sent by Cultivator Sunflower a day ago. There is indeed an expert next to that Stressed by a Mountain of Books. He is a formidable cultivator who can create a crater of 30 meters in diameter just by accidentally falling onto the ground, Manager Chen promptly reported. A crater 30 meters in diameter, could it be that he is a 5th stage Golden Core spiritual emperor like Su Clan 7? Branch Leader Jing Mo pondered for a moment and replied, you guys think of a way to lock onto Stressed by a Mountain of Books and that expert's positions. Wait for my return from the branch and then we will go to meet Stressed by a Mountain of Books and that senior. Branch Leader Jing Mo's tone was full of confidence. He secretly held the protective talisman hanging on his chest between his fingers. Due to the fact that recently Su Clan 7 had been aggressively attacking the different branches of Limitless Demon Sect, he requested his master to give him a protective talisman before he returned to the branch. This was a blood evasion technique, protective talisman. Once it was used, not to mention a 5th stage Golden Core Spirit Emperor, even a 6th stage True Monarch wouldn't be able to lay a finger on him. Even if he bumped into Su Clan 7, he would still be able to protect his life. With the protective talisman, he could discreetly close in and observe the expert next to that, Stressed by a Mountain of Books. If the expert next to Stressed by a Mountain of Books was a 4th stage cultivator, he was confident that he would not lose to him. Seizing the Blood God Crystal by force would not be a problem. If that cultivator was a 5th stage Golden Core expert or stronger, then he would swiftly run for his life. If the other party could sense him and therefore make his move first, at least the protective talisman could protect his life. After all, the senior next to that Stressed by a Mountain of Books couldn't be a 7th stage Venerable, right? Of course, if he could meet Song Shuhang one-on-one, it would be so much better. He would be able to avoid a direct confrontation with that expert cultivator and save a lot of energy. Limitless Demon Sect, Maharaga Peak. Young Master Hai's Immortal Cave. Young Master Hai once again stood on the brink of the cliff. His aura became more elusive. A moment later, a fragment of Demon Monarch Anji's soul stealthily appeared next to young Master Hai. Not long after, Zhengning came over, tottering as he sat on his bamboo sword. The aura on the bodies of the 3 people underwent huge changes. They were on the brink of breaking through. Demon Monarch Anji sneered, Branch Leader Jing Mo suffered a loss under the hands of Stressed by a Mountain of Books. One of his underlings got killed off by that Stressed by a Mountain of Books. This does not come as a surprise, though. If Stressed by a Mountain of Books were so easy to be dealt with, I would have made a move long ago. Young Master Hai laughed softly and asked, "Is there an expert next to Stressed by a Mountain of Books?" Yes, even though my clone could only observe from afar, I could confirm that there is a formidable expert who lives together with Stressed by a Mountain of Books. Judging from this, snatching the blood god crystal within a short period of time would not be easy, answered Demon Monarch Anji. Young Master Hai sighed. At this time, Zhengning smiled and said, "I personally feel that there is something else that young Master Hai should worry about. Will that Stressed by a Mountain of Books give the blood god crystal to the senior next to him?" If that's the case, it would be interesting. You might have to suffer a loss, young Master Hai, Demon Monarch Anji smirked. This is exactly what I am worrying about. Young Master Hai smiled and said, "It's a good thing that the blood god crystal he has was not part of our calculations after we improved the formation. The 3 blood god crystals that we have are sufficient for us at the moment." Following after, young Master Hai added, "However, with the extra blood god crystal, there is a small probability that it can help us increase the quantity of our dragon patterns. Hence, we should still figure out a way to bring the blood god crystal back." When the golden dragon patterns got brought up, Zhengneng and Demon Monarch Anji became more resolute. "If it's really impossible, should we perform another blood sacrifice?" suggested Demon Monarch Anji. "We don't have the time. Where or how can we look for another Moon Saber sect within a short period of time?" Young Master Hai continued, "Hence, sorry to trouble your clone, Anji. Please try to observe that Stressed by a Mountain of Books as much as you can. As long as we have an opportunity, we still should try to recover that blood god crystal." "Got it. We don't have much time," replied Demon Monarch Anji. "Do your best," said Zhengning softly. 3 of them exchanged a glance and parted ways. Before they left, Demon Monarch Anji said to Zhengning, "Oh right, brother Zhengning, let me give you some information. All's well with the immortal farming sect. Under the protection of Su Clan 7, the nearby thieves and robbers dare not think about attacking it. By the looks of it, we just have to wait for this crisis to be over, and they would probably slowly recover, I guess." "Immortal farming sect, what has that got to do with me now?" Zhengning replied with his own question with a tranquil look on his face, as though the immortal farming sect had nothing to do with him anymore. After saying that, he sat on the flying sword and disappeared into the sea of clouds. Tisk, Demon Monarch Anji made himself lose face. Likewise, he transformed into a puff of demonic smoke and disappeared into thin air. Time flew, it was 6 p.m. in the evening. "Senior White, I'll be heading out first." Song Shuhang waved at Venerable White and bade him goodbye. After returning home in the afternoon without a hitch, Tubo gave him a call, asking if he wanted to go to Yangda's place together to review their homework. Song Shuhang didn't have anything on at night so he agreed. At the same time, he brought with him a packet of spirit green tea. He had already asked Senior White if ordinary mortals could drink it as well, and whether its function of nourishing the spirit and improving one's physical health would be safe for them. However, the quantity had to be small. For example, for ordinary youths, 2 tea leaves per drink was sufficient. Song Shuhang prepared to bring some for his dorm roommates to try, allowing them to refresh and nourish their bodies on the eve of the finals. He was also planning to bring some for his family members to try over the holidays. However, he had to pay attention not to let too many people know about the spirit green tea matter as to avoid creating a disturbance. As he took out the spirit green tea, Song Shuhang found himself thinking of Su Clan 16, he wondered how she was doing, and if she had fully recovered from her injuries. It had been a while since she appeared in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Senior 7 had also been busy, occupying himself with the extermination of the members of the Limitless Demon Sect, and didn't talk or mention anything about 16th situation. I hope she's safe and sound, and that she will smoothly get over this calamity, Song Shuheng thought to himself. At this time, Doudou asked, do you want to walk me there with you? It's alright, I guess. His place is rather nearby, not far from here at all, Song Shuheng smiled. The distance was pretty near. Even if anything happened, Senior White and Doudou could swing by any time to lend him a helping hand. Be careful on your way there, pay more attention to your safety, Senior White smiled while sending Song Shuheng off. Once Shuheng left, he could finally continue with the room renovation project. Disassembling one or two was the same anyway. As for disassembling and renovating the entire house, there would also be no problem. This afternoon, he even got the ATM card settled. All he had to do was wait for Cave Lord Snow Wolf's funds to get wired into his account, then he could start buying new furniture. Li Yongda's place. Upon entering, Song Shuheng's eyes scanned the place and he realized it was just the two of them inside, Yongda and Tubo. So, he asked, Gao Momo ain't here? He's still accompanying his girlfriend, he ain't coming over tonight. Hoes before brothers, at least Song Shuheng is better than that. He came over right after the phone call, lamented Tubo. Song Shuheng put down some snacks which he conveniently brought with him and asked, Yongda, do you have any teacups? There are some in the kitchen, you even bought something for us to drink? Li Yongda walked out, looking haggard and exhausted. He seemed to have stayed up all night. A friend gave me some really good tea, so I wanted you guys to try it, Song Shuheng smiled. He looked for the teacups and found 3 decent paper cups, and brewed 3 cups of hot tea. He placed 2 spirit green tea leaves in each cup. What kind of tea is that? Let me take a look. Tubo went over and realized that there were 2 pieces of tea leaves within each cup, looking somewhat strange and lonely as they were floating in the hot water. Tubo didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Shuheng, don't you think you're too stingy, putting only 2 tea leaves into each cup? Even if this was the famous oolong tea from Mount Wui, you don't need to be so stingy and put only a little bit in each cup, right? Hee, don't talk anymore, just drink it and then you'll know. Song Shuheng laughed lightly and said, if you mind it so much then don't drink it, I can't bear to let you waste it. Tubo knew Song Shuheng's personality. If he was not being stingy, then perhaps this tea really had some sort of special effect? He dubiously blew at the tea to cool it and then carefully sipped at it. It was undoubtedly a hot tea, but after it entered his mouth, it felt like there was some sort of a cool and refreshing flavor that slid down his throat and to his abdomen. It felt like his entire being was being cleansed and toxins purged from inside out. It felt really good, and that was not all. The aroma of the tea overflowed and lingered in his mouth for a long, long time. Tubo closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling. After a moment, he exclaimed, awesome. That dramatic? Yongda looked at his orgasmic expression, and after receiving the cup, like Tubo, he sipped at his tea. The effect wasn't that exaggerated in his case, he only felt his entire spirit being refreshed after drinking the tea. It was like the exhaustion accumulated from staying up the whole night yesterday got taken away from him entirely. What kind of tea is this? Li Yongda felt this tea was simply out of this world. He had never heard of such an effective tea. A friend gave it to me. Its name sounds kinda stupid, so you don't have to know it. But anyway, this is an extremely valuable item and ordinary people don't have access to it. Song Shuheng smiled as he raised his cup and sipped his tea. It did not have the same magical effect as the body-tempering liquid or the qi and blood pill. The amount of spiritual qi in the spirit green tea was minimal, but the aroma of tea was strong enough to fill the air, and it had a rich taste that lingered in one's mouth for a very long time. Moreover, its price wasn't too high. Therefore, it was one of the most appreciated teas by cultivators, although he had yet to know its exact price. It's Gao Momo's loss for not coming, Tubo laughed heartily. He felt very energetic, making studying a lot more relaxed for him. He wasn't going to fail this term's finals. I will leave some tea leaves for you guys. But you have to be extra careful, you can only put 2 leaves in 1 cup at most. Any more than that, and you'll hurt your body. You can only drink 1 cup per day. I don't want to harm you guys. Song Shuheng smiled and sat down and started revising the entire term's homework with them. There are so many limitations. Tubo held the cup, feeling a little reluctant to finish it since one could only drink 1 cup a day. Li Yongda held the teacup pensively. Song Shuheng flipped through the books. Actually, he already knew the contents inside out. He also remembered all the key points taught by the teacher in class. Honestly, there was nothing much for him to revise. Being a cultivator is such a good thing. Song Shuheng exclaimed in his heart. At least his memory became much more remarkable and his thoughts were clearer than before, making studying a lot more efficient. Oh right, Shuheng, do you have time after finals are over? Tubo raised his head and asked. Yeah, I do. Song Shuheng smiled as he asked, is it to help Zhuge Zhongyang chase Lu Fei's older sister? No, Zhuge Zhongyang's stuff should happen in the middle of the vacation break. I am talking about the period right after finals end. Can you not be in a rush to go back home? My grandfather wants to invite you over to his place, Tubo laughed. Your grandfather? In the neighboring Luo Xin Street area? Song Shuheng questioned him instead. What a coincidence, he was also going to make a trip there. But why would Tubo's grandfather suddenly have the idea of asking him over to be his guest? Song Shuheng could recall that Tubo's grandfather was a very chatty and trendy old man. And that he was someone who believed in science and rejected superstitions. Yup, that's right. Previously, my grandfather called and said that recently there were some devious, strange things happening there, and that his heart was always ill at ease. After that, for some reason, he suddenly thought of you and asked me to invite you over as his guest. However, he did not tell me what happened. Well, when people get older, they become more peculiar. He's always thinking of new tricks to torture his grandson, me, but it is currently the harvesting season for the waxberries planted at grandfather's place. When we go there, I'll bring you along to pick some, Tubo laughed. No problem, when you're ready to go back, just let me know, answered Song Shuheng. Devious, strange things happened in Tubo's grandfather's village. The first thing that Song Shuheng thought of was the underlings of Altar Master. Altar Master's organization's sphere of influence was near the neighboring Luo Xin Street area, after all. If any devious, strange things happened, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was their doing. If it was really them, it would be a new enmity added onto the old hatred. The lock of Medicine Master's multi-storied building was already fixed. After returning, Song Shuheng checked on almost all floors, but still couldn't find Doudou and Senior White anywhere. Did Doudou bring Senior White out to have some fun? Song Shuheng wondered, somewhat confused. Then, once he went to the 5th and last floor, he discovered that Doudou, Senior White, and Penniless thief Sect's young mistress Candy were all there. After a glance, he noticed that Medicine Master's pill furnace had been divided into 2 pieces. The upper half was thrown on a side, while the lower half was covered in flames with a cauldron on it. Young Mistress Candy was wearing an apron and diligently preparing dishes. There was also a long table on a side with many dishes on it that were either fried in oil or steamed. After looking at them, one couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. What's happening? Asked Song Shuheng, somewhat confused. Woof. This is the result of my careful the result of my careful interrogation of Penniless thief Sect's young mistress Candy. She confessed everything, from when she started cultivating to what she is specialized in. She even told me the number of ancient ruins she discovered recently. However, she really didn't know anything about the status of Cultivator Sunflower inside the limitless demon sect, Doudou said while swallowing down a big chunk of beef. And while she was under interrogation, she disclosed that she was very good at cooking. Then, Senior White and I thought of giving her a chance to display her skills. This flavor is not bad, Senior White nodded in approval. Song Shuheng pitifully looked at young Mistress Candy. What kind of interrogation, training, did she undergo to disclose that she was good at cooking? It seemed like she had revealed all her private matters. After this, how would she even face Doudou? Having sensed Song Shuheng's gaze, young Mistress Candy turned her head around and looked into his eyes, letting out a silly giggle. Song Shuheng froze on the spot. She didn't have a mental breakdown, right? At this time, Senior White pointed toward a purple bamboo shoot on the table and said, "Little friend Song Shuheng, this bamboo shoot was properly cooked by Little Candy. Once you eat it, it will help you with your nose aperture. Don't waste it. I can directly eat it without refining it first." Song Shuheng sat down on the table and asked. "There is no need for that. If you refine it into a medicinal pill, you will indeed increase its effects a bit. But after eating too many medicinal pills, you will develop a resistance to them. Therefore, natural treasures like this purple bamboo shoot are best eaten directly," Senior White said with a smile. Song Shuheng took a bite of the bamboo shoot. Its flavor wasn't half bad. He couldn't help but look at young Mistress Candy. She was indeed good at cooking. In the future, if she were to get rid of her status as a disciple of the Penniless thief sect and get married, her husband would be able to eat delicious things every day. Hee, young Mistress Candy turned her head once again and laughed foolishly. After his evening practice, Song Shuheng quickly went to bed. He had his finals tomorrow. He needed to be in his best condition. The bamboo shoot had already started to take effect. He felt as if it was becoming easier to breathe since dinner, just like a stuffy nose suddenly getting cleared. However, there was a problem. Now, his sense of smell was much keener than before. If he were to carelessly fart, the odor he would smell would be at least 6 or 7 times worse. After taking a bath and stretching himself, he quickly went to sleep. Once he had fallen asleep, Venerable White quietly slid into his room and arrived at his side. Then, he slowly disappeared on the spot. After a while, a triangular seal appeared near Song Shuheng's body, and an ugly face appeared inside it. As expected, it's a life curse. Venerable White smiled as he carefully injected some of his spiritual qi inside the curse. Very quickly, a fist-sized mass of black smoke appeared beside Song Shuheng, emitting a strong resentment. "Hate, hate, hate, so much hate. Even if I don't enter the cycle of reincarnation, remaining a lowly ghost for eternity, I will still obtain revenge." The black spiritual mass angrily howled. At this time, its body suddenly inflated like a ball and reached half the height of a person. One could vaguely recognize Altar Master's features. But compared to the last time, the resentful spirit only had 40% of Altar Master's characteristics. It came out. "Eating it will help the ghost spirit reach the middle rank again," Venerable White said in a soft voice. After that, the ghost spirit came out of Song Shuheng's heart aperture and swallowed the resentful spirit down once again. The body of the ghost spirit became bigger, and it started to undergo a mutation. After 5 or 6 minutes, the ghost spirit lightly roared, and a faint layer of golden light covered its body. With a clang sound, the small golden shield condensed once again. And, apart from the shield, it also condensed a small golden sword. After a period of weakness, the ghost spirit had recovered its rank and had returned to be a middle-rank ghost spirit. Now that it had a core, it had the possibility of advancing to a high-rank ghost spirit given enough time. After returning to the middle rank, the ghost spirit respectfully bowed to Venerable White and returned inside Song Shuheng's heart aperture. Everything became quiet once again. It's a pity that the cultivation of the person that put the life curse on Song Shuheng was too weak. This resentful spirit will only appear 4 or 5 more times before completely disappearing. Otherwise, the ghost spirit would have reached the high rank in one go. Venerable White laughed. Then, he left Song Shuhang's room like a whirlwind, his face very satisfied. He came here to help Song Shuhang because he had disassembled too many things lately and felt guilty about it. Moreover, even after discovering what he had done, Song Shuhang didn't criticize him. This made him feel even more ashamed. However, he just couldn't stop himself from disassembling things. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he decided to compensate Song Shuhang in this way. Tomorrow, I'll help little friend Song Shuhang with his cultivation. I've troubled him quite a bit for the past few days, thought Venerable White just before leaving. On the other hand, Medicine Master could only cry himself to sleep. After all, it was his house that was being disassembled and not Song Shuhang's. That night, Song Shuhang had a strange dream. It was about the cultivator with a green Daoist robe. The dream about Li Tiansu's life continued. Maybe Li Tiansu lived for too long, and the dream spanned over 2 days for this reason? Song Shuhang thought sarcastically. In the dream, after completing his practice, Li Tiansu put on the green Daoist robe and descended from the mountain. He didn't have too many difficulties in his life. Like many other loose cultivators, he looked for an immortal cave, natural treasures, precious objects inside ancient ruins or immortal caves left behind by ancient cultivators, favorable opportunities, and other means to accumulate wealth. These memories consisted of small fragments that flashed by in an instant. Anyway, Song Shuhang already knew most of the things that had happened in Li Tiansu's life. It could be considered a fun and exciting life. And his luck wasn't bad either. After reaching the 5th stage and condensing a golden core, he had accumulated enough wealth to be considered rich. But why did he end up like that afterward? He didn't have anything aside from that flying sword and the ancient bronze ring. Song thought, somewhat confused. Just as he was thinking, big changes happened in Li Tiansu's life in the dream. He met a female cultivator. The two of them quickly fell in love and became Dao companions. The female cultivator was the successor of a medium-sized sect of cultivators. However, the usual scene in movies where seniors pop out to separate the couple didn't happen. This was because Li Tiansu was already a 5th-stage golden core spiritual emperor. Moreover, he had a golden core with 7 dragon patterns. Even if he was a loose cultivator, his talent was outstanding. Even in a large sect, he would become an elder with the highest status. A medium-sized sect was more than happy to have this powerful backer. The sect of the female cultivator gave them their blessings, allowing the two to become Dao companions without problems. Not long after, they had a daughter. This was his life's happiest moment. But 10 years later, Li Tiansu's Dao companion was reduced to ashes under the fires of the tribulation when she tried to break through the 5th-stage golden core realm. This was a huge blow to Li Tiansu. Another 10 years passed by. Even his beautiful daughter caught a strange disease. Cold qi started to constantly overflow inside her body. If they weren't careful, frost would begin to form on her body. And if it kept going on, her whole person would turn into an ice statue. Li Tiansu could only rely on medicinal pills and his own spiritual qi to drive out the cold qi inside the daughter's body. To treat his daughter's disease, Li Tiansu spent all wealth he had accumulated over time. Not only that, he also contracted many debts. After some time, the disease of the daughter flared up again. This time, the situation was even more serious. The cold qi suddenly broke out of her body and sealed her into a coffin made of ice. Li Tiansu had no alternative but to temporarily seal his daughter inside the immortal cave and go to a forbidden zone to find a definite way to cure her strange disease. After that, was the scene where he crashed into Song Shuhang's place from 1,000 miles away. The next day. After waking up, Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Yesterday's dream was very clear. It almost seemed as if he had experienced Li Tiansu's life firsthand. What was the meaning of this? Song Shuheng remained silent for a while. Did this mean that he had to accept the karma related to Li Tiansu? Li Tiansu was a rich golden core spiritual emperor that had been reduced to poverty while trying to cure the strange disease that afflicted his daughter. And in the end, he also lost his life in the process. Song Shuheng was just a small cultivator that had opened only 2 apertures. What was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to move Li Tiansu's daughter to a modern hospital and have her treated there? Song Shuheng went to the bathroom to wash his face and rinse his mouth while thinking of all this. Maybe I can ask the seniors inside the group. Perhaps Li Tiansu's daughter has a special heaven-defying physique, and some senior might want her as their disciple and pass down their heritage to her? At least this is what happens in movies. Thinking of this, Song Shuheng opened the 9 provinces number 1 group. Stressed by a mountain of books, seniors, I seem to have found a good disciple. This girl has innately developed cold qi inside her body. Moreover, it's very powerful. If the cold qi isn't eliminated, frost will start to form on her body, and she will eventually turn into an ice statue. If it breaks out at full force, it will even form an ice coffin around her body. I wonder if she's a talented cultivator gifted in the ice element? Does any senior specialized in the ice attribute want to have her as a disciple? Soon, one of the seniors replied. Dharma King Creation, little friend Shuheng, according to your description, this girl isn't a rare talent. She seems to be ill and needs to be treated. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, indeed. It's a disease. She must have developed that cold qi inside her body because the mother must have been wounded by cold qi while pregnant. This cold qi should have broken out when she was around 10 years old, and from what you described, it seems it's already too late for a cure. Is there really no way to cure her? Song Shuheng recalled Li Tiansu's bitter life and asked this question hoping to have some luck. Had I taken action when the cold qi just started to appear on the surface of the young lady's body, I might have been to save her. But at this moment, unless I show my divinity in front of the masses and become an 8th stage sage monarch, there is absolutely nothing I can do to save her, said Cave Lord Snow Wolf earnestly. Apart from Cave Lord Snow Wolf, there were some others who practiced ice techniques, but it was not their specialization. The only one who specialized in ice techniques was Cave Lord Snow Wolf. He called the shots when it came to ice techniques within the group. What is the issue with that cold qi? Is it because there is a problem with an organ within the body? Probed Song Shuheng. A problem which couldn't be solved with magic. Perhaps we should try the science and technology combo? The 3 stars fire controlling fan was a fine example of the amalgamation of science and cultivation. Little friend Shuheng, are you saying that we should try to perform a surgery to replace an organ? It's no use. Even her body was sealed in an ice coffin, therefore the cold qi must also have penetrated every inch of her body to the extent that it might have affected her soul. Don't tell me you can change her entire body and soul? Cave Lord Snow Wolf mercilessly shattered Song Shuheng's fantasy. Ah, it truly is a tragic story, Song Shuheng sighed. Senior Li Tiansu, don't blame me, okay? It is beyond my power, there's nothing I can do. Senior Li Tiansu's spirit in heaven, please don't transform into a resentful ghost to haunt me, okay? As a good person, he had the will but lacked the power to do anything. Breakfast. Dishes made meticulously by Penniless thief Sect's young mistress Candy. As usual, she had the whole hearty giggle going on, but compared to yesterday, she had more energy and vitality today. Song Shuheng secretly heaved a sigh. If this young lady really became dull-witted, he really wouldn't know how to deal with her, yet at the same time, she shouldn't become a housekeeper for the rest of her life. Before he left, Song Shuheng rushed over to wave goodbye to Doudou and Senior White, saying, I'm leaving. Doudou, please do not make any trouble. Doudou rolled his eyes and turned his head towards Venerable White and said, Senior White, Song Shuheng was actually making an indirect complaint, even though he told me not to make any trouble. In reality, he was directing it at you. Venerable White laughed hollowly. The hand that Song Shuheng was waving with stiffened. Doudou, why are you blatantly revealing the brutal truth? There are some things that we know in our hearts but should not say out loud. When you spell it out, it doesn't have that good an impact, does it? Jiangnan College Town. Finals have started. Speaking of diplomas, Jiangnan College's diploma was really valuable, therefore, the students were all going to try their best. Before finals, Song Shuheng was also slightly nervous. That was because he would be reviewing all his homework with all his might on the night before every exam in the past. But last night, he actually went to bed really early. Since this was a deviation from his usual habits, it made him feel kinda uneasy. After the exam papers have been given out, Song Shuheng was scribbling away furiously. Subconsciously, he had completed the entire paper. Why does it feel like it was pretty simple? Song Shuheng thought. He lifted his head and looked at his surroundings. All other students were still struggling to answer the questions. Only rustling sounds made by pens scribbling on paper could be heard in the entire examination hall. He lifted his head once again and looked at the clock. Heavens, only 3 minutes had passed. Just how fast was his handwriting for him to answer all questions and fill the entire examination paper within 3 minutes? What should he do now? He could only hand in the paper after half an hour, right? A moment later, Song Shuheng secretly sighed. He held his pen and pretended to keep writing as he closed his eyes and started practicing the true self-meditation scripture. Life was short, he shouldn't waste time doing nothing when it could be spent cultivating instead. Speaking of the true self-meditation scripture, after he opened the heart aperture and the eye aperture, on top of the contract made with the ghost spirit, the image of true self within his sea of consciousness started to undergo changes again. However, the true self did not become more mystical and refined, but instead evolved in an odd direction. In the space within his consciousness, he could see his true self was not wearing any clothing on the upper body, all he had was a solemn face and muscles akin to marble. And also, his hair seemed to be shorter. It doesn't seem right. I am someone who loves reading, as well as someone who had always admired the free-spirited cultivators with flying swords beneath their feet. But why is the image of my true self getting stranger and stranger? Is it because I've been reading too little, and so the scholarly aura is lacking? I've decided, after the exam ends, I will go to the bookstore to window read. It's been a long time since I went there. Song Shuheng thought to himself. One session of true self-meditation scripture practice took about half an hour, which was just right for him. Song Shuheng got up, submitted the exam paper, and leisurely left the examination hall. The female supervisor behind him frowned as she looked at Song Shuheng. Then, she looked at his exam papers densely packed with answers and fell into ponderment. She had an impression of this candidate, because not long after the exam papers were given out, this candidate did not move at all and just maintained his posture. When she turned around in the midst of supervising the exam, she saw that he was sleeping with his eyes closed. When did he write all the answers on the exam paper? As for the college English exam in the afternoon, since Song Shuheng already had some experience from before, he slowly answered the questions, dragging it out for about half an hour before submitting the paper. This time he did not catch the attention of the teacher. He strolled to the other classrooms. Yangda, Gao Momu, and Tubo were still in the midst of battling. It didn't seem that they'd be out any time soon. Forget it, I shall go to the rental book store to take a look, Song Shuheng thought. He took the familiar route and found that familiar rental book store. It was the same road, the same store, as well as the same gentle and beautiful owner. He hasn't been there for only a month, yet he felt like it's been a century. Could it be because he had experienced too much within that 1 month? After entering the bookstore, Song Shuheng, akin to a fish in the water, quickly found a couple of informative books related to airplanes. He then crouched in a corner of the bookshelves and started reading. He was about to take flying lessons with Senior White soon, and although they wouldn't be in danger since Senior White could use his flying sword, it wouldn't hurt to gather some knowledge first. At the entrance of the store, the beautiful owner secretly stole a glance at Song Shuheng. This window-reading young man, why did he come again? Wasn't it the exam period for Jiangnan College Town? He's not afraid of getting bad exam results? She knew for a fact that Jiangnan's university allowed to take the makeup test twice, but after failing the exams 3 times, all there was left was a free ticket back home. Or perhaps this young man was confident he'd pass easily. But come to think of it, did this young man grow a lot taller? His entire body seemed to have become more slender, and the chubbiness he had a month ago had disappeared. The outline of his body was pleasing to the eyes, just like that of a model. He became a lot more handsome. The beautiful owner thought to herself, and then returned to reading her book. Time flew, it was already evening. That fast? Song Shuheng hurriedly picked 2 books at random and placed them on the counter for the lady boss to process the rental, and carefreely went home. Upon returning to the medicine master's multi-storied building, Song Shuheng took out his keys to open the gate, and after he entered, he conveniently left the door on the latch. After that, he turned his head. What the f***ck? What happened here? In front of him was an endless expanse of desert. It was a barren land with no vegetation at all, filled with nothing but yellow sand. Is there something wrong with my eyesight, or is this an illusion? Song Shuheng hurriedly squatted down and touched the ground. It really was yellow sand, he could literally feel the fine sand escaping through his fingers. This was not an illusion or a fantasy, this was indeed a desert. Is it Senior White's doing? That was the first thought that came to Song Shuheng's mind. It was completely normal for him to think like that. Senior White, Doudou. Are you guys there? Song Shuheng shouted. However, apart from the echo of his voice, there were no signs of activity or movement. After a long time, Song Shuheng rubbed his forehead. Could it be that it isn't a prank done by Senior White and Doudou? What is happening before my eyes? Did I get transported through space and thrown into a desert? Or have I traveled to another world? Song Shuheng had become more receptive and could easily accept a supernatural phenomenon such as this now. Well, that is, actual cultivators have already appeared in his life, so traveling to another world and such was not something impossible. But in all kinds of novels, before the protagonist travels through space or time, he usually faces some sort of setback causing him to lose all hope, and then suddenly he gets struck by lightning or electrocuted, or even hit by a meteorite, all kinds of methods that supposedly lead to death, before traveling through space or time. But in Song Shuheng's case, he was just a young college student studying at Jiangnan College, a rather good college. He just started dabbling into the world of cultivation and his life was just about to unfold with magnificent momentum, so why the hell would he be transported to another world? Furthermore, all he ever did was just open the gate of Medicine Master's multi-storied building and enter the yard? He did not get struck by lightning or hit by a meteorite. Pushing the door and finding yourself in another world, what kind of joke was this? I don't want to go to another world, screw it, I'm going back. Song Shuheng turned and the gate which he entered through was not there. When he turned back around, all he saw was the same vast desert. There was no sign of any gate or door. Was this some setup to kill him? What should he do now? Song Shuheng felt his heart was still doing okay, he could still keep calm and collected. Firstly, I should determine, did I get transported through space to a desert? Or did I travel directly to another dimension or some magical realm? If I simply got transported through space then there should be no problem. If I got transported to another dimension, then I'm really in trouble, muttered Song Shuheng. After that, he took out his phone. If there was even a bit of signal, it would mean that he was still on Earth. If he did not get any signal. He looked at his phone, there was no signal at all. Don't panic, be calm. Perhaps this is a desert and that's why the reception is bad. Based on what I've read in several novels, if I had traveled to another world, there would definitely be 2 or 3 moons in the sky. The sky is still bright, I should wait till it gets darker later. Where's the sky? Song Shuhang looked up and realized that there was nothing up there, no blue skies or clouds. There was only a black hole-like thing that kept on spinning. Have I really traveled to another world where the laws of physics are different from ours? If so, after being transported to another world, what should I do? Song Shuhang scanned through his phone. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He had deleted all novels where the main character was transported to a different world. If not for that, he would be able to take a look and see which protagonist got transported to a desert like him. He would then be able to find out what he should do to survive and eventually rise up and conquer the world. Okay, be calm, don't panic or lose your mind. Think of a way to survive in this desert first, Song Shuhang thought. But, as if he could be calm. He had traveled to a different world. He wasn't dreaming, he indeed traveled to another world. Not just that, he got thrown into a desert with no signs of life. There was only yellow sand around, and not even a single weed. There were also no sounds, just dead silence. Song Shuhang laughed bitterly, for he had never learned any desert-related survival skills before. At his current cultivation level, he could not survive without food, and he certainly did not bring any fasting pills with him today. Could it be that this would officially mark the end of his life? August 3, 2019, Song Shuhang traveled to another world. And then, died? I certainly don't want to die like that, I cannot give up. I got transported to this vast desert the moment I pushed the gate open. If Senior White and Doudou were at home, they would have realized that something was off, right? Song Shuhang rubbed his temple and calmly analyzed. As a 7th stage spiritual venerable, if Senior White sensed any abnormality, surely he would come and save him, right? Right now, what he gotta do was to hang in there. If it was possible, it'd be best if he could leave this desert. At least for now, he should look for a water source first. After putting away his phone, Song Shuhang tried his best to walk across the desert in a line as straight as possible. The entire desert was bare, there was not a single distinct object to be seen. Additionally, there was no sun, no moon, and no stars in the sky to locate his position. Even if Song Shuhang opened his eye aperture and had a very good eyesight, walking in one direction without straying off it was still considered a difficult feat. He could only try his best at this point. Speaking of which, this desert had a lot of peculiarities. Even though there was no sun in the sky, this desert was still very brightly lit, and warm as well. Where could all the light and heat come from? Could it be that in this world, you did not have to follow the law of conservation of energy? Walking and walking, he kept on walking for approximately 10 minutes or so. All Song Shuhang could see was still the vast yellow sand before him, without a single plant or animal. Apart from the yellow sand, there was nothing at all. Just dead silence. If one were to linger for too long in such a lifeless and monotonous world, it would be easy for them to lose their mind or experience a nervous breakdown. Even if there was just a fly, it would be better than this, Song Shuhang sighed. If there was indeed a fly to accompany him at this moment, he wouldn't even mind its annoying buzzing sounds. Just as he was sighing and lamenting about his situation, he suddenly heard a melodious ting-a-ling sound from afar. Looking ahead, he could see a person and a horse on the vast desert, approaching him from afar. It was a young lad in a green robe, holding onto a rein of the white horse. He was about 15 or 16 years old, with rosy lips, white teeth, and jade-like skin, a handsome young man. There's finally a living person. Song Shuhang exclaimed in his heart. At this time, the young man in a green robe gazed upon Song Shuhang and suddenly cried out happily, "Little White, Little White. I finally found you." Song Shuhang was puzzled, could this "Little White" refer to me? Don't tell me, was it just my soul that traveled to another world? Did I leave my body behind on Earth and arrived here with just my soul? No, it can't be right. My phone is with me. Furthermore, the clothes on my body, the act of opening the heart aperture and the eye aperture, as well as the ghost spirit that's bound within my heart aperture can prove that I am in my own body, and that it was not only my soul that traveled to a different place. Little White, where did you run off to? I thought you lost your way. The young man in a robe stood in front of Song Shuhang, grinning radiantly. Hello little brother, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Song Shuhang saw that he was dressed like people from ancient times, and bowed while cupping his fist in a greeting. However, that young man in a green robe was very strange. He didn't seem to have heard what he said. He pulled his horse aside and said to Song Shuhang, Little White, shall we train some hand-to-hand combat techniques? Song Shuhang frowned and said, Little brother, who are you? And also, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not the Little White you are talking about. But the young man simply smiled slightly, and ferociously pounced toward Song Shuhang. Albeit vaguely, Song Shuhang could even see a faint shadow of a ferocious tiger behind him, roaring on the wooded mountain and striking towards his head hard. If he hit the right spot, perhaps his head might break open? TSK, can't we just have a nice chat? Song Shuhang bent his fingers and started clawing towards that young man's wrist, basic fist number 3. His claw-like fingers could change at any moment to become blades that would slay his enemies. Hee hee. That young man laughed. He seemed to have foreseen the change in Song Shuhang's fist. He suddenly changed his tactic and switched from attacking with his palm to fingers, continuously launching finger attacks at him. As he attacked with the finger, he managed to make a direct hit at Song Shuhang's weak point, making Song Shuhang feel extreme pain, forcing him to change his battle strategy. Song Shuhang changed his claws to a straight fist, basic fist number 1. His fists were like heavy artillery, attacking in straightforward manner. No skills were involved, just pure brute power. Ha! That young man continued laughing, his fingers kept turning as fast as lightning, poking at Song Shuhang's wrist. Song Shuhang could only feel numbness in his right fist, a heavy and huge force he wielded got broken easily just like that. He rubbed his wrist and quickly retreated 2 steps backwards. That young man in a robe did not take the opportunity to attack. He merely looked quietly at Shuhang, and smiled innocently saying, again, Little White. Basic fist number 2. Song Shuhang changed his tactic. With fists akin to meteorites, they came attacking violently like a storm towards that young man in a robe. Since he couldn't win with strength, then he shall win with quantity and speed. However, that young man's body was just like a willow in the wind, agilely moving left and right, dodging his attacks. Song Shuhang's fists were as fast as lightning, yet he could dodge all of them. He did not get injured at all, not even a little scratch. Were his fists moving too slowly? Humph. Song Shuhang ignited the chi and blood power within the heart aperture, and continued to display basic fist techniques under the chi and blood power. The speed and magnitude of power with which his fists were moving became much higher, similar to a machine gun. That young man continued wearing a smile on his face as he suddenly jumped upwards, temporarily moving out of Song Shuhang's range of attack. Thereafter, he continued attacking him with his finger attacks. His vision was as sharp as a hawk's eye. He managed to penetrate through Song Shuhang's storm-like fists and made a direct hit on his right shoulder. Song Shuhang's shoulder became numb, and his punches lost their momentum and power. The basic fist number 2 got broken. Borrowing the strength from his finger that pushed against Song Shuhang's shoulder, that young man in a robe leapt into the air, twisted his waist and his whole body spun, building up power before his leg kicked hard at Shuhang like a whip. Song Shuhang's attack got broken, moreover, he used up all his strength and he had yet to recover any of it. Hence, he took a solid blow from this kick and flew into midair, then tumbled quite a bit upon landing before the impact force was depleted. That young man laughed and said, "Little White, once more. Is he crazy?" Song Shuheng felt very gloomy and discouraged. However, he had no choice but to continue. If he didn't make any moves, that young man would beat him up further. He definitely did not like the idea of being beaten up while laying on the ground. In order not to get beaten, he had to defend himself. 15 minutes later, Song Shuheng had already performed the entire once from start to end, but he still did not manage to touch the young man at all, not even a corner of his clothes. Every time he made a move, the young man ultimately could hit his weak point with his finger no matter which technique, 1, 2 or 3, Song Shuheng used. His fingers were like 9 swords of Doudou. Every time he pointed, his finger would accurately hit the weak point of his fist technique, breaking it. Thanks to him, Song Shuheng found out all the flaws in his fist technique. He would definitely do something to make up for the weak points and flaws when he performs it next time. Another 15 minutes went by. He completed another round of. However, just like the previous time, he could not touch the young man at all. And, likewise, his attacks got disabled by the other's finger. Song Shuheng had no idea how many times he got poked by him. His entire body was just numb. Hee. That young man laughed and said the same thing again, "Once more, Little White. Basic fist number 2. Song Shuheng bit the bullet. He realized that the basic fist number 2 was the most effective against this young man's 9 swords of Doudou-like attack. The only reason why he continued to be defeated was because the speed and number of his punches was not enough. Regardless of whether it was using sheer force, absolute speed, or peerless skill, as long as either one of them reached the highest point, it would produce extraordinary results. Song Shuheng thought that he might as well not use other fist techniques and just channel all his power as much as he could to activate his heart aperture's chi and blood and use only the basic fist number 2 to do a full-out attack. Then, he began his attack, no longer caring about anything. After about an hour later, Song Shuheng sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. After his whole body got poked by the young man's finger, it was like he got electrocuted. His body wouldn't stop twitching. Little White, today's training concludes here. I'll look for you tomorrow and we can play together again. The young man laughed and propped himself on top of the horse. Following the ting-a-ling sound from the horse's bell, the young man quickly disappeared from Song Shuheng's sight. Don't be like that. If you want to go, at least take me with you. Song Shuheng shouted as loud as he could from behind, but his entirely numb body could not get up at all. He could only lie on the ground, twitching. And thereafter, he watched helplessly as the young man left without a trace. Just what was going on? Song Shuheng lay on the hot sand and rested for quite some time. The red spots on his body created by the young man finally vanished. He recovered his strength, and stood up with much difficulty. Bastard, Song Shuheng cussed him out in his mind. How could he beat someone up and then ditch them behind in the desert without a single care? Don't let me see you again, or else, crap, even if I meet him, I don't think I'd be able to defeat him. If he met him again, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Ting-a-ling, a series of melodious sleigh bells sounded. Song Shuheng looked ahead. He could see a young man in a green robe and a white horse swiftly approaching him from afar. He finally found his conscience and came back for me? Song Shuheng thought to himself. Little White, where did you run off to? I thought you lost your way. The young man in a robe stood in front of Song Shuheng, grinning radiantly. Wait, why does that sound very familiar? We met earlier, okay? Song Shuheng snapped. However, that young man ignored Song Shuheng's complaint. He pulled his horse aside and said to Song Shuheng, Little White, shall we train saber techniques? Again? I just finished practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques with you, my body is about to fall apart. Additionally, I've never learned saber techniques before, how do I practice it with you? Song Shuhang roared at him. Furthermore, didn't you say earlier that you'd look for me a day later? Why did you come running after me so soon? But that young man seemed like he didn't hear what Song Shuhang said, and pulled out 2 identical long sabers and threw one of them to Song Shuhang. The blade was shiny and sharp. One look and you can tell that it was a saber of a very good quality. Song Shuhang snorted, since you refuse to listen to my words, why should I suffer with you? He retreated a step back, and the saber fell right before his body. Song Shuhang folded his arms, gesturing that he did not want to comply. This is exactly what was meant by, you cannot clap with one hand. 1. TL/N, reference to the formidable 9 independent sword stances created by the character, Zhuge Yue in Jin Yong's novels. Sure, one couldn't use a single hand to clap, but it was enough to form a fist and punch people. Little White carefully watched the saber. The youth in green clothes revealed a dazzling smile. It didn't matter if Song Shuhang had a saber in his hands, the young man tightly grasped his own and rose into the sky. Then, he aimed at Song Shuhang's forehead with a mountain-splitting slash. If he didn't evade, this saber would chop Song Shuhang into 2 halves. Bastard! Song Shuhang rolled to a side, evading the blow. Is there an old grudge between the 2 of us or something? It's the first we meet, and you're already using such violent methods? A gentleman uses his mouth instead of his fists. Can't we just have a good chat? When speaking of fist techniques, Song Shuhang could rely on his and keep up appearances. But in regards to saber techniques, he only knew the flaming saber technique that Scarlet Heaven had taught to Li Tiansu in the dream. Moreover, he didn't even know how to execute it properly and could use it only by relying on the ancient ring on his finger. He couldn't even perform a basic saber technique, and even if he were to pick up the saber, he could only randomly swing it. Randomly swinging the saber might work against a newbie, but how would things go when dealing with an expert? Little White, take the saber. The youth in green clothes said as he kicked the saber on the ground toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang could only take the saber. He clenched his teeth and thought, you brought it upon yourself. Have a taste of the flaming saber technique. When he saw Song Shuhang pick the saber, the youth smiled and moved, slashing toward him. When he slashed, he created 3 afterimages. The saber seemed both fast and slow. When facing this kind of attack, the enemy would surely be flustered. Song Shuhang kept his calm, and no matter how strange the attack the opponent looked, he concentrated and recalled Scarlet Heaven's heaven-burning slash and spun his wrist, slashing out. At the same time, he activated the flaming saber technique formation on the ancient bronze ring on his finger. Swoosh! Blazing flames started to burn on the saber. He ignored the slash that was coming toward him and countered with a slash of his own, aiming at the youth, slash versus slash. There are blazing flames on my saber. Let's see who takes more damage. Hee, come. The youth in green clothes smiled and changed his technique. The 3 afterimages disappeared, and he quickly trusted the tip of the saber forward. The tip of the saber hit the handle of Song Shuhang's saber. Dang! Song Shuhang only felt a tingling feeling between his thumb and index finger. He lost his grip on the saber, letting it fall to the ground. The raging flames also immediately died out. Little White, this won't work. You can't hold the saber that way. The youth didn't take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Instead, he started to demonstrate various things to Song Shuhang. How to properly hold the saber and prevent others from making it fall by hitting the handle. How to control the power of the slashes to maximize the lethality of the blade. Which angles were the best to attack from to cause more damage and so on. If he were in a game, a notification would surely pop up over Song Shuhang's head with a ding sound. This system notification would be something like, "Congratulations, player, stressed by a mountain of books, learned the basics of saber techniques under the guidance of a saber master. Ding! The player, stressed by a mountain of books, was personally instructed by a saber master, basic knowledge of saber techniques +1. It would be something like this, right? Little White, come. Try again. The youth in green clothes said with a smile as he once again tossed the saber on the ground toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang looked at the youth in green clothes with shining eyes. He thought of many things and had made a few hypotheses. Maybe he hadn't been transported to another world. But it didn't matter right now. With the guidance of this youth, he had learned the basics of saber techniques. He grasped the treasured saber and met the youth head-on, brimming with confidence. The two people clashed, and the sound of blades clashing could be heard time and time again. Song Shuhang's understanding of saber techniques was getting better and better. He had quickly absorbed the things the youth had taught him, making them his own knowledge. He was even able to apply his understanding of fists techniques to his saber skills now. For example, he used the basic fist number 3 in combination with his saber, quickly sending out tens of slashes. However, this stance was full of holes and therefore quite reckless. Around an hour later, Song Shuhang was once again lying on the ground, unable to get up. Even if he had learned how to use the saber now, he was still a newbie. Therefore, it was quite normal for him to be defeated by the youth in green clothes and be lying on the ground. Moreover, this time he had it even worse than the last time. His clothes had been reduced to rags by the saber chi, and his body was littered with scars. If he were to go and squat down on a footbridge with his current appearance, he would certainly make 200 or 300 renminbi in a mere half an hour even without saying a word. This is just how pitiful he looked right now. Little White, today's training concludes here. I'll look for you tomorrow and we can play together again. The youth in green clothes smiled and said once again the same sentence. Thereafter, he mounted his horse and disappeared on the horizon with a tingling sound which kept echoing from the horse's bell. This time, Song Shuhang didn't even have the strength to scream. He could only lie on the ground and gasp for breath, trying to recover his strength. After the youth in green clothes was gone, he bitterly said, "Bastard, don't let me see you another time, or else I'll give you a lesson." His voice had not fallen yet when he heard a melodious tingling sound echo from a distant place and saw a youth decked in a green robe getting near while pulling his white horse along. "So quick? I'm still lying on the ground half dead. At least wait for me to recover my strength. I'm sorry, okay? I don't want to see you again." Doudou, where are you? Save me, Doudou. Indeed, where was Doudou? At this time, Doudou was helplessly lying on his stomach in the middle of the desert. This desert was the same as the one Song Shuhang was in. It was a barren land with sand as far as the eye could see, and without a single being in sight. Then, there was a youth decked in a green robe coming in his direction from a distant place. "Little White, where did you run off to? I thought you lost your way." The youth in green clothes cheerfully ran toward Doudou, revealing a dazzling smile. "It's not over yet?" Doudou muttered. The young man pulled his horse aside and said to Doudou, "Little White, shall we train saber techniques?" With that, he took out 2 identical long sabers that hung on the horse's back and threw one of them at Doudou. Doudou looked at him with contempt and let the saber fall on the ground. The young man didn't seem to care whether Doudou was going to pick it or not. He grasped his saber with both hands and rushed at him. Then, a mountain-splitting slash was sent in Doudou's direction. Ding! The precious saber collided with Doudou's body, producing a lot of sparks. The saber technique of this young man was outstanding, but his actual strength wasn't that high and he was unable to break through Doudou's defense. Doudou heaved a sigh and covered both his eyes and ears. The young man wasn't discouraged. He grabbed the saber and kept hitting Doudou. Ding-ding sound was continuously echoing. After attacking Doudou for an hour, the young man said with a bright smile, "Little White, today's training concludes here. I'll look for you tomorrow and we can play together again." Thereafter, he mounted his horse and disappeared from Doudou's sight with the ting-a-ling sound of a horse bell echoing. Doudou once again heaved a sigh and took out the computer that was under his body. According to the time displayed there, it was already 8 p.m. On the computer screen was still the scene of Doudou taking down the boss inside the game, and on a side, there was the window he had opened to make a video call with his online wife. At this point, my in-game character must be already dead, and the new Overlord set I had just obtained must be gone too. Doudou had tears in his eyes. He had spent a whole night to get that set and he had decided to put it on today to show off in front of his wife, on another side, still in the middle of a boundless desert. Penniless thief Sect's young mistress Candy was on fire. She was holding the saber in her hands and wildly battling with the young man decked in a green robe. Their strength was well matched as they were battling. Young Mistress Candy was using sword techniques with the saber, madly attacking. But the saber technique of the young man was outstanding and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. 1 hour later. Young Mistress Candy was exhausted as she lay in the sand. The young man smiled and said, Aye, Little White, today's training concludes here. I'll look for you tomorrow and we can play together again." Thereafter, he mounted his horse and disappeared on the horizon with a ting-a-ling sound emitting from the horse bell. "Little White, your sister." Young Mistress Candy roared at the silhouette of the young man that was getting smaller and smaller. "Are you done tormenting me?" How many waves did she have to experience? The young man would speak the same way each time and then fight with different styles every time: fists, swords, sabers, cudgels, spears, etc. Young Mistress Candy was already in a pitiful state. At first she was perplexed, then she was enraged, afterward she refused to collaborate, later she apathetically accepted the challenge, and now she was enraged once again. "Take me out of this place. I don't want to play with that young man again. I'll obediently admit my mistakes, okay? I can even serve as your chef for many years to repent for my crimes. Just take me out of here." Young Mistress Candy started to cry bitterly. "I don't want to see that young man riding a white horse ever again." Ting-a-ling, at this time, the pleasing sound of a horse bell echoed from a distant place. Young Mistress Candy turned her head and saw that the young man pulling along a white horse appeared out nowhere. After seeing young Mistress Candy, he rushed over with a delighted expression. "It's him again, it's him again, it's him again. This time he came back this quickly. You're bullying me on purpose, right? Is this some form of sexual harassment?" He, young Mistress Candy laughed like a madman. Come. I'll at #_degree**u. This time, she didn't wait for the young man to come over and directly charged at him. She waved her hands, creating a series of afterimages. Penniless thief Sect's lost art, the shadowless hand, exploded with all its might toward the young man decked in a green robe. "I'm going to kill you." He. As before, only sand could be seen. A vast and dead, silent desert. Venerable White had his eyes closed and was quietly sitting with his legs crossed. He was in the middle of his daily practice. Previously, his nickname inside the group was Cultivation Madman True Monarch White. Cultivating was his hobby. No matter the place or the time, whenever he was free, he would cultivate. Venerable White was deep in meditation and so engrossed in cultivating that he absolutely did not even have a clue with regards to what was happening next to him. At this moment, Venerable White was sitting right in the middle of the vast desert, and next to him was something like a bunch of 3D holograms. There was the image of a beautiful place that seemed the holy land of cultivators, there was the image of an oddly shaped monster beast, a formidable battle going on amongst cultivators, and many different and mysterious magical treasures. These images quickly flashed before Venerable White, but they vanished just as quickly. Outside the circle enclosing the 3D hologram was a vast, endless desert. Following the fluctuations in Venerable White's thoughts, the desert kept getting bigger and bigger. He could create or destroy a myriad of worlds with just a single thought. Upon reaching the rank of a 7th stage spiritual venerable, whenever the cultivator was deep in meditation, just a thought alone could stir the spiritual energy within his body, creating a huge impact on the real world, creating an illusory reality that was connected to the real world, but was at the same time detached from it. Illusory reality was similar to an illusion, but a notch more complicated. It was still fake though, since it did not exist in the real world as an actual entity. However, its existence was very real, in the sense that one could reach out their hands to touch all of the things within the illusory reality. They would not feel or seem different from real ordinary items. In ancient times, there was a 7th-stage spiritual venerable who inadvertently created a huge illusion that became a bustling town while he was contemplating really hard over a problem. Countless people resided in it and communicated with one another. However, once the 7th-stage spirit venerable solved the problem, the huge illusion disappeared without a trace, and the legends about ghost towns were born in the ancient times from this kinds of events. With regards to the most well-known, illusory reality, it would be that other one that happened way back in ancient times. In ancient times, there was a medium-sized sect named Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. The pavilion master, Fairy Chu, was a gentle and friendly 6th-stage true monarch. Under her guidance, the entire Crystal Clear Water Pavilion led a life that was at peace with the world. However, one day, the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion got involved in a fight with a large sect of cultivators. The whole Crystal Clear Water Pavilion got wiped out. Apart from Pavilion Master Fairy Chu, nobody survived. In the midst of despair, Fairy Chu got promoted to 7th-stage Spirit Venerable. Thereafter, her extreme despair powered the spiritual energy within her body, and actually created a complete, crystal clear water pavilion. The disciples within the sect continued their lively and jovial chats with one another, just like how it was before their death. They practiced hard together, leading a life that was at peace with the world. Several hundred years later, there were a few cultivators who chanced upon the crystal clear water pavilion and received a warm reception from the disciples of the sect. These 5 cultivators could not even see through the illusory reality, and only after they went back to their own sects and talked about the crystal clear water pavilion did they find out the truth from the records of their sect. Fairy Chu continued to live in the fantasy she created. A thought can create myriad worlds. As long as a 7th-stage spiritual venerable was willing to, they could create imaginary men, things, and creatures, and even make them live on forever. However, the illusory reality was after all an illusion. Even if one could touch the people inside, feel their warmth and energy, they were ultimately nothing but a fantasy. This was exactly Venerable White's state at this moment. While he was training, he subconsciously thought about several things that happened in the past, and these things transformed into an illusory reality with the help of his strong spiritual energy. The deepest and most cherished memory etched within his mind transformed into that vast desert that wove into the real world. The desert, the white horse, the young man in a green robe, they were all part of his childhood memories. As long as Venerable White remained in secluded cultivation or at least continued his current train of thoughts, that desert and the hologram next to him would not disappear. Doudou knew that was why he simply lay there, waiting for Venerable White to quickly end his seclusion. Song Shuheng was already numb as he lay on the sand to catch his breath. The young man with the white horse had already looked for him 7 times. First it was fist techniques, then saber techniques, then sword technique, then cudgel techniques, finally leg techniques, and iron staff techniques. In every single session, he used new tactics to torture him. That being said, Song Shuheng also benefited from these sessions. 7 times in total, shouldn't it be sufficient by now? Mumbled Song Shuheng. At this time, the melodious tingling echoed once again. a young man in a robe leading a white horse was approaching in the distance. Again? What is he gonna come up with this time? Little White, where did you run off to? I thought you lost your way. The young man in a green robe cheerfully ran toward Song Shuhang after saying the same lines as before. Thereafter, the young man pulled his horse aside and asked Song Shuhang, Little White, shall we practice hammer techniques? While he was speaking, he drew out 2 huge hammers from the back of the horse. Sabers, spears, and cudgel aside, why would a cultivator need a hammer? Which sect does this weapon belong to? This fighting style is extremely lame. After letting his thoughts run wild, Song Shuhang reached out his hands and said, No way, I am very tired. Can we rest for a bit? Song Shuhang was only making a random suggestion as he assumed that the young man clad in green would still throw the hammer toward him before attacking again, leaving him with no choice but to retaliate. Little did he expect the young man to make a puzzled expression, followed by saying, Rest? Thereafter, he threw both hammers to the side and rushed to Song Shuhang with a happy expression, saying, So, even Little White knows what rest is? Alright, let's take a rest for a bit, shall we? The F***ck, so, rest, is the magical word? The young man sat next to Song Shuhang and laughed without saying a word. He seemed to be enjoying this short period of break. Just like that, they sat for about 10 minutes or so. The young man suddenly turned his head to Song Shuhang and his eyes lit up. Song Shuhang, who was being stared at, felt uneasy. Little White, you sure look handsome. The young man smiled. Song Shuhang's hair stood on end. Even though he knew that the Little White he was referring to was not himself, but when he said, You look handsome, with those eyes, Song Shuhang could still feel goosebumps appearing. Little White, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me? Asked the young man out of the blue. No way. Song Shuhang immediately rejected without any hesitation. You don't want to? Then, Little White, can you grow long hair? I feel that you'd definitely look good with long hair. Continued the young man, remaining undaunted. I don't want to, definitely don't want to. Song Shuhang crossed his arms, and rejected once again with all his might. You can. Great, I really want to see you with long hair as soon as possible. The young man's face was filled with joy. It turned out that the young man wasn't having a conversation with Song Shuhang. From the start, he was just talking to a person named Little White. At this moment, Song Shuhang had a WTF expression as if he had just seen Doudou's erotic pictures. But come to think of it, when he scrutinized the young man, for some reason he seemed to bear some resemblance to Venerable White. Achoo! Who's cursing me? Doudou touched his nose and stretched his body. The nearby young man was happily using the hammer to hit him all over the body, making clang-clang sounds as if hitting metal. Doudou moaned, saying, to the left, oh just like that, use a little more strength, it feels really good, on another side. Penniless thief Sect's little candy went crazy, bring it on. I will fight you to death. The lost technique Shadowless Hand was pushed to the limit and she had gained the upper hand. Hee, Little White, you are really awesome. Even though that young man was on the losing end, he did not panic and calmly attacked. Little White your sister, Little White your sister. Little Candy got mad. Hee, Little White, I am about to counterattack. The young man suddenly exploded with enough strength to easily match her power. Young Mistress Candy's face was full of tears. Meanwhile, at the top of the huge building across Medicine Master's multi-storied building, there were 2 figures. One of them belonged to Branch Leader Jing Mo, whose head was full of silvery spiky hair, and the other belonged to Manager Chen. Branch Leader Jing Mo looked at Medicine Master's multi-storied building and asked in a deep voice, "This is the place?" "Yes, Branch Leader. That is the residence of Stressed by a Mountain of Books and his senior. There is a defensive formation put in place next to the house. It seems like that is their temporary operating base, Manager Chen replied carefully. Yesterday, Branch Leader Jing Mo rode on his flying sword all night without rest directly to the area of Jiangnan with Manager Chen. Also, our informants have already confirmed the death of Cultivator Sunflower. His last known location was in a small alley. There were signs of a battle in that alley and thereafter, Cultivator Sunflower disappeared without a trace there. Manager Chen explained the latest news in detail. Lastly, he took out a bunch of keys and gave it to Branch Leader Jing Mo. Finally, Branch Leader, these are the keys for that multi-storied building. This was the key to the gate of Medicine Master's multi-storied building. The lock on that gate was destroyed by Venerable White, and Song Shuheng had already asked someone to fix it. The Limitless Demon Sect's informants, who were spying on that building in the dark, secretly used some trick on the repairman's body and managed to obtain a set of keys. Branch Leader Jing Mo kept the keys and nodded, saying, "You did well. Let's not make a move for the time being, and wait till we have recovered some of our energy before probing them." Manager Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Branch Leader didn't throw a fit and he avoided getting beaten up. "We'll leave first." Branch Leader Jing Mo brought Manager Chen with him and they rode on the flying sword, disappearing from the Jiangnan area. However, Manager Chen failed to notice that before Branch Leader Jing Mo left, he secretly tossed out a wooden figurine, and left it behind with the keys. After they flew far from the area, the wooden figurine started to transform into a likeness of Branch Leader Jing Mo. This was not his real body. It was just a clone that was linked with his 5 senses, similar to an unmanned spy drone of the modern era, except that it had way more functions. This wooden figurine started moving and leapt down from that building across the street, heading towards Medicine Master's multi-storied building. When it arrived at the gate, it stopped and observed the surroundings before taking out the keys and swiftly opening the door, heading straight into the house. In the next moment, when it turned around, Branch Leader Jing Mo, who was controlling it, was completely dumbfounded. Branch Leader Jing Mo was dumbfounded. Moreover, he was super dumbfounded. "Did I open the door the wrong way?" Jing Mo muttered to himself. "After opening the door that led to the courtyard, I stepped inside. However, why did I end up in this big desert? Does it mean that I inadvertently activated the formation protecting the courtyard?" He quickly turned his head and looked at the main door behind him. As expected, it wasn't there anymore. TSK. They're really careful. They unexpectedly set up the defensive formation like that. Luckily, I only used the magical wooden figurine to come inside, and my main body is still safe, Branch Leader Jing Mo thought. But at this time, Branch Leader Jing Mo's main body, which was riding the flying sword, suddenly froze. He had lost contact with the wooden figurine and couldn't share his 5 senses with it anymore. Unexpectedly, that desert could cut off any and every connection with the external world. Damn it. They just have too many tricks up their sleeve. But the wooden figurine wasn't merely a magical puppet that could be operated from long distance. If you wanted to use it, you would have to pour your true chi and mental energy inside it. Therefore, even if it had lost contact with the main body, the wooden figurine could still move. Also, it could see, hear, and record all that data. Once the connection with the main body was re-established, it would pass down every information it had recorded. However, it wasn't devoid of dangers. If the cultivator was controlling the wooden figurine from long distance, he could make it hide and avoid getting caught up in trouble. But if the wooden figurine was acting on its own, it could rely only on its instinct. Moreover, it would even faithfully record negative things like pain and mental attacks and transmit them to the owner when the connection was re-established. For example, if the wooden figurine were to be stabbed with a sword, once the connection was re-established, the owner would feel as if they were stabbed with a sword. How to put it, there is only a handful of things in the world that don't have any weakness. The wooden figurine was a low-level magical treasure of the body cloning type. The fact that it could share its 5 senses with the owner was already quite good. As a matter of fact, the only reason the wooden figurine was so cheap was because of this flaw. That's why even cultivators of the 4th stage could afford it. The wooden figurine, which had now assumed Branch Leader Jing Mo's appearance, was roaming around in the desert. At this time, a young man in green clothes approached it while pulling along his white horse. "Little White, where did you run off to? I thought you lost your way." The young man cheerfully ran toward the figurine while repeating the same sentence as usual. Then, he threw a hammer toward it and, all excited, he said, "Come, let's practice hammer techniques." The wooden figurine didn't even have the time to move when the young man in green clothes pounded it with the hammer. The precious wooden figurine was flattened to the ground. But the young man didn't stop. He kept hitting the wooden figurine's body with his hammer, producing a bang-bang sound time and again. After hitting it for an hour, the young man said with a bright smile, "Little White, today's training concludes here. I'll look for you tomorrow and we can play together again." Thereafter, he mounted his horse and disappeared on the horizon with a tingling sound which kept echoing from the horse's bell. What he left behind was the poor wooden figurine, now lying on the ground, twitching and severely damaged. Afterward, everything became silent. Only the parts of the core that contained the information were still emitting a weak light. Once the connection with the main body was re-established, it would transmit everything it had experienced just now to its owner, completing its mission. 11 p.m. The holograms near Venerable White started to disappear. Even the vast desert started to slowly retract. Venerable White was about to stop cultivating. Doudou, who was lying on his stomach in the middle of the desert, rolled his eyes. "It's finally over." Luckily, there was a powerful formation outside Medicine Master's house. This stopped the illusory reality created by Venerable White from overflowing in the surrounding area. Otherwise, the entire Jiangnan college town would have been engulfed by the desert, and who knows what might have happened at that point. Maybe rivers of blood would flow, and the next day many of the citizens would be found dead. That would be quite scary. Doudou made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would strengthen the defensive barrier around Medicine Master's house. Actually, it may be better to add 10 more layers for extra safety. Who knew what Venerable White might do? 11:23 p.m. Venerable White opened his eyes. He had a smile plastered all over his face as he stretched himself. "It sure feels good." When he opened his eyes, the desert and the young man with the white horse had both disappeared. At the same time, Song Shuhang felt the world become dark. He had returned to the real world. The moon and the stars were shining brightly in the sky. It was already late evening. He was still standing in front of the entrance, and the evening wind was blowing on his face. It was quite refreshing. "I'm back," Song Shuhang muttered. He dragged along his exhausted body and decided to go on the 3rd floor to look for Doudou and find out what had just happened. At this time, he noticed that there was a broken wooden figurine under his feet. He conveniently picked it up and brought it on the 3rd floor with him. On the 3rd floor, young Mistress Candy was weakly lying down on the floor, silently crying. The pain she was feeling right now couldn't be described with mere words. Since the day she was born, she had never suffered like this. The nearby Doudou quickly plugged the computer's power plug into an electric socket on the wall and went online. Soon after, Doudou's eyes also became teary. "My overlord Sect." In the Jiangnan area, in the middle of a hotel, Branch Leader Jing Mo, who was sitting cross-legged and recovering his energy, fiercely opened his eyes. Both his eyes almost popped out and were now completely covered with a web of thin, red veins. He tightly grasped the bed sheet with his hands and let out an agonized scream. He had just re-established the connection with the wooden figurine when the pain of being hit in the face with a hammer kicked in. But that wasn't all. Next, his entire body was mercilessly battered with the huge hammer, and this continued for a whole hour. The pain was simply unbearable. You dirty pig. After one hit, the wooden figurine was already broken. But you kept hitting it for a whole hour. Isn't it the same as hitting someone who is already down? Only a bored sadist would be capable of doing something like this. Otherwise, who else would hit a broken wooden figurine for a whole hour with a hammer? You could have destroyed it directly, but you deliberately kept the core that contained the data intact, right? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Branch Leader Jing Mo painfully shouted. Stressed by a mountain of books, I'll remember, ouch, this enmity. Ouch, I'll remember it. Branch Leader Jing Mo said, his anger rising to the heavens. Several minutes later, Song Shuhang learned from Doudou that the desert was inadvertently created by Venerable White after he started his cultivation session. Shuhang didn't know how to express his current feelings. Because at this point, even his current feelings had fallen apart. Doudou patted him and tried to console him. Then, he pointed at young Mistress Candy that was lying on the kitchen floor, crying. At least you're still fine. Look at her pitiful state instead. Song Shuhang shot a look at young Mistress Candy. This girl had recovered with great difficulty from the interrogation. And now, she had to experience all this. This was just too cruel. As if she had felt Song Shuhang's gaze, young Mistress Candy raised her head and looked at him with her teary and lovely eyes, letting out a giggle. It's over. This time, she really lost her mind, Song Shuhang thought. Just when he was thinking this, Venerable White came over while stretching himself and said to Song Shuhang with a smile, "You've come back. Shuhang, how did the test go?" "It went well thanks to Senior White's blessing," Song Shuhang said cautiously. Senior White's entire body was a weapon of mass destruction. When he was inside the statue, he released his charm, captivating a lot of people. When he was in a daze, he would suddenly stumble, creating huge craters. When he was in a normal state, he would still give birth to many strange phenomena with his random luck. And when he was cultivating, he unconsciously created a huge desert. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Venerable White scanned himself and noticed that there wasn't anything strange about him. And the most fearful thing is that, he isn't even aware of how dangerous he is. "It's nothing. Senior White, you seem to be in high spirits after coming out of secluded meditation today." Song Shuhang cautiously replied. He was afraid that Senior White would have a mood swing, sending them back into the desert again. The desert wasn't even that bad. If he were to end up in the depths of the sea instead, he would directly drown. You also feel this way? When I closed up today, I recalled many interesting things. It felt very good. Cultivating is really the best, Venerable White laughed heartily. Then, he went into the kitchen and said, "Little Candy, what about dinner?" Sniff, sniff. "I'll get to work immediately," young Mistress Candy said, aggrieved. "Why are you crying?" Venerable White asked, somewhat confused. It's nothing. Sand must have gotten into my eyes, it was quite painful." Young Mistress Candy wasn't a fool and made the same decision as Shuhang. She didn't want to upset Venerable White. Song Shuhang didn't cultivate and directly went to sleep. He was so tired that he didn't have the strength to practice. The next day, early morning. Song Shuhang got up very early. After practicing the fist technique a few times, he hurried to school. He was afraid that Senior White would casually start cultivating. If he were to be trapped in that desert again, he could forget about arriving for the test in time. When he arrived at school, he discovered that Tubo, Gao Momu, and Li Yangda were already there, chatting. How come you came so quickly today?" Song Shuhang asked. Gao Momu pushed up his glasses and said, "Tubo couldn't sleep. Therefore, he pulled us here too. Because we have to stick together through thick and thin." Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. This was indeed Tubo's style. He shifted the topic and asked, what were you talking about? We were discussing the damage caused by demand and supply, said Tubo in a serious tone. Xu Heng, there are around 300 million students in China, right? I don't know. However, China's population is above 1 billion people. So, I guess there should be around 300 million students, Song Shuheng replied. So, let's assume there are 300 million students. Also, let's assume that every student will take the test for 5 subjects. For every subject, we will need 2 examination papers. And every year, we have to take these tests twice. This means that there is a consumption of 6 billion examination papers every year. Now, let's assume that a tree can produce 1,500 examination papers. 6 billion examination papers will need around 4 million trees. This number is enough to fill Beijing completely. Therefore, for the sake of further developing the low-carbon economy, we must refuse to take exams. As long as there is no demand, there will be no supply, therefore the nature won't be ruined. Song Shuheng nodded and said, "Don't worry, Tubo. In the future, they'll slowly start to use computers to do tests. They won't use up too many trees." Bastard! Tubo cursed. Song Shuheng breezed through the exam in the morning, as usual. Since he had free time, he opened the 9 provinces #1 group chat to take a look. Within the chat records, there was a selfie sent by Fairy Lychee that was so beautiful that no words could describe it. She seemed to have moved to a new immortal cave today, hence she took many selfies in a row, and every single one of them was pleasing to both the eyes and the heart. Below were the praises given by seniors within the group that were online. But without the leaders of the Lurker army, Northern River's loose cultivator and thrice reckless mad saber, the 9 provinces #1 group had been a lot quieter on the whole. Once Song Shuheng went online, True Monarch Yellow Mountain noticed him immediately. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly asked, "Little friend Shuheng, has Venerable White been doing well these days?" "Yeah, he's been doing well, everything's going well," replied Song Shuheng. At the same time, his mind started filling with images of yesterday's arduous desert experience and said, however, ever since he got promoted to a 7th stage spiritual venerable, he had also gained an illusory reality skill. That skill is certainly powerful, extremely amazing. True Monarch Yellow Mountain sent a emoji. Recently, he felt exceptionally upset whenever he talked to Song Shuheng. It seemed to him that Song Shuheng was always in hot water, and his everyday life revolved around life and death situations. At this time, Senior Medicine Master, who was thousands of miles away, calmly closed his phone. When he noticed that Song Shuheng went online, he wanted to send a message to ask if everything was all right and notify him that within these few days, he would make a trip back to his place. But his typing speed was too slow. Just when he had finished typing half of it, Song Shuheng said that Senior White had grasped the illusory reality skill. Hence, Medicine Master backspaced all the words he had painstakingly typed. Then, he continued to lurk silently, pretending he did not see Song Shuheng appearing online. After he closed his phone, he called out, "Purple Mist, are you there?" "I'm always here." Rivally Purple Mist's faint voice came from downstairs. At this moment she was in a daze, looking at the computer screen. What the screen showed was the scene of Medicine Master carefully closing his phone. Yeah, Rivally Purple Mist had installed a hidden camera in the house, one of those advanced ones. She even added all kinds of magic onto it. Medicine Master had yet to find out about it. With a disciple like her, Medicine Master must be having a hard time, in more than one sense. "In a while, I have a guest coming over, one of my longtime friends. Go buy something to eat and after that, retrieve a jug of our best celestial wine." "Celestial wine?" Rivally Purple Mist nodded her head slightly. It was a very valuable medicinal wine, even Medicine Master normally couldn't bring himself to drink too much of it. This time, he was even willing to bring it out to entertain a friend. Judging from the looks of it, this person must have quite an important place in Medicine Master's heart. Is your friend a man or a woman? Asked Rivoli Purple Mist. This was the key question. A man. Medicine Master calmly replied. He had already gotten used to being asked that, so his reply was fast and steady. All right, I will get it done right away, Rivoli Purple Mist replied as she switched her computer off. Not long later, Medicine Master's friend arrived. He was a Daoist with a demeanor of a transcendent being, having white hair with a ruddy complexion, and wearing Daoist clothing. His was a Daoist whose name was registered in the Chinese records. Hence, on a daily basis, he could wear Daoist clothing out in the open. Upon entering, he laughed loudly and said, "Medicine Master, I've arrived." Medicine Master went up to him and gave him a warm hug. After they both got seated, Rivoli Purple Mist was on her best behavior as she served them wine. In front of outsiders, she had always shown Medicine Master due respect, and performed her well-behaved and obedient disciple act well. Celestial wine. Wu Yinzi, it's your favorite one. Medicine Master raised his glass and clinked glasses with Daoist priest Wu Yinzi. He, I can only taste the celestial wine at nowhere else but your place. Wu Yinzi had a melancholic look on his face. After 3 rounds, Wu Yinzi was slightly tipsy and said, "Medicine Master, you managed to retain your youthful looks, but I, on the other hand, have really aged." Medicine Master's hand stiffened a little, and he lightly let out a sigh. Wu Yinzi and Medicine Master were of the same generation, but when it came to talent, he was a notch higher than Medicine Master. It was just that, in his early years, Wu Yinzi suffered a life-threatening injury that critically damaged his foundation and decreased his lifespan. He was stuck in the 4th stage realm, without any progress in the past couple hundred of years. If Wu Yinzi couldn't think of a way to promote his cultivation, his lifespan may end. You don't have to feel sad for me. It's been so many years, I've already come to terms with it. Wu Yinzi laughed and nodded slightly at Rivoli Purple Mist who was serving him wine. He then changed the topic and said, "Your disciple Purple Mist is really lovely." Rivoli Purple Mist smiled, feeling pleased with herself. Medicine Master laughed as well. "I just recently accepted a disciple who keeps giving me a lot of problems and a headache. I want to beat him so badly." When talking about his own disciple, his face looked constipated. "Wu Yinzi, since when did you accept a disciple?" Medicine Master was puzzled. "It was more than 10 years ago. I bumped into a suitable candidate who could inherit my legacy," recalled Wu Yinzi. "You know my condition. I've been looking for a suitable candidate who could inherit my legacy for a long time, but I couldn't find any suitable disciples. Since I do not have much time left, and managed to meet one with much difficulty, so regardless of the consequences, I just accepted him." Regardless of the consequences? Medicine Master got even more puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with this disciple?" "Well, he's a Westerner. But after becoming my disciple, he settled down in China," Wu Yinzi sighed. "Yeah, it is somewhat unusual. After all, we have never accepted any Westerners as disciples. However, your situation is special, I'm sure everyone can understand." Medicine Master nodded. "Just that, even though he's a Westerner, he shouldn't have caused so much headache and trouble for Wu Yinzi, right? I accepted that fool as my disciple first, and was about to pass down my cultivation techniques to him to build a foundation at least. Do you know what he said?" Wu Yinzi finished the cup of wine and said, "That fool said, isn't China's martial art Shaolin? He said he wanted to learn Shaolin martial arts. Golden shield, iron cloth. And the 72 arts of Shaolin." Medicine Master's face twitched. "I was so mad that I beat him up badly. I am a Daoist priest," said Wu Yinzi, clenching his teeth. "But did you know? After I beat that fool up, he actually went to the barber's the same night and shaved his entire head bald, then happily came up to me. Think about it, a Western monk within my Daoist sect. If not for my good reputation, this fool would have already been kicked out by the other members of the sect a long time ago." For the sake of passing on my legacy, I tolerated his antics. After I made him practice, he managed to build a decent foundation with much difficulty. Thereafter, I formally arranged an apprenticeship ceremony to accept him as the disciple whom I will pass on my skills to. But do you know what condition that fool brought up? He told me to burn scars on his head, saying, "Don't all monks have to officially receive circular burn marks?" Circular scars, have you seen any Daoist members with circular burn marks? Eventually, this fool pestered me for a whole year. I couldn't take it any longer and just burned 4 marks on him. At this moment, Wuinzi's made a facial expression as if he didn't want to live anymore, and said, however, this fool said that, according to TV, don't monks have 6 circular burn marks? And insisted that I add 2 more. I was so angry, I beat him up on the spot. Thereafter, the next day, that fool went and added 2 more himself. I beat him up once again. Forget about that, after much difficulty, he managed to reach the realm of 3 apertures. But I really couldn't tolerate this torture any longer, so I arranged for a ceremony to end his apprenticeship and let him leave. Originally, our sect requires a disciple to reach the 3rd stage before they can leave, but the sect head was so tired of his presence and wanted him out of sight and mind that he arranged for that ceremony with me. On that day, I gave him a magical Daoist robe to keep him safe, coupled with a magic sword. But that fool, on that very day, he went to add the outer layer of the Kasaya, 1, to the Daoist robe. And he secretly looked for the sect members to exchange the flying sword for a crappy Vajra. I almost went insane out of anger. And so, I beat him up once again. /N, Vajra is a weapon. A few years later, I went to meet him. That fool had learnt Buddhist scriptures, and even got Kshitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture. He also helped many lost souls cross over to the other side, and thus accumulated a lot virtuous light from these charitable deeds. If not for his foundation, who wouldn't regard him as a Buddhist disciple? I absolutely am too ashamed to bring him back to our sect. As he spoke, Wuinzi once again filled his cup to the brim. This disciple actually practiced both Taoism and Buddhism? Daoist on the inside and Buddhist on the outside? Upon hearing the full story, the corner of Medicine Master's mouth twitched even more. Is there such a coincidence in this world? He thought about how Song Shuhang once told him about the incident where a Western monk confessed to a gruesome murder in the train and got gloriously arrested. That Western monk, could it be his friend's disciple? At this moment, Medicine Master innocently asked, Wuinzi, what happened to your fool of a disciple? Not too long ago, he went to jail. Wuinzi clenched his teeth and said, not too long ago, for some reason, he got himself in jail. Once I heard about the news, I used my connections and tried to get him out. But who would have known that he got addicted to the life in jail and refused to get out, saying he wanted to complete his jump through the Dragon Gate and advance to 2nd stage before he's willing to get out. I am so mad. This time, when he comes out, I will capture him and beat him for 10 days and 10 nights for sure. Medicine Master lifted his head, and looked like he was sighing. He could not take it any longer. If he did not lift his head, he was afraid he might burst out laughing in front of his good friend. It would be too impolite. Needless to say, Wuinzi's disciple was that Western monk mentioned by Song Shuhang. What a coincidence! Time flew, another day of exams ended. Song Shuhang went home and carefully opened the main gate. He did not immediately enter. He popped in his head to take a glimpse around, and after seeing that everything in the backyard was normal, he secretly heaved a sigh. Thereafter, he stretched half of his body into the house, with one hand still holding onto the main gate. After making sure that everything was safe and sound, he entered the house with ease. Little friend Shuhang, you're back. Venerable White was in the yard. He seemed to have been waiting for Song Shuhang's return. Song Shuhang stiffened and then smiled. Senior, you're not practicing today. I'm already done. Venerable White smiled and said, Shuhang, which cultivation techniques have you learned? I've been imposing on you for the past few days, so I was thinking of helping you with practice today. Xu Heng rejoiced upon hearing that. 1 ED/N, Kasaya is a Buddhist outer garb. Also, some readers have problems with formatting, thing, so we've changed it too, as apparent in the following paragraph. I have learned the basic Buddhist fist technique and the true self-meditation technique, Song Xu Heng truthfully replied. After thinking for a bit, he added, perhaps, I also studied a bit of the flaming saber technique? Venerable White nodded. Song Xu Heng had only learned basic cultivation techniques. If that is the case, I might as well make his foundation stronger by helping him with the aspects he's lacking in. For a cultivator, apart from basic body refining technique and meditation technique, one should also master a quick movement technique. Also, since Song Xu Heng had already successfully built his foundation and opened the second aperture, the eye aperture, there was sufficient qi and blood energy within his body to learn it. Aside from that, he also had the ghost spirit. Hence, he should be able to learn another basic Daoist technique that used qi and blood energy, for example, lightning palm and other such basic techniques that only depended on qi and blood were very suitable for the present Song Xu Heng. Additionally, the basic Buddhist fist technique should probably have an upgraded complementary technique, right? Venerable White thought to himself. But as for this complementary technique, he had to ask about it in the group chat or go to the Daily Cultivators trading section to find out. In that case, I shall teach Song Xu Heng a quick movement technique, together with the lightning palm. A cultivator's quick movement technique was not only for dodging attacks and moving quickly. It wasn't as simple as that. When used, the quick movement technique could help in tempering the body, just like jogging would help one become fit. Once a cultivator was used to the quick movement technique and infused it into their daily life, every step they took would be equal to practicing. Even though such a method would be less effective when compared to specific techniques focused on body refining, it'd still help one reach the same goal bit by bit. Come with me. Venerable White grabbed Song Xu Heng and they flew off on the flying sword that came out of his sleeve, a layer of light appearing beneath their feet as they were dragged up into the skies. Doudou, who was in the room, secretly heaved a sigh. Thereafter, he temporarily quit the game and strengthened the defensive formation that was protecting the building. He was going to add at least 10, if not 20, new layers to the defensive formation before Venerable White's return. Penniless Thief Sect's young mistress Candy placed her hands together before her and actually started mumbling a prayer, but no one knew what she was praying for. Venerable White brought Song Xu Heng deep into the forest behind Jiangnan College Town, and looked for an open area without anyone's presence before landing. Song Xu Heng was baffled and asked, "Senior, what are we doing here?" "This is an open area, so I am able to show you a few types of quick movement techniques cultivators use. You observe first, then pick the one you want to learn," answered Venerable White with a laugh. Quick movement technique? Song Xu Heng's eyes lit up, stepping on snow without leaving a trace behind? Becoming like a dragonfly, skimming on the surface of the water? Yeah, you can achieve such things via these techniques. But there are several types of quick movement techniques, there are some which you might not even need. Some of them focus on dodging, some focus on speed, others focus on maneuverability, some are for masking one's presence to avoid detection, some allow one to shape-shift into ghosts, monsters, and other bizarre things. For now, just watch carefully, smiled Venerable White. After finishing his sentence, he used some weird footwork, and after taking 5 steps, layers of mirage appeared next to him. They were strange and beautiful. Additionally, Venerable White looked very graceful, as though he was dancing. It was a beautiful sight. This is an illusory form footwork. It belongs to the category of the strange and unfathomable, Venerable White explained. Thereafter, his appearance started to twist, his footsteps got heavier and he took one quick step. A whizzing sound could be heard, and after that, he suddenly appeared behind Song Xu Heng, giving him a huge scare. This is instantaneous body shifting. For the sake of showing it to you, I intentionally slowed down. If I used it for real, you would only be able to watch me suddenly disappear before flashing right before your eyes again. This belongs to the speed category, continued Venerable White. Thereafter, Venerable White displayed a fierce and powerful technique that was a threatening attack-type footwork. He explained, this is one of Buddhism's footwork techniques, called tiger-subduing footwork. It seems ferocious and powerful, but in reality, it possesses countless variations. Tough on the outside, gentle on the inside. It belongs to a subcategory of the maneuverability category. It allows you to defend and attack. It's very useful for a newbie cultivator like you. When Song Shuheng first saw it, he felt it was very domineering and majestic. But when he heard Venerable White say that it was a Buddhist technique, he suddenly thought of his true self, whose muscles have become more defined as of late, and whose hair had become a lot shorter. If he were to learn the tiger-subduing footwork, wouldn't his true self become bald? And then, this one is a stealth-type footwork that I learned a long time ago, called shadow stealth. As Venerable White was speaking, he stood under the shade of a huge tree, and after he made some movements, his whole being suddenly disappeared. Thereafter, he came out from under the shade and said, "But, in order to use this technique, you need to stand in a shadow of something. It has more limitations compared to the rest. Apart from these, I have another footwork you can learn. It's a technique I learned from a wandering scholar of the erudite school through an equal exchange. It's called Virtuous Man's 10,000-mile walk. Instead of reading 10,000 books, why not travel 10,000 miles and learn from experience? Is the meaning behind its name. Yeah, the techniques of the erudite school are filled with all kinds of infinite explanations, since those guys like to preach a lot. But, this technique is pretty decent for a beginner. It's suitable for long-distance raids. You can walk thousands of miles without feeling tired. Furthermore, just like its name, when you've walked over 10,000 miles and are familiar with the technique, this Virtuous Man's 10,000-mile walk is quite good when it comes to dodging within a small area. Also, when you've completed another several tens of thousands of miles, you would be able to feel your body becoming as light as a swallow and even become like a dragonfly skimming on the surface of the water. In short, this is 10,000-mile journey. The longer and further your journey is, the more powerful this technique is. While speaking, Venerable White started demonstrating this technique for Song Shuheng. Initially, when he started walking, he looked just like any normal person. His steps were not particularly quick, but, upon further scrutiny, Song Shuheng realized that Venerable White's advancing speed was extremely fast, at least a few times faster than if Song Shuheng himself were to sprint with all his might. Furthermore, when Venerable White was walking, countless changes were happening to his body. After his demonstration was complete, Venerable White went back and asked Song Shuheng, "So, which footwork have you decided to learn?" "Senior, can I choose more than one?" Song Shuheng felt that each technique had its own pros and it was hard to pick only one from the bunch. "Don't be greedy," Venerable White smiled. "Based on your current cultivation, learning too many types of footwork requires too much time, and this would only hold you back and slow down your progress. Right now, the best thing for you to do is to pick only one kind of footwork and practice hard. When you've reached the second stage and after your chi and blood have become true chi, then you can consider learning a few more kinds of footwork to aid you and help you increase your agility." Song Shuheng nodded and started to ponder. The Buddhist tiger-subduing footwork isn't worth considering much, unless there really isn't any better choice. Shadow stealth has too many limitations, making it unsuitable as the main footwork to practice. I can consider learning it in the future as an add-on. Even though illusory form footwork feels bizarre and mysterious, it pales in comparison when being compared to the remaining two techniques. Finally, it's down to instantaneous body shifting and Virtuous Man's 10,000-mile walk. Instantaneous body shifting was a very strong footwork technique without a doubt. Speed trumped everything else. Think about it, instantaneously shifting your body behind your enemy and stabbing them. This was a very practical footwork technique. Just that, at the start, it put a lot of strain on one's body, hence continuous usage would be rather troublesome. As for the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, it didn't give one as much advantage compared to the former, but its other aspects were pretty good, and it had a lot of room for upgrading. After considering carefully, Song Shuheng asked Venerable White for his opinion. Senior White, what would you recommend me? If it were up to me, it would be the tiger-subduing footwork. You have already learned the basic Buddhist fist technique and the true self-meditation scripture. They fit pretty well with the tiger-subduing footwork, replied Venerable White after pondering. I understand. Senior. I choose the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. Song Shuheng decided. But the one I recommended was the tiger-subduing footwork, said Venerable White. Oh, no worries, Senior. The virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk is indeed not bad. I trust your judgment. Song Shuheng said as he clenched his fist. All right then. I will impart the footwork technique and chant for the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk to you, Venerable White laughed. He taught Song Shuheng the footwork technique and chant bit by bit, helping him understand it. Thereafter, he even guided Song Shuheng through the whole process and steps of the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk once himself. After they were done, Venerable White asked him, have you memorized the steps? Yes, all of it, Song Shuheng nodded. He just had to add the chant together with the steps and get familiarized with it a few times, then he would be able to master it. Go practice a few more times on your own. The virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk is a suitable technique to be infused into your daily life. Whenever you are walking, you can try to practice this technique. Get familiarized with it whenever you can. Venerable White smiled and sat at the side, watching Song Shuheng practice the footwork technique. Occasionally, he gave Song Shuheng some advice in the aspects he was lacking in, trying to help him perfect it. After Song Shuheng grasped the basics of the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, it was almost 5 p.m. He heaved a sigh and at the same time felt that the qi and blood within his aperture rose a little. He was very pleased. Venerable White clapped softly and said, very good. The rest is on you to practice and master it. Lastly, I have another Daoist technique I would like to teach you. Daoist technique? Upon hearing this, Song Shuheng's eyes lit up. Daoist techniques, well, he'd initially thought that he had to wait at least till he reached the second stage, when his qi and blood energy within his body has become true qi, to be capable of using Daoist techniques. Who would have known that one was able to use a Daoist technique in the first stage realm? It is only a very basic, introductory Daoist technique. It can't kill or hurt anyone. But if you use it against ghosts and similar entities, it can be useful. It only needs qi and blood energy, as well as runes to activate it, replied Venerable White. What Daoist technique is that? Song Shuheng asked excitedly. Ever since he had gotten himself into the world of cultivators, even though he had already learned a lot and had seen lots of strange and mystical things, he had merely practiced a few simple martial arts techniques himself. Lightning Palm, a basic technique to control lightning. When you're of a higher level, you can upgrade it to the Heavenly Lightning Palm. The upgraded version's power is pretty decent, explained Venerable White. The reason why he chose to teach Song Shuheng the Daoist technique Lightning Palm now was because he was preparing to bring that young lady from Penniless thief sect on a trip with him to retrieve back his flying meteor sword. Song Shuheng, on the other hand, was preparing to go to the neighboring city in the next 2 days to look for the ghost cultivators, the underlings of Altar Master. Their timings clashed, hence Venerable White was unable to accompany Song Shuheng to the neighboring city. Therefore, he chose to guide and teach him the lightning technique that was specialized in countering ghosts as a protective measure for Song Shuheng. First, one had to concentrate the power of qi and blood on their index finger and draw the character on the palm of the other hand. Afterward, one would have to pour their mental energy into the drawn character and activate the power of qi and blood within it. And after shouting aloud "lightning palm," lightning would appear in the middle of the palm. Moreover, the character was quite easy to draw. It only consisted of 13 not too difficult strokes. It sounded quite simple, right? However, if one wanted to use the lightning palm correctly, first, one needed a sufficient quantity of qi and blood in their body. Then, it was necessary to draw the thunder character on one's hand and activate it with their mental energy. Otherwise, one could forget about being able to use it. Only after satisfying all the conditions listed above, or rather, only after opening the eye aperture, would a cultivator have enough qi and blood to use the lightning palm. And only around 2 times at that. But if it was someone like Xu Heng, who had built his foundation with a good cultivation technique, he should be able to use it 4 to 5 times. And if we include the additional spiritual energy from the ghost spirit, he could use it up to 10 times without too much trouble. With Senior White's guidance, Song Shuheng learned how to draw the character. Then, after drawing the character on the palm of his left hand, he operated the true self-meditation scripture and used his mental energy to activate the power of qi and blood within it. Lightning palm. Song Shuheng lightly shouted. The character in the center of his palm started to become hot. Next, a ball of golden lightning appeared in the middle of his palm, issuing a crackling noise. The size of this lightning ball wasn't big. It was more or less as big as a small bowl. Song Shuheng cautiously asked, "Senior White, I won't electrocute myself, right? Don't worry. As long as you don't touch it with your other hand, nothing will happen to you." Senior White said with a smile. "How strong is it?" Song Shuheng asked again. Venerable White pointed at a nearby rock and said, "Try it out yourself." Song Shuheng approached the rock and hit it with his left hand. Boom! When his palm hit the rock, it left a hole the size of a basketball on it. Moreover, Song Shuheng didn't feel any resistance when he hit the rock with his palm. So this is what Senior White considers a weak technique? This level of power is already quite scary. Even if the opponent was a ferocious wild beast, this technique was enough to kill them. Lightning-based techniques are very good to deal with ghosts. Even Ghost of the second stage will turn into ashes after getting hit by the lightning palm, Venerable White explained. Lightning-based techniques are very good to deal with ghosts? Song Shuheng was moved. After finishing his exams tomorrow, he was planning to go to the Luo Xin Street area in the neighboring city. A conflict with the remaining subordinates of Altar Master was inevitable. Altar Master himself was specialized in ghost techniques. Therefore, when dealing with his underlings, he would surely meet some ghosts. With the help of the lightning palm and the remaining evil-warding talisman, he could safely embark on this trip. "Senior, thank you," Song Shuheng felt Senior White's goodwill. Venerable White slightly nodded, "Try it again. You have to master it properly." Song Shuheng nodded and drew the character on his palm once again. And after using his mental energy to activate it, he loudly shouted, "Lightning palm." A ball of lightning appeared once more in the center of his palm, making a crackling noise. This time, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he carefully looked at it. There was really a ball of lightning in the center of his palm. What an incredible scene! Along with the crackling noise produced by the lightning, his heart couldn't help but speed up a bit. This was just too exciting. At this time, he involuntarily recalled a scene from long ago. These were the memories he had tried to forget with all his might. But today, they resurfaced due to the lightning palm. "Look at my Chidori. I'm not afraid of you. I have my Raikiri. Humph, you guys are nothing. My fist of the thunder god is way stronger than you. Fist of the god of thunder, go. Yuwu. Ah. Stop, stop, stop. Idiot. 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 Why did I remember that stuff? This stuff is just too embarrassing. I want to die now. I have to forget it immediately. Quickly, get out of my mind. I feel ashamed just by recalling these memories. Why can't I just forget them? I really wish my brain was like a hard disk. With that, I would be able to throw these embarrassing memories in the trash bin and delete them even from there. Song Shuheng fiercely shook his head, trying to scatter these thoughts that were distracting him. Then, he looked once again at the ball of lightning in the middle of his palm. It was really beautiful. Crack, crack, crack. This is just like a dream. I would have never expected that one day I would be able to produce lightning from my hand. It's just like a dream coming true, not. I have to stop thinking in that direction. Song Shuheng raised his hand and attacked the rock once again. It looked as if this attack was aimed at those embarrassing memories. Boom! Another hole the size of a basketball appeared on the surface of the rock. Huff! Song Shuheng deeply exhaled. The nearby Venerable White curiously asked, "Were you troubled by some inner demon just now?" "No, I just remembered something that I was sure I had forgotten." Song Shuheng rubbed his face. "These memories from the past are too awful to recall them." "Oh, everyone has those kinds of memories. Even if you can't bear to recall them right now, with the passage of time, you'll start thinking that they weren't that bad." Venerable White tried to comfort Song Shuheng by relying on his own experience. Song Shuheng nodded. Then, something went wrong with his brain as he said, "Memories such as, Little White, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me?" Haha. Venerable White turned his head. A gentle breeze started to blow over, making Senior White's long black hair flutter in the wind. Song Shuheng felt that there was something wrong with this situation. Wait, what did I just say? At this time, Venerable White, who was standing in the breeze, brightly smiled. He looked like an elf standing in the wind. In an instant, myriads of other things in the world were overshadowed. In Song Shuheng's field of vision, everything turned black and white. Only Venerable White's long hair fluttering in the wind and his bright smile retained their colors. He was the center of the world, and the latter served only as a contrast for his infinite charm. This feeling lasted for the time it took to breathe twice. Afterward, Senior White blinked, and his smile vanished. "Let's go back," Senior White said. He raised his hand, and the flying sword came out of his sleeve. Next, it changed into a layer of light that fell under his feet. Oh! Song Shuheng followed behind, still absent-minded, and stepped onto the layer of light. On the way back, Senior White didn't utter a single word and they returned to Medicine Master's multi-storied building. As they were flying, Song Shuheng felt that he had done something very reckless. However, they were supposed to return home. Why did he feel that Senior White was starting to fly higher and higher? Moreover, from the height they had reached, the buildings on the ground had the size of a fingernail. "Shuheng, a few days ago, I saw a strange program on CCTV 9. It seems that modern people really like this thing called bungee jumping. It seemed rather interesting," Venerable White said. Song Shuheng immediately got serious and said, "Senior White, no. That's a very boring thing. It's only those people tired of living who want to experience something close to death, like bungee jumping. There is nothing is interesting in it." Since Senior White's view of the world was distorted, it was his responsibility to straighten it. "I want to give it a go." Venerable said earnestly, "Let's try it." "Is that fine?" "No, it's not fine," Song Shuheng yelled. "Yeah." Venerable White nodded. Then, he suddenly stopped the flying sword under his feet. Next, he grabbed Song Shuheng, and the two of them fell downward with a whizzed sound. "Aya aya weawa," Song Shuheng called out pitifully. "Yep, our little friend Song was scared of heights. He had acrophobia. That's why he wanted to put a guardrail on his flying sword. Ha ha ha, Venerable White laughed, delighted. At the same time, he also used a technique to increase their weight and make them fall even faster. Song Shuheng felt that their speed had increased. When he was falling, the sound of the friction between his body and the air could be heard. Moreover, there was also that scary zero-gravity feeling. Aya Wiawa, Song Shuheng's pitiful yell got even louder. Should I increase the speed? Venerable White said happily. Song Shuheng fiercely shook his head. Since they were falling down at high speed, he couldn't speak properly due to the pressure. I see. Then, I'll go a bit faster. Venerable White revolved his spiritual power and grabbed Song Shuheng, causing them to fall even faster. At the same time, as if he thought that the current posture was not exciting enough, he pulled Shuheng and turned him upside down, his feet pointing upward and his head downward. Song Shuheng felt that his throat was about to give in. Right, let's take a picture. Venerable White suddenly said while they were falling downward. He took out a mobile phone from somewhere and used his spiritual energy to protect it from the pressure. Shuheng, say cheese. Venerable White held the phone and pointed it toward the two of them as he activated the front camera. Song Shuheng looked at his picture on the screen of the phone. Due to various reasons, his face was distorted and looked awful. He had teardrops in the corner of the eye and looked like as if someone had just finished beating him up. Song Shuheng shook his head with all his might. Click, click, click. Venerable White took a lot of pictures. Then, he said, Shuheng, this won't do. You're not cooperating. Song Shuheng was still yelling pitifully. Let's try once again. This time, try to go along with me. If you don't collaborate, we'll have to jump down again. We have to take a proper photo, Venerable White said with a severe expression. What? Jump down again? Just kill me already. Now, synchronize with me and smile. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Venerable White adjusted the angle of the camera. On the screen of the phone, Song Shuheng and Senior White were turned upside down with a vast starry sky as the background. This scenery was just too perfect and quite suited for these two that were bungee jumping. Song Shuheng tried his best to twist his face and make a smiling expression. But under the atmospheric pressure, his smile looked like that of a clown. Click, click, click. After taking several pictures, Venerable White said, good. The result wasn't excellent, but it will have to do for the time being. Song Shuheng loosened up his face and opened his mouth once again, screaming, don't scream. We're about to arrive, Venerable White said. At this time, they could already see Medicine Master's multi-storied building. They were still more than 100 meters away from the ground. This time, Song Shuheng really felt like crying. Senior White, it's precisely because we're about to arrive that I'm screaming. We're gonna crash. We're gonna crash. Let's make a final sprint. It seemed that Venerable White wanted to have fun to his heart's content today. His spiritual energy surged. Then, he grabbed Song Shuheng and sped toward the ground like a jet. Song Shuheng was about to faint. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 8 meters. 3 meters. Venerable White still had no intention of stopping. Senior White, you're not planning to crash on the ground directly, right? You're a great expert, and you're unlikely to suffer any damage after falling from this height. But I'm different. I'm just a small cultivator of the first stage that has opened only 2 apertures. If I crash into the ground like this, I'll turn into a bloody pulp. Song Shuheng's pitiful yell was even louder. Inside the house, Doudou and Penniless thief Sect's young mistress Candy were already standing by the window, their eyes fixed on Song Shuheng. Shuheng and Senior White were around 500 meters away from the house when these two started to watch the show. 2 meters. 1 meter. 0.5 meters. 0.4 meters. 0.3 meters. It's over. It seems that I will pass away on July 4, 2019. Chi 3. At this time, the sound of what sounded like brakes suddenly echoed. Afterward, Song Shuheng felt himself softly drop on the ground, without the slightest impact. Ha ha ha. Venerable started to laugh. Was it exciting? He he he. Song Shuheng also laughed, his face still distorted. It seems you also enjoyed it. He he. Now, I'll make an album and send all those pictures to the group. Venerable White smiled as he started to mess with the phone in his hand. Song Shuheng weakly stretched out his and roared in his mind, "Don't." However, he had screamed so much on the way here that his throat was sore. Therefore, he couldn't let out a single sound. Done. Venerable White pressed on the phone's keyboard and sent the pictures. Inside the group space of the 9 provinces #1 group. A lot of photos appeared in the group album. All these pictures were portraying Song Shuheng and Venerable White as they were bungee jumping. In the pictures, Song Shuheng had many different expressions. In some, his face was panic-stricken and distorted, on others, he was desperately trying to force out a smile. On the other hand, the nearby Venerable White was handsome as always, his elegance out of the world, and one could only find him lovable. The title of the album, Little Friend Song Shuheng and I Just Went Bungee Jumping. It was really fun. Little Friend Song Shuheng made many interesting expressions. After a few days, I plan to bring him to have fun again. Very soon, the post was filled with likes. Fairy Lychee, Senior White is as attractive as always, I'm so envious. Medicine Master, Senior White has really unique ways to have fun. P.S. I'm Rivoli Purple Mist. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, Senior White has really unique ways to have fun. Dharma King Creation, Senior White has really unique ways to have fun. Gotta keep the meme going. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Little Friend Shuheng, hang on. True Monarch Yellow Mountain felt that Little Friend Shuheng was a really dedicated person. He went through such suffering every day. At this point, giving him a big gift was imperative. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Senior White has really unique ways to have fun, and Little Friend Song Shuheng looks very cute. Yep. This Little Friend Song Shuheng that was risking his life to accompany Senior White was indeed cute. If Senior White were to close up again, the honor of receiving him once he was out would belong to Little Friend Song Shuheng alone. If he was still alive by then, that is. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, ah. Bungee jumping? Senior Song likes bungee jumping? Then, Soft Feather will also participate the next time you go. It's decided. Stressed by a mountain of books. Song Shuheng took out his mobile phone with his shivering hand. He wanted to look which pictures Senior White had sent inside the group. Then, he saw Soft Feather's message. Song Shuheng fainted on the spot. July 4, 2019. Song Shuheng died. The next morning, Song Shuheng woke up feeling groggy. Last night, he had several strange dreams in a row. There was an elevator accident. He plunged right down to the ground from above the 10th floor while he was in an elevator. Then, he became a cleaner and was cleaning the windows of a high-rise from the outside when the rope attached to his harness broke. After that, he was enjoying the view from the edge of the cliff when someone from the back suddenly pushed him lightly. Yet another time, as he was walking, he suddenly fell into a bottomless well. He kept falling and falling, never reaching the bottom. In short, all kinds of accidents related to falling. The Song Shuheng in the dreams felt weak in the legs. Upon waking up, he could still feel his heart palpitating. Needless to say, these weird dreams must have appeared because of yesterday's shenanigans with Senior White. Come to think of it, was I possessed by Senior Thrice Reckless yesterday? Song Shuheng thought of yesterday's events and was immediately filled with regret. Why couldn't he control his mouth? Hopefully Senior White's anger had subsided today, and he would not drag him for some more bungee jumping anymore. Otherwise, he was worried that if he went for a few more rounds, his acrophobia might become even more serious, and in the future, he might not even dare to ride on a flying sword. If that was the case, it would be the end. As usual, after his morning practice has ended, Song Shuheng got ready. Today was the last day of the finals, after which would be 2 months of vacation. Song Shuheng went down and prepared to sneakily check Senior White's mood today. However, the weird thing was, it was early in the morning but there was no sign of Senior White anywhere. Even Penniless thief Sect's little candy wasn't there. Only Doudou was left at home. Doudou, where's Senior White? Song Shuheng asked. Senior White went to look for his flying sword. Last night after you fell asleep, Senior White brought the Penniless thief Sect's disciple out with him and headed out, answered Doudou while seemingly looking at the news on the computer. Song Shuheng nodded his head. Senior White did indeed mention this to him before. Doudou, what are you looking at? Song Shuheng was curious and stood next to him, looking at the computer screen. Isn't this Jiangnan area's morning news? Doudou is actually looking at the news? Song Shuheng got curious and looked at its contents. According to the report, recently a lot of pets in Jiangnan neighborhoods went missing. The police suspected there was a syndicate going around stealing dogs. Their modus operandi was very meticulous, and every time they made a move, they managed to avoid all surveillance cameras and leave almost no traces behind. The police informed the residents that they should pay more attention to the safety of their pet dogs and deny the criminals the opportunity to take them away. Dog theft syndicate? The number of people owning dogs in the Jiangnan area wasn't small, so every year there would be at least one dog theft syndicate that would come and pay them a visit. Pet dogs that were worth several tens of thousands RMB sometimes got stolen by these people only to be sold for only 100 RMB or so to dog meat shops. But no matter how many robbers were arrested every year in the Jiangnan area, the police just couldn't put a stop to it. Song Shuheng looked at Doudou, who was just staring at the news without blinking. He observed 3 seconds of silence for them in his heart. Of all places to prowl, why did they have to come to the Jiangnan area? Furthermore, instead of capturing cats or stealing chickens, they just had to target dogs. If they did not seek death, they would not die. Such a simple logic, why can't people just understand it? Including himself from yesterday. Oh right, before Venerable White headed out, he left a couple of things behind for you, saying you'd need these items for self-defense when you go over to J City in a couple of days to deal with the underlings of Altar Master. With one paw on the mouse, Doudou did a lazy dog peeing pose at the same time and kicked a package of things to Song Shuheng. What's that? Song Shuheng took the items. You open it first, then I'll explain, said Doudou without turning his head. Song Shuheng opened the package. Firstly, there was a wooden sword. There were some complicated formations carved on it, which looked like the work of Venerable White. At the same time, there was also a small box which had a button on it. The box and the sword seemed to be complementary items. When he saw the button, Song Shuheng had a strong impulse to push it. This was human nature. Upon seeing a strange button, most people would have the itch to press it. But, alert people would resist such a temptation, and people who were good at seeking death would surely press it without any second thoughts. Additionally, near the wooden sword was a tattoo sticker. It looked like the ones which Song Shuheng used to play with when he was a child, those that cost 50 cents apiece. The other item was a handwritten list. The wooden sword is called Disposable Flying Sword 004. Just like its name suggests, it is a disposable one-use flying sword. But, it is a treasure created by Venerable White, so defeating a 4th stage cultivator is not an issue. It comes with a Flying Sword Launcher 013. You just have to channel your chi and blood into the Flying Sword Launcher to synchronize with it, and it will follow your will and target the enemy you have in mind. Thereafter, you just have to lightly press the button once. After you hear a swoosh, the disposable flying sword will shoot out and kill your enemy. It's very convenient and easy to use. It's the first defensive item that Venerable White prepared for you, explained Doudou. Flying Sword Launcher? Song Shuheng initially felt that Great Master Profound Principles, Trial and Error sword controlling technique was quite good, but who would have known Venerable White was on a whole new level. He could even come up with things like a flying sword launcher. After lightly pressing it, the flying sword would shoot out. Come to think of it, it does sound pretty good. Also, that paper talisman is Venerable White's very own 10,000-mile flying escape technique. If you are in a situation where your chance of defeating the enemy is 0, use your mental power to activate that paper talisman. It will bring you to Venerable White's side at the fastest speed possible, explained Doudou. Paper talisman, this one? Asked Song Shuheng as he took out something that looked like a 50-cent tattoo sticker. That's the one. According to Venerable White, for the sake of convenience and portability, he tweaked it a bit. All you've gotta do is to stick it onto your arm, just like a tattoo. It's very convenient and you don't have to worry about losing it, replied Doudou. Oh, you can use spells like that? Song Shuheng grabbed the sticker and stuck it to his wrist. The picture of the spell was imprinted on it. This is indeed a good method. I don't have to do the whole digging for the talisman and activating it thing when fleeing to save my life. Speaking of which, Doudou, don't you think this picture looks familiar? Song Shuheng pointed at it and asked. Yeah, of course it looks familiar. Yesterday, when Venerable White was making the spell on the talisman, he said he wanted to cover it with some picture as an insurance lest the enemy finds out that it is the spell for the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. Hence, I searched on the net for a sketch version of the Calabash Brothers. 1. Lift your palm vertically and look at it from a slanted angle. You can see a 3-dimensional Calabash Brother, right? Isn't it cool? A 3-dimensional Calabash Brother? Song Shuheng had the sudden urge to beat Doudou up. Also, he regretted acting so rashly. If he had known, he would have stuck the tattoo sticker on someplace more discreet, where no one would be able to see it. Oh, right, when you're in an extremely dangerous situation, and can't even squeeze out any mental energy anymore, this 10,000-mile flying escape technique also has a sound activation function. Let me teach you the chant, listen well. The chant is, Moon Prism Power, make up. Got it? Asked Doudou. 2. Wait, what's with this chant? Don't tell me you randomly searched and found it on the internet? Song Shuheng said, while clenching his teeth. Yeah, that's right. I searched and picked it at random, replied Doudou. Doudou, come here. I promise I won't beat the sh*t out of you. Lastly, this the list of materials required for the chi and blood pills. Venerable White already knew that your chi and blood quantity is insufficient, hence he made this list for you to keep a lookout for these medicinal herbs, see if you can find any. If you can gather all these ingredients, he can teach you the steps to make and refine the chi and blood pill. Even though Venerable White is no pill refining master, he has no problem refining simpler medicinal pills, said Doudou. Song Shuheng looked through the list and saw numerous varieties of medicinal ingredients. Some were the names of the more common Chinese medicinal herbs, but some were names of the medicinal herbs used solely by cultivators. Luckily, Venerable White meticulously drew a picture of each herb and briefly introduced their prominent features so that Song Shuheng would not be at a loss when trying to identify them. The ingredients for the chi and blood pill are not that easy to be gathered in full, right? Song Shuheng sighed. Yeah, I think so too. But, maybe in Venerable White's eyes you just have to go out to take a stroll and you would have found most of them, added Doudou. Based on Venerable White's luck, if he wanted the ingredients for qi and blood pills, the moment he heads out, a box full of necessary ingredients would drop from the sky right before him. Or, perhaps when he killed an enemy who appeared out of nowhere, the latter might leave behind a bunch of herbs necessary for concocting the qi and blood pill as spoils for Venerable White. Or, maybe when he explored deep into the forest, he might be able to find a whole bunch of ingredients for qi and blood pill? Song Shuheng felt the same way about Venerable White's luck and merely nodded. However, in his case, he dared not think about it. He sure did not share the same heaven-defying luck as Senior White. He dared not think about gathering the ingredients in a short period of time. Nevertheless, he still patiently finished reading the list left behind by Senior White and remembered every bit of content written on it. Last but not least, he saw a message left behind by Venerable White at the end of that list. Little friend Shuheng, I hope that your trip to J City would be a successful one. I also wish you success in finding the medicinal herbs for the qi and blood pill on the list. The thing written here is Senior White's blessing, right? It is Senior White's blessing. Song Shuheng could feel his heart beat even faster. Was this the feeling of being overwhelmed by a senior's kindness? Or was this him subconsciously worrying about something? The last exam finally ended. The students of Jiangnan's University heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The relaxed faces of the students who felt that they did well could be seen. Now that this was over, they could enjoy a happy vacation. On the other hand, the students who did badly looked miserable. Perhaps not long after the vacation ended, they would receive their results and wait for the school to arrange for makeup exams. The period when the Jiangnan University's makeup exams were held was usually inflexible and unpredictable. It all depended on the dean's mood. Sometimes, he would get the students who failed to return for the makeup exams right in the middle of the vacation. At other times, he would get them to attend intensive revision classes when the new term started before sending them for the makeup exams immediately. Alternatively, he might even group them up for makeup exams 2-3 days after finals ended. The school was very efficient when it came to grading, causing a love-hate relationship between Jiangnan's University and its students. Because this was the last exam, after it ended, Song Shuheng did not leave. He waited for his roommates to leave the hall. Since the semester ended, everyone should have a meal together or something before they each start their vacation. How did you do? Gao Momo asked his roommates with a relaxed face. Looking at his facial expression, one could tell that he completed his exams without much difficulty this time round. No problem, a ray of light flashed through Li Yongda's glasses. To a nerd like him, passing was never his goal. His goal was to become one of the top 10 students in school. It was pretty easy, there shouldn't be any problems, Song Shuheng replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, this time it was fine for me too, I feel that I can definitely pass. Tubo raised his thumb. Thanks to Song Shuheng's tea leaves that gave him the extra energy, he could study with a fresh state of mind and a body full of vitality. He managed to complete his revision and prepare for the exams in the nick of time, hence he successfully survived the exams without a hitch. That night, his dorm mates invited 5 other closer male friends to have a drinking party. In the end, Song Shuheng called for 3 taxis. He then stuffed each one of these drunkards into their respective taxis and sent them to their respective dorms. Shuheng, tomorrow when you wake me up as well. Let's go to my grandfather's place together. Tubo's eyes lost focus, but he did not forget about it. Alright, no problem. I will come pick you up tomorrow. Song Shuheng smiled. When he got back to Medicine Master's multi-storied building, Song Shuheng saw that Doudou was looking for the map of the Jiangnan area. Doudou, I have to make a trip to the neighboring J City. Do you want to go together? Song Shuheng asked. Doudou was a formidable figure. If he brought him along, Song Shuheng did not need to worry about what might happen. Woof woof, I'm not going with you, I'll be occupied with some stuff for the next few days, said Doudou and shook his body until a strand of dog fur fell to the ground. Before it touched the ground, he used his claws to catch it and passed it to Song Shuheng. When you're in danger, hold your hand up while grabbing at my fur, and shout, Doudou, save me, as loud as you can. Then, my dog fur will help you. Woof, don't worry and just go. You'll have my spiritual support, said Doudou with a serious look on his face. Song Shuheng took the strand of dog fur from him and scrutinized it before asking, is it really effective? Woof, you don't want it? If you don't want it, give it back. I can't bear to give it to you. Doudou retorted immediately. Song Shuheng kept it immediately. You gotta be kidding, how can you take back something that you've already given me? Even if this dog fur was useless, he would still keep it carefully. This was the fur of a monster dog, who knew if it could be used as a material to make a weapon of some sort? The next day, Song Shuheng carried a shoulder bag with everything packed and ready. He first set off to the underground parking lot and picked a hatchback car produced by a Chinese company before picking Tubo up to go to J-City. The important finals have ended and the vacation began. With students going home from Jiangnan City, the subway and trains had to be extremely packed. After reaching his dorm, Song Shuheng saw that 3 of his roommates were struggling to wake up, and all of them had bloodshot eyes. They had too much to drink last night and had yet to sober up. Shuheng, you've come. Tubo sat on the bed and rubbed his red eyes. He was very unwilling to accept it. Previously, he was the one with the best capacity for alcohol in the dormitory. After they had taken turns to drink, Song Shuheng, Gao Momu, and Li Yangda would be lying on the ground. He wasn't sure when, but Song Shuheng's capacity for alcohol had suddenly skyrocketed. Afterward, he never saw Shuheng getting drunk again. Every time, he would have an awful appearance while Song Shuheng didn't even seem to have drunk anything. Song Shuheng lifted the breakfast in his hand and said with a smile, yes. And we should immediately set out once you're done eating. We should move while the other students are still sleeping and avoid the traffic jam. Yanj took the breakfast and replied, I won't return home right away. I still have something to do. Previously, he had mentioned that he finished developing a program with his colleagues and that he had to go to a conference or something. Therefore, he needed to stay in Jiangnan College Town for a while. I'll go to a few places with Yai during this summer vacation. Therefore, I'll directly go to the airport and won't take any crowded metro or train with you, Gao Momo yawned. Recently, Zhuge Yue had been glued to his butt, and he hadn't had any free time to spend with Yai. Now that summer vacation was about to start, he decided to secretly book plane tickets and go on a trip with Yai. All of this was in order to get rid of that damnable Zhuge Yue. Yangda, since you're staying at Jiangnan College Town, why don't you accompany Song Shuheng and me to my grandfather's place? In a day or 2, strawberries will also be ready for picking. Tubo said to Yanj. Since he was going to his grandfather's place, the more friends he was bringing along the better. This way, even if he made a mistake and angered his grandfather, he wouldn't get a beating since there would be other people around. If there was no one else but Song Shuheng with him, however, maybe his grandfather wouldn't care and would still give him a lesson. Yangda thought a bit and nodded, sure. It's settled. Shuheng, Yangda, and I will go to my grandfather's place. Gao Momu will accompany his girlfriend. Tubo laughed and jumped down from the bed. Soon after, he called out pitifully and was about to cry. He quickly lifted the sole of his foot and blew some air on it. Song Shuheng asked, somewhat confused, what happened? When did I injure my foot? Tubo gazed at his foot and noticed that there was a freshly made burned scar on his sole. Oh, I think I know the reason. Gao Momu pushed up his glasses and said, it happened yesterday night. Tubo suddenly got out of bed barefooted and went to the table by the window to smoke a cigarette. I thought he was sober, but apparently, he was still half drunk. Once he was done smoking, he threw the cigarette butt on the floor and stepped on it as he always does. As a result, he let out an agonized scream which scared me to death. After screaming, he went to bed and fell asleep again. At the time, I thought it was nothing serious. Gao Mumu, you heartless bastard. Why didn't you help me check the state of the injury? Tubo felt like crying. Hee, Gao Mumu pushed up his glasses. You think I'll check the foot of a man in the middle of the night? I have no such fetish. Yangda nodded and said sincerely, Tubo, smoking isn't good for your health. You should be clear by now, right? Clear my ass, said Tubo with tears running down his face. He was really unfortunate to have made friends with these evil roommates. The way things are, we shouldn't take the train to go to your grandfather's place. We might as well take a taxi to go there. Yangda said. It seems this is the only way, Tubo bitterly smiled. However, taking a taxi was quite expensive. Especially when it was a 5 hours ride. Don't worry. We won't need a taxi. I asked my friend to lend me the car. We can drive till there. Song Shuhang waved his hand. Friend? Oh, are talking about the friend that recently came to Jiangnan College Town to look for you? Tubo's eyes lit up. 10 minutes later, the three of them had finished packing their things. Shuhang and Yangda supported Tubo, who slowly hobbled toward the entrance of the underground parking area. Have a safe trip, Gao Mumu waved at the three from the entrance of the dormitory. The three roommates arrived at a side of the hatchback. Song Shuhang opened the lock and helped Tubo get into the car. Next, he put their luggage in the rear. After getting into the car, Tubo strangely looked at Song Shuhang. He and Yangda sat in the back seat. Song Shuhang turned on the GPS, and after setting J-City's Luo Xin Street area as the destination, he pressed the accelerator and set off. When they arrived at the school gate, Tubo said in Yangda's ear, Yangda, do you think that Shuhang's friend is a girl? ? Yangda was somewhat confused. The name of this car model is Mademoiselle Car Happy Kitten XY, and it's from a Chinese company specialized in making cars for women. No man would buy this type of car. Therefore, Song Shuhang didn't come home for the past few days because he was fooling around with a girl, said Tubo evilly. Yangda was enlightened, he also nodded in approval. Song Shuhang, who was now driving, had an expression. Even if Tubo spoke in a low voice, with his current hearing, he could clearly understand each of his words. This was really unjust. His understanding of car models was limited to the most famous ones. Little did he know that the car he had casually chosen was for women only. Jiangnan College Town was about 5 hours of drive away from the place where Tubo's grandfather lived. Luckily, today's weather was pretty good, cloudy with no sun. Thanks to this, the temperature wasn't too high. Otherwise, they would have turned into dried shrimps after driving for 5 hours in the sun. At first, Song Shuhang was planning to take turns with Tubo to drive. But now that Tubo's foot was injured, he was the only one that could drive. Tubo and Yangda, who were sitting in the back, were merrily chatting and eating the snacks they had prepared. Time passed by little, they took only one break along the way. After 4.5 hours of driving, they were finally approaching J-City's Luo Xin Street area. At this time, Tubo and Yangda were sleeping. However, Song Shuhang suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped the car on the roadside. Tubo rubbed his eyes and asked, "Have we arrived?" But after looking around, he discovered that they were still on the mountain road that led toward the Luo Xin Street area village. They would still need another 10 minutes of driving to arrive at their destination. So, they hadn't arrived yet. He looked somewhat confused at Song Shuhang. "Oh, we'll arrive soon. You guys keep sleeping. I'm getting out of the car to exercise a bit. I'm tired, and I want to stretch my legs." Song Shuhang turned around and said to Tubo with a smile. "I see. After all, you've been driving for 4 to 5 hours straight. If only my foot wasn't injured, we could have taken turns, and you wouldn't be this tired. Sorry for being such a burden, Tubo chortled. It's all right. Song Shuheng swung his arms and stretched his neck. He was staring at the road, 20 meters ahead of their current position. An illusory and hazy figure was standing in the middle of the road, emitting eerie ghost chi. It was the figure of a tall man wearing an ancient armor. A scary mask covered his face, and he had silver-white long hair. Huge chains were entwined around both his hands, and at the extremity of these chains, 2 blood-covered knives hung from them. Pieces of glass and other plastic materials were scattered in the surroundings of the figure. These were the aftermath of a car accident. It seems that no one had cleaned them up yet. Is that a ghost? Song Shuheng muttered. Did this ghost dare to come out in broad daylight due to this cloudy weather? When he was pondering, the vision of the ghost fell on Song Shuheng. However, he didn't pay too much attention to him. He shifted his gaze and looked again at the car parked on the roadside. It seemed that his task was to create car accidents on this road. There was only one low-rank ghost soldier, and Song Shuheng had determined his rank through his aura. However, it was impossible to destroy this evil spirit without revealing his presence to the one controlling it. Song Shuheng went forward and arrived in front of the ghost soldier. The ghost was around 2 meters tall, a head taller than Shuheng. The ghost soldier kept looking at Song Shuheng, but as before, he didn't take any action. A low-rank ghost soldier didn't have much of an intellect. After being subdued, it would mechanically execute the master's orders and wouldn't take actions on own initiative. Basic Fist Number 1. Song Shuheng used in his right fist, all the power of qi and blood from his heart and eye apertures was concentrated there. He hit the evil spirit's chin with all his might. The big and tall ghost soldier was sent flying and fell on the ground a moment later, sending out ghastly cries. The strength of this low-level ghost soldier was equivalent to a cultivator that had just opened his heart aperture. Song Shuheng took a few steps forward. His speed didn't seem too fast, but in truth, he was very quick. This was the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the evil spirit. The ghost soldier didn't even have the time to get up when Song Shuheng swung yet another fist. He violently hammered the ghost soldier's head, aiming to turn it into a bloody pulp. At the same time, he also used his knee to hit its chest, making him unable to get up. After the time it takes to breathe thrice, the head of the ghost soldier was turned into minced meat, and its body had turned into a mass of black mist. At this time, the ghost spirit residing in Song Shuheng's heart aperture came out of its own volition. It revealed only half of its body and grabbed that mass of black mist with one hand, swallowing it down. Afterward, it smacked its lips, satisfied. Song Shuheng looked at the ghost spirit, somewhat confused. It could recover energy by eating other ghosts? He hadn't completed his synchronization with the ghost spirit yet. Therefore, their consciousness interlinkage wasn't always active. Thus, at this time, he had no idea what the ghost spirit was thinking. But now that he knew it could eat other ghosts to recover its strength, he would make sure to let the ghost spirit eat to its heart's content during this trip to the Luo Xin Street area. Song Shuheng retracted his fist and heaved a sigh. It seems that J-City's Luo Xin Street area has some problems. Ghosts are now running rampant and even causing car accidents on the main road. Is this the doing of Altar Master's underlings? Or maybe it is another loose cultivator specialized in ghosts who came over here, bringing this ghost along? No matter who it was, now that he had eliminated this ghost soldier, the opposite party would quickly notice it. At that time, Altar Master's underlings would surely come to take a sneak peek at the situation. Thus, he would be able to discover their whereabouts from the clues they would leave behind. In the car, Tubo was looking at Shuheng, somewhat puzzled. First, he punched the air. Next, he took a few steps forward and started to randomly punch the ground as if trying to hit something. Had he been possessed or something? Did he accumulate so much stress after driving for 5 hours straight? Tubo rubbed his forehead. Shuheng isn't planning to beat me up, right? At this time, Song Shuheng returned to the car humming, "It's all good. Let's go." Tubo had the face of someone trying to curry favors. He said with a smile, "Shuheng, you must be really tired. I'll give my grandpa a call and tell him that we're about to arrive." The car started, its destination, Luo Xin Street Area Village. Tubo called his grandfather, "Hello, Grandpa. I'm coming over with Song Shuheng and another classmate. We'll be there in a little more than 10 minutes. Did you take the taxi?" Tubo's grandfather asked. But his dignified manner had toned down quite a bit from the last time. He sounded weak. "No, we're coming by car," Tubo replied. "Then, be careful, especially on the mountain road that leads toward the village. In the past few days, there had been 3 car accidents in that place already," Tubo's grandfather said. "Don't worry. We've already left that place behind," Tubo said with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Song Shuheng. What a coincidence. Wasn't it the same place where Song Shuheng stopped to exercise for a while? 10 minutes later, Song Shuheng parked the car in Grandpa Tubo's courtyard. Tubo's grandfather was already waiting at the main gate to receive the guests. After the car stopped, Tubo got out and gave his grandfather a bear hug. Soon, Yangda also got out while rubbing his eyes. Shuheng too got out after parking the car. "Grandpa, let me give you a brief introduction. These are my roommates, Li Yangda and Song Shuheng." "You've already met the latter," said Tubo with a smile. "You're all welcome." Tubo's grandfather warmly welcomed Yangda and Shuheng. However, once Song Shuheng parked the car and locked it, Tubo's grandfather stared for a while. He was a bit disappointed. That mysterious girl from the last time didn't come? The reason he thought of Tubo's friends after those strange incidents in the village was exactly that mysterious girl. But, now that Song Shuheng was finally here, the mysterious girl wasn't. He couldn't help but be a little disappointed. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was the one that asked Tubo to bring over his roommates. He couldn't lack in courtesy now. Song Shuheng also gave Tubo's grandfather a bear hug and said, "Grandpa, we've come to visit you again." Tubo's grandfather laughed heartily. He really liked this polite youngster. When he hugged Tubo's grandfather, Song Shuheng slightly frowned. There were some traces of ghost chi on the grandfather's body. This would happen only if one came in contact with ghosts recently. Moreover, his body felt weak. Was his vitality sucked out by a ghost? After separating from Tubo's grandfather, Song Shuheng looked all around. Even if he couldn't see it, he could perceive through his mental energy that the surrounding area was engulfed in eerie ghost chi. Traces of the presence of ghosts could be found in the entire Luo Xin Street area. Usually, these traces would disappear under the sunlight. But now that the weather was cloudy, some of them had stayed behind. If this development continues, I'll have to make my move. I gotta think of a way to get rid of the ghost chi that is engulfing Luo Xin Street area and defeat the underlings of Altar Master, then this area should become peaceful once again. Song Shuheng looked at a huge cloud of ghost chi above his head and sighed softly. After all, he was only a small cultivator in the first stage second aperture realm. He had never practiced any Buddhist or Daoist scriptures that would allow him to expel evil spirits and ghosts. Even though he had 8 strong evil-warding talismans in his possession right now, the effectiveness of these talismans was limited. Even if he used all of them in one go, he would not be able to eliminate all the ghost chi in the air that was currently engulfing the village. Hence, he had to use them wisely and in the most effective way. In order to cleanse every corner of Luo Xin Street area, the best thing to do was to destroy the source of the ghost chi, and look for the underlings of Altar Master and defeat them. The evil warding talismans should be used against them when the time comes. Once the main culprit controlling all these ghostly beings got eliminated and the sun was out, the ghost chi in this area would automatically disappear. Alright, thinking about all this right now is useless. Song Shuhang, who did not even know the enemy's whereabouts, could only quietly wait for them to appear before analyzing their power and strength. If the enemy was weak, then kill. If the enemy was strong, kill them too. He had the lightning palm, sword talismans, armor talismans, the ancient bronze ring, a disposable flying sword, and Doudou's strand of dog fur. If he fully utilized them and displayed their combined power, defeating a couple of people stronger than him wouldn't be a problem. If it was really not possible, then at least he had the 10,000-mile flying escape technique, and could escape to Senior White's side immediately. By then, no matter what the situation was, at least Senior White would be there to save the day. As he was thinking, Tubo's grandfather welcomed and invited Shuhang and friends into the house. "Come in, everyone, I picked some waxberries recently. They are very sweet." Tubo's grandfather had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. He wanted to greet Song Shuhang and company who drove all the way there to visit with a feast since they couldn't eat anything on their journey there. "Grandfather, when you called 2 days ago, you mentioned that there were some devious, strange things happening in this village. What happened?" asked Tubo as he was eating. He was indeed worried about his grandfather. His grandfather sighed softly. While the mysterious young lady wasn't here, when Tubo mentioned this issue, he decided not to keep it bottled up and said, "There were a few strange things that happened here. Firstly, do you have any impression of the mountain road you took when you entered the village?" Tubo nodded. His grandfather mentioned this before over the phone. Within 5 days, 3 traffic accidents happened on that mountain road, Tubo's grandfather said solemnly. They were not the kind where 2 vehicles collided. The driver was in a perfect state of mind, he was neither tired nor was he drunk, he just drove on and suddenly, the windshield hit a sharp-pointed object of some sort and completely cracked. Thereafter, the car got flipped over to the side of the road. And the other 2 accidents were completely the same. If they happened at the same time, perhaps one can consider that an accident. But they were 3 separate accidents that happened in the exact same fashion, so something was obviously wrong. Apart from this, about 10 days ago, an odd epidemic occurred in the village. Tubo's grandfather furrowed his brows and said, "A lot of elderly in the village experienced weakness in their entire body, and had no energy or vigor. All they want to do is sleep." Initially, there were only 1 or 2 of them that experienced this, but eventually, more and more people caught it. Now, 1/3 of the elderly in this village have more or less have the same feeling of weakness in their body. Have they gone to the hospital for a checkup? It shouldn't be contagious, right? Tubo asked out of concern. This is the strange part, all the elderly who were affected went to the hospital and did a complete physical, but it all boiled down to one cause: they have tired themselves out too much. The doctor guaranteed that if they got more rest and ate more nutritious food, they would be fine. Additionally, only the elderly were affected, the younger population is entirely fine and unaffected, said Tubo's grandfather. Even he himself had gotten more tired than usual these days, but he did not want to tell Tubo about it. Song Shuhang nodded while stuffing waxberries into his mouth. The young people were fine because their bodies were still strong. The ghostly beings sent by the underlings of Altar Master absorbed chi and blood from human beings, but they only did it in small quantities. Hence, young people were able to take it, but the elderly on the other hand would feel weak, strengthless, and sleepy. Next, there's the case of the graveyard on the mountain behind our village. Tubo's grandfather laughed bitterly and said, "The fella guarding the graveyard, Yellow Teeth, said that he saw a few ghost-like figures strolling around in the middle of the night. They frequently whizzed over 10 meters up towards the sky and then disappeared without a trace. The medium-sized public graveyard on the mountain top behind Luo Xin Street area was the one that Yellow Teeth was guarding. Yellow Teeth doesn't suffer from presbyopia, does he? Scoffed Tubo. He didn't seem to have a good impression of the guy nicknamed Yellow Teeth. Initially, I thought so too, but after that, a few people took turns to accompany him for 2 nights at the graveyard and likewise saw figures whizzing up into the sky and disappearing. Tubo's grandfather sighed. If not for his old age, he would have personally gone to the graveyard with Yellow Teeth to see it for himself. The graveyard? Song Shuhang's interest got piqued. Could it be that that was the area where the underlings of Altar Master carried out their operations? Tubo's grandfather went on to tell 7, 8 more stories of other strange happenings. It was exactly because there were so many strange happenings occurring at the same time that even an old person like Tubo's grandfather, who had always believed in the logic of science is power, trust only science and reject superstitions, started feeling uneasy and could tell that something was fishy. Li Yongda listened quietly and could only sigh at the end of his speech. If there had been so many things happening around him, he too would have suspected that ghosts indeed exist. Grandfather, should we prepare some black dog's blood? Tubo asked jokingly. 1. Tubo's grandfather lightly hit him with his chopsticks, saying, "Don't spout nonsense. I just feel very uneasy and want you to accompany me, that's all." Tubo laughed cheekily. After filling up their tummies, they drank some tea and started chatting. Tubo's grandfather was very good at holding conversations. Whenever he was around, one didn't have to worry about awkward silence in conversations. After chatting for a bit, Song Shuhang stretched his body and smiled, saying, "Grandfather, I am going out for a stroll to warm my body. After driving for 5 hours, my body still feels a bit stiff. Do you want me to accompany you?" Tubo asked mindlessly. Song Shuhang pointed to his leg and laughed without saying a word. Yangda burst out laughing. After leaving Tubo's grandfather's house, Song Shuhang first went back to his car and retrieved a long item in a wrapping from his bag, putting it on his back. Inside it was the saber-broken tyrant. Thereafter, his gaze fell on a ghost lingering above Tubo's house. It was a newly formed ghost, still transparent and not even enough to be considered a low-level ghost soldier. It was at most a wandering soul. It kept roaming in front of Tubo's grandfather's house, but did not enter. It obviously wanted to lure Song Shuhang out. After Song Shuhang went out, the ghost started to roam in front of him, till it was 100 meters away, when it stopped to wait for Song Shuhang. It wants to lure me over? Song Shuhang thought. He put his hands into pockets. With an evil warding talisman in his left hand, and an armor talisman in his right, he followed behind the ghost without taking his hands out of the pockets. Walking and walking, the ghost finally stopped at the top of a normal-looking 3-story building. The door was left unlatched. It was obviously waiting for Song Shuhang to enter. Song Shuhang went up to the door and lightly pushed it open before entering. There was nobody inside, just a fixed-line telephone on speaker mode. "Hee, you've come. It was you who killed the ghost soldier in front of the village, right?" said a fake robotic male voice from the telephone. Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. The other party seemed pretty careful and wary. "And you are the person controlling the ghost soldier, right?" Song Shuhang said in a deep voice, attempting to get more information from the other person. "Hee, that ghost soldier was indeed under our control. Except that we did not think that a righteous Daoist cultivator like you would come. But fortunately, your power and abilities are not as great as we thought," said the man on the telephone. Song Shuhang scoffed, "Are they disappointed that I'm only a first-stage second aperture cultivator? Back to business, let's forget about the foolish ghost soldier you got rid of previously. However, let us give you a piece of advice. Don't do anything over the next couple of days in this village and quietly leave after that. Let's just mind our own business." Otherwise, if you offend us, we will activate all the ghost spirits around and cause the people in this village to die from depletion of chi and blood. By then, how many ghost spirits will you be able to block alone? The man said, his voice getting deeper. Are you threatening me? Asked Song Shuheng calmly. Hee, you can say that. We did not really plan to kill anyone. After all, the modern era is different from olden times. Massacring an entire village is something we do not want to do. All we want is to quietly absorb 2 days' worth of chi and blood and then leave this place. We just have to get along peacefully for 2 days, wouldn't it be great? The man on the telephone said in a cold voice. Don't force us to kill anyone. Just because we don't want to kill anyone doesn't mean we won't. Hee, laughed Song Shuheng. Suddenly, he took a huge step and smashed the telephone on the counter with all his might. Bang! The telephone got smashed into smithereens, and a plume of black fog emerged from it. It was just a ghost. From the start, there wasn't any man talking to him via loudspeaker mode, it was just a ghost being hiding within the phone, talking with Song Shuheng. It wasn't an underling of Altar Master. Next time when you're pretending to make a call, please at least make sure the telephone line is plugged in, okay? Just because you are stupid, don't assume that everyone is as stupid as you. Song Shuheng turned around and punched the black fog-like ghost. Damn, I actually got found out by you. That cloud of black fog transformed, and ultimately took on the appearance of a man wearing a black armor. It was the same black armor as the one worn by the ghost soldier in front of the village, except that the ghost in front of him was a ghost general. A ghost general was the equivalent of a cultivator in the second stage realm. Additionally, they were different from ghost soldiers. Ghost generals have already recovered most of their memories prior to death, hence they had a certain level of intelligence. The ghost general raised its hand and a huge shield appeared on its arm, blocking Song Shuheng's punch. Bang! Song Shuheng retreated a step while the ghost general was sent flying upon impact. It wasn't because Song Shuheng's punch was that powerful. Just like the ghost general Kuyu, which the underlings of Altar Master had secretly brought along into the metro, this ghost general was in its weak stage right now. Damn it! If I hadn't been sleeping for so long due to that stupid seal in the graveyard, I wouldn't be this weak, the ghost general thought to himself. Being knocked back by this little rascal that was still at the first stage was somewhat humiliating for him. Song Shuheng secretly shook his fist, that thing was quite hard. Even if it was weakened, the body of the ghost general could be compared to that of a cultivator of the second stage. If one were to compare it to a shield, its hardness wouldn't be any less than that of the steel door that Song Shuheng had tried to destroy when recovering True Monarch White statue. After stabilizing itself, the ghost general angrily howled at Song Shuheng, "Kid, do you really want to be our enemy?" "Huh," Song Shuheng laughed. His hand turned into a dragon claw, and the basic fist number 3 exploded toward the ghost general at full power. "You brat! Are you not afraid that we'll kill the villagers?" The ghost general seemed to be an experienced fighter. His form flashed several times, and he evaded Song Shuheng's powerful attack. At the same time, he started to flutter, putting up some distance between him and Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng thought to himself, I would be an idiot if I admitted that I care about the villagers. Isn't it the same as telling the enemy about your weaknesses, giving them a considerable advantage? What does that have to do with me? Song Shuheng decided to assume a cutthroat appearance and said disdainfully, if you want to kill them, go ahead. I'm only interested in you guys. At this time, he had an indifferent expression, not showing a hint of weakness. The ghost general was stunned. Song Shuheng took advantage of the situation and dashed forward with the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. He seemed both fast and slow as he punched at the ghost general. Faced with Song Shuheng's sudden attack, the ghost general grinned fiendishly. Did he really think that I was distracted? In the end, a cultivator of the first stage doesn't have too much battle experience. He was easily led by the nose. You're just a puny cultivator of the first stage. Do you really consider yourself to be someone great? You've brought about your own destruction. The Ghost General's armor exploded, changing into a huge cloak that tried to engulf Song Shuheng. This cloak was an innate magical technique of the Ghost General. Once it covered someone, they would be weakened. At the same time, their essence and blood would be continuously sucked out. If I suck out every bit of chi and blood in your body, I'll be able to recover around 40% of my strength. Hee. At first, we were thinking of keeping a low profile and avoid conflicts with cultivators. But who would have thought that you would come to annoy us on your own initiative? Don't blame me for what's about to happen. The Ghost General laughed madly. The black cloak engulfed Song Shuheng. At the same time, the Ghost General took a deep breath and activated his technique. He wanted to absorb Song Shuheng's chi and blood forcefully. However, the expression of the Ghost General suddenly changed. Thunder and lightning rose from the black cloak. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning palm. Song Shuheng's voice echoed from within the black cloak. It was a basic lightning-type technique, the lightning palm. Earlier, when he was talking on the phone, he had secretly drawn the character on his palm. This way, he could immediately use the lightning palm if he needed to. When the Ghost General was sure of his victory, he would use the lightning palm to turn the tables. The lightning palm mercilessly hit the Ghost General. The Ghost General's overall defense had been drastically reduced due to the black cloak it had created. Boom! Half of his body was reduced to dust by the lightning technique. That black cloak he was so proud of was also shredded to pieces. How can you use the lightning palm? The upper half of the Ghost General crashed into the wall. He was looking at Song Shuheng with his eyes wide open. Is it that strange? Song Shuheng asked, somewhat puzzled. I thought every cultivator of the first stage could learn the lightning palm, and the current situation is indeed strange. Since you're a ghost, why didn't you guard against the lightning palm? Song Shuheng was really confused. This Ghost General had actually covered him with the black cloak, giving him all the time he needed to use the lightning palm. A technique that every cultivator of the first stage can learn? Learn your sister. The Ghost General inwardly roared, if the lightning palm was so easy to learn, would there still be ghosts left in this world? If a random cultivator of the first stage could learn the lightning palm, which had the power to kill or seriously injure a Ghost General that was equivalent to a cultivator of the second stage, how could ghosts even still exist? Song Shuheng was moved. He looked at the lightning dancing on his palm. Is this Senior White's custom-made lightning palm? Alright, the only thing that matters right now is that I can properly use it. I can thank Senior White later. Right now, I have to deal with this Ghost General. Song Shuheng conveniently took out an evil warding talisman. Tell me, where are the guys controlling you hiding? Or rather, where are Altar Master's underlings hiding? I know that this place is their HQ. Song Shuheng smiled and pointed the evil warding talisman in his hand toward the Ghost General. The Ghost General looked terrified at the talisman. He could feel the baleful aura it was emitting. In his current state, he had no chance of resisting the power of the talisman. If you tell me the truth, I'll let you live. Song Shuheng wasn't lying this time. This Ghost General was quite valuable. He wanted to take him away with him. You're looking for Altar Master's underlings. The remaining part of the Ghost General shrunk a bit, trying to hide from the scary talisman. Then, he continued, if they are your objective, there is even less of a need for us to fight. Altar Master's underlings are already dead. Dead? Song Shuheng froze for a moment. Then, he immediately thought of a possibility. When Altar Master established the small organization known as Three Claw Marks Beast Head Medallion, aside from ghost spirits, they were also looking for resentful ghosts, evil ghosts, and so on. He had gained this knowledge from his dreams. When he was still alive, Altar Master certainly knew how to keep ghosts sealed and under control. He would choose the most fitting ghost for each duty. However, if his underlings recklessly tried to undo the seal after his death, then... So, you killed all of them? Song Shuheng smiled thinly. Yes. The ghost general swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Song Shuheng heaved a sigh. He was looking for Altar Master's underlings because he wanted to ask them about the branch cultivator Sunflower belonged to. Song Shuheng had no means to deal with a massive organization like the Limitless Demon Sect on his own, but he could still pass the information to Senior 7. However, Altar Master's underlings were all dead now. As the saying goes, the plan of man cannot compare to the plans of heaven. At this time, he had more or less guessed why the ghosts were absorbing qi and blood from the villagers. After being sealed, they were in a weak state. Hence, they decided to secretly accumulate some qi and blood to strengthen themselves. Moreover, it seemed that they were planning to absorb only small quantities of it and flee from this place afterward. One last question. Altar Master's underlings were recently collaborating with a certain cultivator Sunflower. Do you know about his background? Song Shuheng asked in a grave tone. The ghost general shook his head. After they came out of the seal, they killed all the underlings. In addition, they tricked the members that were out carrying missions and made them return, finishing them off as soon as they came back. The ghost general had no idea with whom these underlings had collaborated recently. Song Shuheng frowned. After pondering for a moment, he took out his phone and started to write a string of characters. 9 provinces number 1 group. Stressed by a mountain of books, is there any senior online? I just captured a ghost general and wanted to know how to seal or restrain it. You need to use a ghost seizing tool. Something like the 100 Ghost Streamer, the Ghost Ring, or the Ghost Seizing Jar will do, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman replied. Lately, after teaching new words to the natives on the small Pacific island, he was wondering how he should teach them about their proper usage. For example, the natives would often improperly use characters like, since they had similar pronunciations. But let alone the natives, even Song Shuheng would often mix them up. Therefore, Palace Master was frequently online to ask help from his friends. Does my spirit binding ice bead work? Song Shuheng asked. That's used to seal ghost spirits. Ghost spirits are different from your average ghost general, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman replied. Song Shuheng asked, are there other ways? You can usually use a sealing technique, but it's impossible for the current you to use one, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman replied. This means I can't keep it? Song Shuheng said depressed. He had already thought of this possibility. However, he still hoped to have some luck. Maybe some senior in the group could have helped him. Since it's impossible to subdue the ghost general, should I kill it? However, he would have to take some precautions before killing this ghost general. At least, he needed to prevent the other ghosts from going on a rampage in the village. Then, how should I proceed? Song Shuheng frowned as he was thinking of a solution. But as soon as the idea of killing the ghost general flashed through his mind, the ghost spirit in his heart aperture came out as if it had received an order. That's right. The ghost spirit had indeed taken it as an order. Its synchronization with Song Shuheng was not complete. Therefore, they could only share their consciousness intermittently. Hence, the ghost spirit only understood the part where Song Shuheng was pondering about killing the ghost general, missing the part afterward. Roar! When the ghost spirit appeared, it was wielding a golden short sword. This was the new innate ability it had gained after returning to the middle rank. A sword to attack and a shield to defend. The golden short sword rose and slashed down, cutting the now weak and seriously injured ghost general. No! If you kill me, you'll suffer the retaliation of my companions. Not only you, but the entire village will also be destroyed. The ghost general angrily howled before dying. Even if he was weakened, the ghost general thought he could run away from a small cultivator of the first stage if he were at a disadvantage. But never would he have expected that this small cultivator had so many means. He had powerful talismans and a scary ghost spirit. Was he the illegitimate son of a powerful sect master? Slurp. The ghost spirit opened its mouth and slurped, swallowing down the remnants of the ghost general. Afterward, it burped and returned to Song Shuhang's hard aperture. Song Shuhang's hand that was holding the evil warding talisman stiffened. Mr. Paladin, there is something wrong with this development. What now? If numerous resentful ghosts were to attack the village, what should he do? He was alone and could at most protect a single place. He surely couldn't protect a whole village. This time, did I royally screw up? What should I do? Song Shuheng was vexed. It seemed like all he could do right now was to seek help from the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group to get advice on his next course of action. He fished out his phone and opened the chat group, starting to construct the message in his head. He was thinking about how to best describe what had just transpired and then ask them for counsel. Just as he was about to type his message in the chat group, someone in his friends list messaged him. The person with the ID, Young Monk 3 Realms, it was Great Master Profound Principle's disciple. The last time he transferred the compressed file of the 3 techniques, Spirit Brand Technique, Brand Induction Technique, and Temporary Sword Controlling Technique, to Song Shuheng. Even though it was most likely an error on Senior Brother 3 Realms' part, but thanks to the Temporary Controlling Technique he sent, Song Shuheng could successfully kill the assassin that tried to kill Su Clan's 16 few days ago. Shuheng, are you there? Young Monk 3 Realms asked. Yeah, what's up? Song Shuheng quickly asked. I heard that you asked in the 9 provinces number 1 group a question with regards to sealing a ghost general. Is that right? Young Monk 3 Realms asked. He had not been added into the 9 provinces number 1 group, but because of Great Master Profound Principle was his master, he was able to get wind of everything that went on within the group. Senior Brother 3 Realms, do you have a way to seal a ghost general? Song Shuheng laughed bitterly and said, but it's too late, I have already killed it. Oh. What a pity. Young Monk 3 Realms sighed and casually asked, Shuheng, I would like to ask, where did you bump into this ghost general? In a place with a ghost general, there ought to be several other resentful ghosts and ghost soldiers, etc. I don't think there's only one ghost general there, right? Young Monk 3 Realms had recently been practicing a Buddhist magical technique which requires a lot of ghost souls to be collected and sealed within a pagoda, and lead them to the correct path by borrowing power from sacred scriptures, changing them into pure spirits. Lastly, these pure spirits were to be used to condense the pagoda. Once the pagoda was complete, it would be used together with the Buddhist ferrying pagoda magical technique. One move was all one needed to crush the enemy. This power comparable to the Daoist's universe hiding sleeve technique. Recently, looking for some random resentful ghosts might be possible, but searching for a large group of them would not be easy. China had been peaceful for so many years after all, and there were no huge wars or battles. As for the older battlegrounds, most of the resentful ghosts had already been caught and cleansed by senior experts a long time ago. Hence, when he heard that Song Shuheng caught a ghost general, he excitedly asked him right away. Even though I am not very certain, but the area I am at should have a huge amount of ghost souls. Whether or not there are still any ghost generals, that I'm not sure. But as for ghost soldiers, there should be quite a lot of them, and even more resentful souls, Song Shuheng hurriedly replied. Really? Where are you at? Young Monk 3 Realms asked with much excitement. Song Shuheng replied, J-City's Luo Xin Street area. That isn't far from my current location. Wait for me, if I take the flying sword, would take 1 hour at most to arrive. Upon finishing his sentence, 3 realms returned to lurking. Song Shuhang held onto his phone. It seemed that whenever he met a problem, a quick solution would suddenly appear. It kind of felt like his luck was pretty good. After that, Song Shuhang called Tubo to tell him that he wanted to take a walk around the village and would probably return late. He did that to prevent Tubo from worrying about him and going out to look for him, and eventually ending up being dragged into the whole affair. Right now, all he was hoping for was that young monk 3 realms would arrive before the army of resentful ghosts came to attack. I hope I will have good luck today. Song Shuhang silently prayed in his heart. Truth to be told, Song Shuhang's luck today was indeed not bad. After about 45 minutes, there was a sword light that whizzed down from the sky and landed in front of him. A man with bronze skin descended from the layer of light. He was very handsome, definitely someone who belonged to the fit and healthy category of handsome guys. Even that bald and shiny head of his was not able to affect the degree of his good looks. Shuhang. That man smiled at Shuhang. Needless to say, he was exactly Great Master Profound Principle's disciple, Senior Brother 3 Realms. Hello, Senior Brother 3 Realms. Song Shuhang felt a weight lifted off his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. With him around, even if an army of violent ghosts or some other ferocious being came to attack, there was no need to fear. Senior Brother 3 Realms was a top disciple of Buddhism. His specialty was dealing with ghost beings. However, wasn't Senior Brother 3 Realms a layman? Why did he shave his head bald? There is a strong ghost chi in this place. Senior Brother 3 Realms looked around his surroundings and squinted, nodding in satisfaction. When Song Shuhang said that there was a huge amount of ghost souls, he initially thought that there were only 100 odd at most. But based on the negative chi engulfing the village, solely counting the low-level resentful ghosts, there should be at least 1,000 of them. Within such a huge crowd, there definitely had to be ghost soldiers and ghost generals present, too. Good, good, good. Senior Brother 3 Realms said good 3 times, and said, Shuhang, I don't know how to thank you, you've really done me a huge favor. Song Shuhang laughed as well and said, Senior Brother, you've helped me big time too. You don't have to say more, the number of resentful ghosts in this place is much more than I expected. When I'm done capturing all of them, I will definitely give you something good. Senior Brother 3 Realms forthrightly patted Song Shuhang on the arm. With the number of resentful ghosts here, if they were all captured by him, he more or less would be able to head back and practice the Buddhist ferrying pagoda magical technique immediately. He would be able to save loads of time. This was a huge favor. If he didn't give Song Shuhang a sufficient reward, he would definitely be laughed at by other members of his sect in the future. One must never be too stingy towards a junior from the same 9 provinces number 1 group, especially a junior that was brought together by fate, as well as a cultivator from the 9 provinces number 1 group. His train of thoughts ended here and Senior Brother 3 Realms made a call. Master, I want to hand down the immovable body of the Buddha to little friend Shuhang to return a favor, is that okay? Asked Senior Brother 3 Realms over the phone. On the other side, there was first silence, then came 3 steady sounds, made by 3 knocks on a wooden drum. All right, thank you, Master, Senior Brother 3 Realms smiled. He patted Song Shuhang and said, Little friend Shuhang, are you still living together with Senior White? Song Shuhang nodded. Senior White was only temporarily away, he was currently on a hunt for his flying sword. He would still go back home. In that case, after you've returned home in a couple of days, inform Senior White to confirm the coordinates with me. After which, I will deliver the immovable body of the Buddha technique to you via flying sword. You don't have to reject it, you deserve it, said Senior Brother 3 Realms. Immovable body of the Buddha? What technique is that? The moment Song Shuhang thought about Buddhist techniques, he subconsciously touched his head. It took him much difficulty to acquire the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk in order to change the appearance of his true self. He sure did not want to change it back. Didn't you already learn the basic Buddhist fist technique? The immovable body of the Buddha is its supplementary technique. It isn't a fist technique however, but a body refining technique of the first stage. It strengthens your physical body. Using it together with the basic fist technique will allow you to jump through the dragon gate much more easily. Senior Brother Three Realms laughed as he replied. Thank you, Senior Brother. Once he heard that it was a supplementary technique to the basic Buddhist fist technique, Song Shuhang knew that he definitely wanted the immovable body of the Buddha. It didn't even matter if his true self became bald, reaching a higher realm was much more important than appearances. At worst, he could always wait to reach the second stage and cultivate techniques from the erudite school to change the appearance of this true self. Anyway, everything went smoothly today. He did not only solve the issue of resentful ghosts taking revenge, but also got hold of a supplementary body refining technique of the first stage from Senior Brother Three Realms. His luck was quite good. Half an hour later. In the air above Luo Xin Street area, a plume of black fog came rolling down, and it drifted lowly towards the village. Ordinary people were unable to see this fog. Only cultivators with inborn spirit eyes or those who had already opened the eye aperture would see it. The rolling cloud of fog was made up of many resentful ghosts, all roaring ferociously. After making shrilling ghost wails, dark and chill aura started to spread. Ordinary people standing under the ghost cloud would feel extremely cold for no apparent reason. Aside from the hundreds of different kinds of low-level resentful ghosts, there were almost 20 ghost soldiers. They were all wearing an ancient armor, with all kinds of ancient weapons on their hands and scary masks on their faces. They look very cruel and evil. Above these ghost soldiers, there was a ghost general, wearing an exquisite chain armor as well as wielding a glaive. He was wearing the same scary ghost mask on his face. Additionally, he was different from the ghost general that Song Shuhang had killed. This ghost general's ghost chi was fully charged, no longer in a weak state. Its power was equivalent to that of a top second stage cultivator. TSK, I've hit the jackpot. Just based on the current number of the resentful ghosts, it is more than enough for my practice. Also, from the looks of it, there might be more ghost souls behind the scenes. The more resentful ghosts there are, the faster I'll master the magic technique. Senior Brother Three Realms rubbed his hands with a face full of excitement. Song Shuhang patted himself on the chest with a face full of joy. Luckily, Senior Brother Three Realms contacted him in time. Luckily, Senior Brother Three Realms was not far from J City. Luckily, Senior Brother Three Realms rushed here immediately. If Senior Brother Three Realms was late by half an hour, Song Shuhang could never face more than 1,000 resentful ghosts on his own with his current status and skills. I'm so lucky, Song Shuhang thought. Kill every single one of the living souls here. The ghost general hovering in the sky said angrily as he waved his glaive. They had already heard the news of their comrade being killed and had come to take revenge. Let all the living souls in this village pay for the death of fourth brother. The ghost general in the air with the glaive said coldly. The ghost soldiers cheered in a low voice and dispersed in all directions. Each of them led a troop of resentful ghosts and they steadily engulfed each and every corner of the village. Thereafter, the ghost soldiers, along with the resentful ghosts they were leading, rushed towards every living soul in the village, regardless of whether they were human beings or animals. As long as they were living souls with chi and blood, they would be targeted by them. Ha ha ha, welcome. Senior Brother Three Realms laughed and pulled something out from his back, a long pole wrapped in cloth. When he unfurled it, it actually turned out to be a black flag. It was not known what material the flag was made of. It obviously had the softness of fabric, but also had the metallic gloss and sheen to it. Once this flag spread open, an enormous black hole appeared. After that, the entire sky full of resentful ghosts and 20 ghost soldiers were all screaming as they got sucked into the black hole. The ghost general in the air was still maintaining his posture, pointing his glaive at the village in a fierce and domineering manner. How was it that in the blink of an eye, his underlings and brothers have all been sucked into the black hole? The ghost general was dumbfounded and spaced out for a moment. But after that, he escaped on his black cloud in a frenzy. He had met an expert. This person could actually capture all the ghost soldiers in one go, so he should escape and save his life first. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Three Realms laughed and kept the black flag he was holding in his hand. Meanwhile, the people of Luo Xin Street area felt a slight chill for a moment before recovering from it immediately after. The villagers were clueless, not knowing what just transpired. Shuheng, let's go. After senior brother Three Realms put away his black flag, he grabbed Song Shuheng and they chased after the ghost general on a flying sword. Senior brother Three Realms obviously let the ghost general go on purpose. If he didn't let him go, how else would he find his lair and capture all of the resentful ghosts, ghost soldiers, and ghost generals once and for all? The ghost general flying in front had a low IQ, it couldn't be helped, even though he had recovered most of the memories from his past life, and had a certain amount of intellect, his IQ was normally on the lower end. This was a handicap ghosts suffered from, increasing his rank and becoming a ghost commander was his only hope to escape from it. Hence, the ghost general did not realize the possibility of him being spared by the enemy on purpose. He only had one thing on his mind: escape. Return to his lair. At least there were two of his older brothers there. Not to forget, there were more ghost soldiers and resentful ghosts in the lair too. For all he knew, they could help save his life. He escaped as fast as he could. Senior brother Three Realms concealed their presence and followed closely behind on the flying sword. Very soon, the ghost general flew to the graveyard on the mountain behind Luo Xin Street area. Oh, so it was indeed in this place? Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. This was the place with ghost-like figures sightings that Tubo's grandfather mentioned. This could very well be the lair of the ghost generals. It's going very smoothly, senior brother Three Realms said softly and smiled. Yes, everything was indeed going very smoothly. Speaking of which, why did this sound kinda familiar? As they were speaking, the ghost general in front burrowed into the ground of the graveyard. Just like ordinary people going into the water, his body passed through the ground and entered deep underground. Ghost beings were not restricted by the physical world and its scientific laws, and hence, he could easily pass through walls and ground. Senior brother Three Realms, how do we go in? Song Shuheng asked, somewhat lost. Why do we have to go in? Senior brother Three Realms had light green rays shine from his eyes and a mysterious mark appeared on his eyes. Eye Aperture innate skill, clairvoyance. An eye aperture innate skill that was much better than Song Shuhang's expert sight. It really made people envious. With clairvoyance, be it the graveyard or the ground, nothing could escape senior brother Three Realms' eyes. I saw it, the person who created this place is quite devious and cunning. Senior brother Three Realms laughed and brought Song Shuheng with him, and then continued to ride the flying sword, moving forward. At last, they landed before a mountain wall. After the ghost general burrowed into the ground, he followed a long passageway and entered the mountain. The interior of the mountain had long ago been emptied by people, and there was a vast space inside. The mountain wall had a secret door, but senior brother Three Realms didn't have the time to figure out how to open it. Hence, he reached out with his hand and struck the secret door. With a simple strike of his palm, the true yuan within his body exploded. Bang! The door got blown open. Behind the secret door was a huge empty space, which was filled up with ghosts. At the same time, the ghost general that escaped was flabbergasted, it was in the middle of explaining the situation to two even stronger ghost generals just now. Just as it was recounting the events from just now, the secret door suddenly opened. The ghost general that had been escaping from them turned his head around, and when he saw Senior Brother 3 Realm, he got a huge scare for a moment. "It's him, Big Brother, it is that human cultivator!" The ghost general shouted frantically. "Don't be afraid, we'll attack together." The leading ghost general stood up and snarled. This ghost general was nearing the realm of a ghost commander, and was a very crafty fella. While instructing ghost soldiers to attack Senior Brother 3 Realms and Song Shuhang, he himself kept retreating, preparing to escape. "Ha ha ha, where are you escaping to?" Senior Brother 3 Realm unfurled his black flag once again and activated it. The black hole made its reappearance. An enormous suction power emerged from within the black hole, and the ghosts in the area all got sucked into it. The leading ghost general screamed in anguish before being sucked into the black hole as well. By the time Senior Brother 3 Realms kept his black flag, every single one of the resentful ghosts had already vanished from the immortal cave. Great harvest, great harvest. Senior Brother 3 Realms was very contented and satisfied. He was in a really good mood. Song Shuhang looked around his surroundings. This had to be the headquarters of the 3 Claw Marks Beast Head Medallion organization of Altar Master. But today, this organization had finally ceased to exist and became a thing of the past. Good and evil will always be rewarded and punished. "It is only a matter of time," said Song Shuhang softly. "In a while, he would inform Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman that the 3 Claw Marks Beast Head Medallion was officially and entirely eradicated. At least one of Palace Master's wishes, when he was younger, had been fulfilled." Shuhang, you know this place?" Senior Brother 3 Realms asked. "Yeah, there was an organization here that once had a personal feud with me. But now, everything has ended," Song Shuhang smiled. He was in high spirits. "You came all the way here to deal with this organization?" Senior Brother 3 Realms asked. "Yeah, but all the members have already been killed by the ghost generals and resentful ghosts. I initially still had some questions for them." Song Shuhang sighed and continued, "This organization used to exterminate villagers, sacrificing human beings to resentful ghosts. But now, they have all died in the hands of resentful ghosts. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor." Senior Brother 3 Realms nodded and then said, "If low-ranking cultivators once resided here, Shuhang, you should search this place. For all you know, you might chance upon some extra loot. As long as it was a cultivator organization, regardless of its size, there was bound to be some hidden treasure hoard here." Song Shuhang quickly understood his words. When he'd killed Altar Master, he managed to loot a black leather suitcase with some good stuff. This was the base of Altar Master, it should definitely contain more treasures, right? "Let me lend you a helping hand." Senior Brother 3 Realms activated his innate skill, clairvoyance. His eyes started to scan the entire space within the stone wall. With the help of Senior Brother 3 Realms, Song Shuhang could quickly retrieve the items one by one from the stone wall. Firstly, there was a large black leather suitcase with money. There was about 3 million renminbi in cash inside it. Altar Master and his organization did not want to keep too much money in the bank. They normally handled their transactions in cash. Originally, Altar Master amassed billions in cash, diamonds, gold, etc., but after his death, most of those had been split amongst his underlings. What was left behind was the 3 millions in cash, temporarily stored at their headquarters as emergency funds. Apart from that, there was a box of black pearls, with strong and thick ghost chi within them. "What are these things?" Song Shuhang was puzzled. They were definitely not common black pearls. Senior Brother 3 Realms glanced at them, then smiled and said, "These must be the soul beads left behind after the death of ghosts. Apart from ghost cultivators, nobody else would collect these things. they are pretty much useless. Song Shuheng nodded his head. They were probably useless. Just as he thought as such, the ghost spirit in his heart aperture sent a vague message to him, food. Food? Song Shuheng immediately thought of the scene where the ghost spirit devoured the ghost general. Could it be that these soul beads could be given to the ghost spirit as food? Then this box of soul beads wasn't useless after all. Lastly, there was a pile of medicinal herbs. When he saw those medicinal herbs, he felt that they looked very familiar. Ah, are these the medicinal herbs to refine blood and qi pills? Song Shuheng exclaimed in shock. He was very surprised. The medicinal herbs in the list given to him by Senior White were all right before his eyes. Seems like Senior Medicine Master taught you quite a number of things. These are indeed the medicinal herbs for refining qi and blood pills. Senior brother, I need these medicinal herbs. Can I take the majority of them? Song Shuheng asked brazenly as he was preparing to split the battle spoils with Senior Brother Three Realms. Ha ha ha, it's fine. You can have all of them. Senior Brother Three Realms patted Song Shuheng on his shoulder. I have absolutely no need for cash and the soul beads. As for qi and blood pills, I already have as many as I need. Since you're in need of these items, you don't have to stand on ceremony. Besides, the number of resentful ghosts, ghost soldiers, and ghost generals that I caught today had already surpassed my expectations. I am extremely satisfied with this fruitful trip. Song Shuheng brazenly nodded and said, then, Senior Brother, I'm not gonna stand on ceremony with you. He really needed this stuff. It wasn't time to be polite and pretend he didn't need them. If he continued to insist that Senior Brother Three Realms took some of the herbs, and if the latter ended up accepting and kept some of it, then Song Shuheng would really regret the squandered opportunity. With the help of Senior Brother Three Realms, he managed to pack the medicinal herbs, taking along the box of soul beads and cash too. Senior Brother Three Realms smiled and said, let's leave. Even though we have eradicated the ghosts here, this place is still somewhat dark and eerie, and it isn't comfortable for us to stay in long. After finishing his sentence, he used his flying sword and brought Song Shuheng along with him, leaving the empty area within the mountain and returning to Luo Xin Street area. Song Shuheng stared at the box and the package in his hand. Today, his luck was too good. Not only did he successfully get rid of the harmful underlings of Altar Master, he also managed to gather all the medicinal herbs required for concocting the qi and blood pill, as Senior White instructed him to. Such a luck was practically defying the natural order. However, today's luck was undoubtedly good, but why did he keep feeling uneasy, like something smelled fishy? Was he overlooking something? At this moment, in the sky, Branch Leader Jing Mo clenched his teeth as he headed towards J-City's Luo Xin Street area. Beside him was an arrogant man standing on a bottle gourd. He was a helper found by Branch Leader Jing Mo, a fourth-stage loose cultivator. It took him a long time to wait for, stressed by a mountain of books to separate from the senior cultivator next to him. Such an opportunity should not be missed, and hence, Branch Leader Jing Mo swore that he would get hold of, stressed by a mountain of books and retrieve the Blood God Crystal. The loose cultivator next to him was Branch Leader Jing Mo's one and only friend. He came out of seclusion just now, and since he had nothing better to do, he decided to accompany Branch Leader Jing Mo for a stroll. When he heard that Branch Leader Jing Mo was going to deal with another cultivator, he excitedly tagged along. The arrogant man stepping on a bottle gourd bore the Dao name, Daoist half-gourd. For loose cultivators, to reach the fourth stage was actually pretty rare. Daoist half-gourd knew the hardships of the loose cultivators. The higher the stage he was at, the more resources he needed for practice, and hence being by himself, without a Sect support, made him feel more and more burdened as time went by. Thus, he did everything in his power to become friends with Branch Leader Jing Mo. The process of becoming good friends with Jing Mo was one painful memory. This silly chap, Branch Leader Jing Mo, had an explosive temperament. Nobody knew when he would suddenly go berserk and starting beating people up. In order to obtain Branch Leader Jing Mo's friendship, when Jing Mo went berserk and wanted to hit people, Daoist half-gourd would prepare and put himself in the mode of getting beaten. He wanted to allow him to feel enough gratification from beating him, while at the same time showing a bit of resistance to display his powers, in a way telling him that he wasn't weak. Hence, he had to fight with crazy Jing Mo more than 100 rounds, and eventually show that his strength was not on par with his and ultimately lose each time. He had acted out this scene more than 10 times. It was honestly not easy. The only good thing that came out of it was that he got rewarded for his efforts. He successfully became good friends with Branch Leader Jing Mo. Because of his personality making it hard for him to make friends, Jing Mo treated this friend extra nicely and cherished him a lot, except that when he went berserk, he would still beat him up. But, when he had something good going on, he would always think about his only friend. Daoist half-gourd managed to enjoy quite a number of benefits from the Limitless Demon Sect using his relationship with Branch Leader Jing Mo. Right now, he just had to wait for an opportunity to reach the 5th stage Spiritual Emperor to obtain a chance to join the Limitless Demon Sect and possibly become a branch leader himself. As for him tagging along this time, it was because he wanted to keep up his act of being at Branch Leader Jing Mo's beck and call to deepen the friendship between them. Senior brother 3 Realms sent Song Shuheng back to the village. He looked for an empty spot with no one nearby before landing and dropping him off. Shuheng, I'm gonna go ahead first. After capturing so many ghosts, I can't wait to get cracking. Senior brother 3 Realms smiled at Song Shuheng. I wish you quick success, Song Shuheng smiled as he waved his hand. Senior brother 3 Realms placed his palms together and bowed. The flying sword reappeared and off he went, disappearing without a trace. Song Shuheng was dragging with him a box and a large package, walking towards Tubo's grandfather's house. At this moment, if only there were space rings or storage bags, etc., it would be so much easier, Song Shuheng complained inwardly. He was merely fantasizing about it. Medicine Master had once said that his entire fortune put together was not enough to exchange for a space ring. Unless his luck was extremely good, otherwise he could just forget about owning such a high-level equipment. After all, he wasn't Senior White, who would get whatever he wanted. Upon returning to Tubo's grandpa's house, the first thing he did was to put the box and the medicinal herbs in the back of the hatchback. However, the trunk had limited space. It was very inconvenient for storage. If I had known, I would have gotten Senior Brother 3 Realms help in regards to performing some illusory art on these items to conceal them. Either that or I should have driven a normal sedan to J-City in the first place. All I can do now is to hope that nothing happens to the items in the car. After locking up the car, Song Shuheng prepared to enter the house. At this time, Tubo and his grandfather, together with Li Yangda, donned comfortable clothes, carrying a couple of bamboo baskets. They were just about to leave the house. Shuheng, you're back. Tubo saw Song Shuheng and laughed. I was just about to call you. We are preparing to go up the mountain to pick some waxberries. Let's go together. Alright, let's go together. Song Shuheng smiled. Do you want to change your clothes? There are a lot of mosquitoes on the mountain, Tubo suggested. It's okay, I'm not that delicate, Song Shuheng grinned. He still had that spirit-binding ice bead on him. Ordinary mosquitoes wouldn't dare to go near his body. If they were less fearful and approached him a little, they would die immediately from the cold emitted by the ice bead. Then let's head out. Tubo and Li Yangda were in high spirits and led the way in front. Song Shuheng followed them behind. As for Tubo's grandfather, after walking a certain distance, he slowed down to walk together with Song Shuheng. His facial expression showed that he seemed to have something he wanted to say. Grandfather, is there anything you want to tell me? Song Shuheng smiled as he asked. Shuheng, I want to ask, are you close to the young lady you came with the last time? When will you bring her here to play again? Tubo's grandfather tried his best to make it sound as natural as possible. Song Shuheng blinked his eyes and said, "Yeah, that young lady is occupied with something recently. She rarely goes out these days. If he invited Soft Feather to hang out together, she would definitely be overjoyed. But recently, she was in the midst of synchronizing with a ghost spirit, so she was still in seclusion." Tubo's grandfather's face twitched a little and he sighed in disappointment. After a while, he asked again, "Then Shuheng, do you have a way to contact her and describe the strange happenings in this village to her? Can you ask her for some advice?" The main point was, the villagers completely ran out of solutions and ideas. Not only were they unable to diagnose the cause of weakness in their bodies, there was also a lot of strange and mysterious happenings in the village, causing everyone to feel very anxious. Even people who did not believe in the supernatural still felt uneasy. Song Shuheng lightly shook his head. There wasn't a need for this anymore, since all the ghost-related problems in this village have been solved after the eradication of the ghost beings. Tubo's grandfather sighed once again in disappointment. Lastly, he asked him, "Shuheng, do you have any solutions to solve the problems in this village?" "Grandpa, it's not my specialty," replied Song Shuheng. Tubo's grandfather was utterly disappointed. Song Shuheng couldn't help but feel sorry for him. After thinking for a bit, he said softly, "But Grandpa, perhaps these health problems are only temporary? Perhaps in the next couple of days, it would get better?" "It would get better in the next couple of days?" Tubo's grandfather zoned out for a bit. He suddenly recalled that not long ago, his body felt a chill for a moment before quickly reverting to its original state. He felt a glimmer of hope. He simply nodded and said, "I sure hope so." After a long pause, he secretly asked, "Shuheng, are there really ghosts in this world? If you believe they exist, then they do." "And vice versa," replied Song Shuheng. He was not going to walk Tubo's grandfather through the mindset of the world of cultivators. He didn't want to say too many things about it as to avoid involving Tubo's grandfather and bring him trouble. "Regardless of whether they do exist or not, after listening to your words, I feel a lot more relaxed," Tubo's grandfather laughed. After that, Tubo's grandpa brought the three young men to Waxberry Yard. Maybe it was that Song Shuheng's assurance was effective, but Tubo's grandfather felt that most of the weakness in his body was gone. He felt more energetic. Eventually, the four of them went home after harvesting a few baskets worth of waxberries. It was night time. After Song Shuheng finished meditating, he got up, went to the window and looked up into the sky full of stars. All was quiet and still outside the house. There were only a few houses with the lights on. This area was quite a distance away from downtown, hence it wasn't as bustling. It allowed people to feel relaxed and at peace. "I can't fall asleep somehow," Song Shuheng sighed and took out the list. At the bottom of the list was the message left behind by Senior White, "Little friend Shuheng, I hope that your trip to J City would be a successful one. I also wish you success in finding the medicinal herbs for the Qi and blood pill on the list." Meditating, he recalled Senior White's blessing as he thought back to today's entire day's worth of loot and rewards. Just like Senior White's blessing, this trip to J City went so smoothly that it made people boil with anger. It was practically as though whatever you lack, you get it. When he needed help, Senior Brother Three Realms rushed to his side from afar and helped him get rid of the resentful ghosts. When he needed cultivation techniques, Senior Brother Three Realms sent him a supplementary body refining technique. And at the same time, just like Senior White's message, he successfully gathered all of the medicinal herbs needed for the Qi and blood pill. The quantity was not small as well. Come to think of it, he constantly felt that his luck today was extremely good. Could it be because of Senior White's blessing? Senior White's luck, could it be that it was not limited to himself? And that it could follow his will and affect the people around him? If it was really Senior White's blessing, then he had to be more careful. Senior White's good luck belonged to the category of wealth comes with great danger. Right now, the wealth was in his hands. Where's the danger then? Could it be a natural calamity? For example, a meteorite crashing down from the sky in his sleep, leaving him half dead? Or could it be a man-made disaster? For example, when a formidable cultivator was fighting with someone, he would suddenly get caught up in it, leaving him half dead? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He felt that there was an impending danger approaching him. As the time went by, this premonition of danger got stronger and stronger, causing him to be unable to calm down. If there was really some danger approaching, I can't drag Tubo and his grandpa into this. Every cultivator had to trust their own intuition when it came to danger. Better to be safe than sorry. After thinking, Song Shuheng first put the car keys on the table. After that, he put away the list. Then, he put the talisman treasures, the disposable flying sword, the treasured saber broken tyrant, and Doudou's dog fur, and so on his body. He lightly pushed the window open and executed the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork. He lightly leaped, and disappeared into the night. After landing nimbly, he went forward, running towards the former base of Altar Master. Under the stone wall, there was a huge piece of empty land. This area was behind the graveyard. Nobody would be here at night. If it was really a meteorite that came crashing down from the sky, the impact on the village would be the smallest here. And if it was a battle between cultivators, this would also be a good location. As he was immersed in his thoughts, his mind sensed some sort of danger and his mood became heavier and heavier. Song Shuheng squeezed Doudou's dog fur and that armor talisman in one hand, while holding tightly onto the sword talisman with the other. His state of alertness heightened as he looked around his surroundings as well as the sky. From the sky, there was indeed something falling at an extremely high speed from the sky, coming toward him. But, it wasn't a meteorite. It was a huge bottle gourd, its color the same as that of red wine, which was emitting a sheen that normally surrounded magical treasures. From the looks of it, it was a man-made disaster? Armor. Song Shuheng immediately activated the armor talisman, and a layer of pale golden light enveloped his entire body. At the same time, without having to activate it, Doudou's fur started floating out from his hand as though it was bestowed with life and inflated. In the blink of an eye, it took on the form of a formidable big Pekingese. It looked just like Doudou, but this big Pekingese seemed slightly weaker. It should be one of Doudou's clones. Woof! The big Pekingese that was formed from Doudou's fur pounced onto that big bottle gourd. From the looks of it, Senior White's blessing did indeed have some after-effects. Thump! In the sky, Doudou's clone leapt into the air and struck the red bottle gourd with its claws. The huge red bottle gourd flew upon impact and went back in the direction it came from. Woof! Doudou's clone was extremely powerful. It looked coldly into the sky. There were two figures hidden in the dark. After the bottle gourd flew away upon impact, it went back underneath the feet of one of the men, whose face was filled with arrogance. He steadily held onto it. The other figure belonged to a man whose head was full of silvery, spiky hair. There was lightning flashing in his eyes. They were indeed Branch Leader Jing Mo and his good friend, Daoist half-gourd. Both of them stared coldly at Song Shuheng and Doudou's clone. Ah, he actually had a monster beast guardian? Daoist half-gourd was a little shocked. Furthermore, this monster beast should be at least at 4th stage, judging from its aura. He was just a 1st stage fella, how could he actually have such a powerful monster beast by his side? This little guy, don't tell me he's an illegitimate child of some leader from a big sect? Humph, if all he has is a mere monster beast, it isn't enough to save his life. Additionally, this monster beast isn't the real body, it is one of its clones. There's no way it could last long against us, said Branch Leader Jing Mo. He was standing firmly in the air with a cloud of fog beneath his feet, probably a kind of magical treasure used for flying. But, when he was on his way to J City, he was using a flying sword. The flying sword, which was originally beneath his feet, launched a surprise attack at this moment. Ding! Sparks flew off Song Shuhang's body. A black sword made a sinister appearance out of nowhere and struck the protective shield of the armor talisman. Upon being attacked, the protective shield actually burst open. This armor talisman's protective shield was a strong and powerful protective talisman that could withstand an all-out attack from a cultivator at the 3rd stage. Now, it actually got broken by an attack from a sword. Song Shuhang quickly realized why. The opponent was a 4th stage cultivator. Does he have to be so cruel? I am after all only but an inexperienced, small 1st stage cultivator. Couldn't he have arranged an opponent that's in a similar realm as I am so that I can actually learn something from the exchange? TSK, the magical treasures equipped on his body sure aren't wanting. But, it's of no use. No matter how many magical treasures you have, you won't be able to escape from me. Branch Leader Jing Mo said coldly with his fist clenched. The black flying sword waved once again and attacked toward Song Shuhang's back at an extremely high speed. After all, a flying sword was capable of taking the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Song Shuhang's armor talisman broke. Before he even had time to activate the second one, the sword before his eyes was about to slash him. Swoosh! Doudou's clone flashed and leapt over 20 meters from the sky. Then, it hit accurately in the middle of the black sword with its claws. Just like the wine-red-colored bottle gourd from earlier, the black sword flew back upon impact and returned underneath the feet of Branch Leader Jing Mo. This monster beast isn't an ordinary being, Half-Gourd said in a deep voice. It crossed over 20 meters in the blink of an eye and its speed was faster than that of the flying sword. It's fine. Its level is only 4th stage at most. I will deal with it, and you will take down that bastard. Branch Leader Jing Mo laughed coldly, lightning flashing in his eyes. Once again, he changed the course of the black flying sword, aiming at Doudou's clone so that it didn't have time to turn around and help Shuhang. Daoist Half-Gourd nodded his head slightly and used the bottle gourd in his hand to attack once again. But this time, he did not use the bottle gourd to smash Song Shuhang. He opened the cork of the bottle gourd and said, "Absorb." After his command, a suction power came alive within the bottle gourd, pulling at Song Shuhang's body. Daoist Half-Gourd had a lot of skills, but most of them came from this red bottle gourd, which possessed all kinds of mystical functions. Woof! Doudou's clone in the sky roared, and with a leap, it turned back to save Song Shuhang. Wishful thinking. Branch Leader Jing Mo laughed and wielded its sword, blocking Doudou's clone as a string of sword light spilled out of his blade. Even though his personality was lacking, his power and capabilities were high. This string of sword light enveloped Doudou's clone's body within it and wrapped around it tightly, depriving him of the chance to display his scary speed. Doudou's clone was unable to turn back to help Song Shuhang, hence it angrily turned around and wrestled with Branch Leader Jing Mo. At this time, Song Shuhang's body was getting pulled and sucked into the bottle gourd. This gourd person, is he also a 4th stage cultivator? If that's the case, it's time to use that magical treasure. Song Shuhang grabbed something from his waist and pulled out the disposable flying sword 004, holding it tightly in his hand. He only had one chance. He was gonna see how effective this protective object Senior White had given him would be. If it was of no use, then the only thing he could do was to activate the 10,000-mile flying escape technique tattooed on his body. After his body was sucked halfway into the sky, Song Shuhang grabbed his flying sword launcher 013 and channeled all his power of the chi and blood from within his heart and eye apertures into the flying sword launcher. The flying sword launcher synchronized with Song Shuhang. Thereafter, a scope appeared in his eyes. This scope, he was very familiar with it. Gamers who play games such as CS or Crossfire would be very familiar with it. It was that kind of scope in first-person shooter games. Song Shuhang just had to aim the scope at the cultivator controlling the bottle gourd, target locked. Senior White, ever since you came out of seclusion till now, after owning a computer, what have you been exposing yourself to? But at this time, Daoist half-gourd suddenly felt his heart palpitate, and this feeling, it was actually coming from the first stage kid before his eyes, who was just about to be sucked into the gourd. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Daoist half-gourd immediately increased his energy output and urged his bottle gourd on in frenzy. As a loose cultivator, he had a very keen sixth sense. Even though he did not know why this little rascal could make him feel such palpitations, increasing the speed of sucking him into the gourd wasn't a wrong thing to do. Launch. Song Shuhang pressed the button on the flying sword launcher as hard as he could. At the same time, he gathered all his mental energy and channeled it towards the tattoo on his wrist. If there was any fishy development, he would prepare to run. Swoosh. The disposable flying sword went off. If the speed of the black sword, owned by Branch Leader Jing Mo, earlier exceeded that of a race car, then the speed of the disposable flying sword that shot out from Song Shuhang's hand would be the same as that of a supersonic airplane. The sword light flashed. Daoist half-gourd opened his eyes and saw a blinding and narrow ray of light. He wanted to dodge, but no matter how he tried to adjust his body, he was still targeted by the sword light. It was locked onto him. In his anxiety, he gave up the act of sucking Song Shuhang into the gourd and tried to hold the gourd in front of him, taking cover behind it. However, before the gourd in his hand moved, the narrow light ray had already entered his body. Its speed was too fast. The sword pierced through his heart. At the same time, the sword intent erupted and ended Daoist half-gourd's life. Daoist half-gourd only had disbelief in his eyes. His head lowered and he took his last breath. After piercing Daoist half-gourd, the disposable flying sword did not stop. With Daoist half-gourd being stuck onto it, it flew right up into the sky. Flying and flying, at last it disappeared without a trace. If nothing happened, Daoist half-gourd's corpse would be sent deep into space. After all, Senior White developed this disposable flying sword 004 for the purpose of burning corpses and obliterating all evidence. Such a waste. His bottle gourd was a pretty decent magical treasure. This gourd seemed like it wasn't refined by Daoist half-gourd. Most likely he picked this treasure up in some ancient ruins. It was also unknown what kind of fate would await this bottle gourd after it had gone into space. Would it get smashed into smithereens by meteors? Or would it fall onto a star and melt? Or would it wait for its new predestined owner to pick it up in space and use it again? With the disappearance of the suction force from the bottle gourd, Song Shuhang fell to the ground from high above. After he fell onto the ground, it was so painful that he grimaced. Half-gourd. Branch Leader Jing Mo cried out, not able to believe his eyes. Within the blink of an eye, his only good friend half-gourd died. Killed in the hands of this first-stage bastard. Woof. Doudou's clone got out from within his sword light and smirked. Song Shuhang sure wasn't one that's easy to deal with. Cruel, cruel. You guys actually dared to kill half-gourd, you killed my only good friend. Branch Leader Jing Mo bellowed with rage and sadness. Song Shuhang pointed a middle finger at him without any hesitation and said, "Your only good friend? You must be quite a failure as a person." Argh! Branch Leader Jing Mo charged fiercely toward Song Shuhang and said, "Little boy, I don't want the Blood God Crystal anymore, I just want to kill you." Blood God Crystal, could it be someone from the Limitless Demon Sect? Doudou, block him. Song Shuhang called out. Woof! Doudou's clone roared and displayed its extreme speed once again, blocking Branch Leader Jing Mo as it continued to fight him. Song Shuhang held the treasured saber Broken Tyrant in one hand and grabbed onto an armor talisman with the other. Doudou was indeed very reliable at critical moments. The seniors in the chat group thought of Doudou as a nuisance, but Song Shuheng felt that even though Doudou could be a nuisance at times, most of the time, he greatly aided Song Shuheng in times of need. Keep going, Doudou. Song Shuheng secretly held onto the last sword talisman, preparing to attack Branch Leader Jing Mo in the sky at the critical moment. Woof! Doudou's clone called out, his will to fight was stronger than ever. Its fight with Branch Leader Jing Mo escalated and they both exchanged over 100 moves at lightning speed. Thereafter, they both separated and stood facing each other for a moment. At this time, Doudou's clone turned its head around and forced a smile as it looked at Song Shuheng. That forced smile was very unsightly. What? Song Shuheng was puzzled. I don't think I have any strength left, Doudou's clone smiled apologetically. Poof! Its body became a cloud of fog before condensing into a strand of dog fur, drifting in the air before fluttering to the ground. Song Shuheng. I was wrong, at critical moments, Doudou is still as unreliable as always, ugh hi. Mwahaha, this time, let's see who's gonna save you. Branch Leader Jing Mo laughed sinisterly in the sky, lightning in both eyes. It seemed like he had already entered a state of extreme rage. The black sword in his hand swung a few times and cut Doudou's dog fur, which had already exhausted all its power, into pieces. At the same time, the black sword activated and came flying toward Song Shuheng with a strong murderous aura. Within the blink of an eye, the flying sword had already appeared right before Song Shuheng. He could only depend on himself. He had to block this attack first before using the 10,000-mile flying escape technique immediately after to escape. The sword was coming at him too fast, thus Song Shuheng only had one choice: innate skill of the eye aperture, expert sight. He instantly activated the innate skill of the eye aperture. In a flash, the whole world slowed down. As for the lightning-fast black sword's trajectory, he could see it clearly. It was just that the consumption of Song Shuheng's qi and blood within his heart and eye apertures as well as his mental energy was very rapid. It was way too much. Based on his current realm, at the peak of his condition, he could only activate expert sight for a few breaths. Within that short interval, Song Shuheng used all his might to move his arms. When his wrist flipped, it activated the flaming saber technique on the ancient bronze ring. Under the expert sight, Song Shuheng could see that the speed which his wrist was moving at was as slow as a turtle's. Luckily, based on the estimation of the trajectory, his saber should be able to make it in time. Clank! Flames burned brightly on his treasured saber broken tyrant, hitting against the black sword. Thanks to Senior White, Song Shuheng managed to learn and master basic use of saber from the young man in a green robe in the vast desert. The full power of the flaming saber was unleashed in all its entirety by him. Saber and sword clashed. Thereafter, flames burned everywhere. The flaming saber technique got broken by the black sword. Song Shuheng felt his perlicue, going numb and a tightness in his chest. His entire being flew upon impact. Even if he used the flaming saber, it was only but a second-stage attack. And, this flying sword Branch Leader Jing Mo used to attack with his boiling rage was after all a fourth-stage cultivator's weapon. A full-on attack with broken tyrant could only be used to delay the black flying sword's attack. Under the control of Branch Leader Jing Mo, the black sword still swung ruthlessly toward Song Shuheng as before. Truth to be told, if what Song Shuheng was holding in his hand wasn't the treasured saber broken tyrant, then not only his weapon would have been destroyed, he would have lost his life as well. After being attacked head-on, Song Shuheng's innate skill, expert sight, disappeared. At the same time, he used up all the qi and blood within his apertures, as well as his mental energy. Just as he was looking at the flying sword swinging towards his body once again, a small golden shield suddenly appeared in front of him. The ghost spirit within the heart aperture sensed his master was in danger and used all its qi and blood to forcefully activate its innate skill, forming a small shield to defend Song Shuheng. Clank! The sword and shield came in contact with each other. In the next moment, the shield broke, and the attack made by the black flying sword finally was blocked. However, the remnants of the sword chi from the flying sword swept Song Shuhang's body away, once again causing him to fly and crash heavily against the mountain wall. Song Shuhang slid down the stone wall, and weakly sat on the floor as he gasped for air. He was unable to move. His entire chi and blood was fully consumed. Even the chi and blood the ghost blood stored had already been used earlier for the small golden shield to ward off the attack. Moreover, due to the injuries he had received from the remnants of the sword chi, he couldn't even raise a finger. In the sky, Branch Leader Jing Mo did not wave his sword another time. The golden lightning flashing in his eyes started to be tamped down. The pain and rage of losing his friend were actually being suppressed by him. He landed from the sky and talked down to Shuhang from an elevated position as he said, "Bastard, I initially wanted to swing my sword and slash you, ending everything. But I can give you a chance. Give me the blood god crystal and I will spare your life." Killing this bastard just like that was practically too merciful. He killed his only good friend, so he was definitely gonna capture this bastard and take him back to the Limitless Demon Sect to torture him in several thousands of different ways and make him wish he was dead. The Limitless Demon Sect specialized in such torture. Hee hee. Song Shuhang laughed softly. He wasn't frightened. That's because he had one last trump card left. He never thought that he would have to resort to this. Honestly, if there were any traces of his chi and blood or energy within his body, he wouldn't be willing to resort to this move. Because, it was too shameful. Just thinking about the steps to activate it, he got the feeling that the world hated him, doing this to him. However, in the face of death, he felt that even if it was an embarrassing trump card, it still had to be used. Moon Prism Power. Make up. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and shouted. As he chanted that, he had already cussed Doudou more than 10 times in his heart. Branch Leader Jing Mo was on his guard. Actually, transforming oneself was quite common in the world of cultivators. Many cultivators possessed ancient bloodlines or monster beasts' bloodlines, and when they were facing death, they could activate their own bloodline and raise their combat effectiveness exponentially via body transformation. Except that. Moon Prism Power Transformation, what kind of ancient bloodline was it? Jing Mo had never heard of it before. As he was distracted and in a daze, all he saw was a hologram of a 3D Calabash brother appearing out of Shuhang's wrist. This hologram enveloped Song Shuhang and after that, pow! It became a string of light particles, wrapping around Song Shuhang and sending him fleeing into the sky, escaping at a very fast speed. Describing the entire situation in words might make it sound quite long, but in reality, the time taken for Song Shuhang to recite the chant and make his escape at lightning speed took only a split second. UF*Ker, transformation my A*SS. It's nothing but an escape technique. As Song Shuhang was rolled up by the light particles in the midst of escaping, he thought to himself, this is 10,000-mile flying escape technique? Its speed is insanely fast. At this moment, he was flying towards southeast. If successful, he would ultimately fly to Senior White's side. After being at a loss for a moment, Branch Leader Jing Mo started entering his crazy mode once again, shouting, "Be*****, thinking about escaping from me? Dream on." He stepped onto his flying sword, flying off at maximum speed. He, who was riding on the flying sword, transformed into a bolt of lightning, chasing closely after Song Shuhang. Branch Leader Jing Mo's specialty was lightning-type techniques. Amongst the cultivators in his realm, his flying speed was the best amongst the best. At this moment, coupled with the added speed from pushing his secret technique, the speed of his flying sword steadily increased to that of a 5th-stage cultivator within a short time. I can catch up, I definitely can catch up with that bastard. There is a distance limit set for each escaping technique. If I reach him, I will kill him immediately. At worst, I'll spare some extra labor to extract his soul and retrieve the memories pertaining to the blood god crystal from it. Even though retrieving the memories of a ghost spirit required the consumption of a huge amount of spirit stones, if he could get the blood god crystal in exchange, it definitely would not be a loss. D***Innate. If I had known, I wouldn't have spouted so much nonsense and just slashed this bastard to death immediately. Branch Leader Jing Mo was full of regrets. As he was thinking, he continued erupting in anger, swearing that he was gonna chop off Song Shuhang's head, to make up for his regrets. At the same time, near Jiangnan College Town, Doudou lay down in a 7-passenger minivan, next to the window, looking at the scenery on the outside and faintly sighed. He never thought that the strand of dog fur he gave Shu Heng would actually be activated. Shu Heng must have met a formidable enemy. But he wasn't worried about Song Shuhang's safety. If Song Shuheng was in the face of death, the 10,000-mile flying escape technique mark on his arm would automatically activate and bring him to safety next to Senior White's side. Yes, apart from calling out Moon Prism Power, make up, it also had an automatic return function that would trigger when the host was severely injured. After all, this was left behind by Senior White for Song Shuheng to protect his life. He would have considered all kinds of scenarios. It seemed like he might have forgotten to tell Song Shuheng about it. But it didn't matter, telling him or not was still the same. The point was that he wouldn't die. That was Doudou's exact sentiments. If Song Shuheng found out that Doudou kept such an important function of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique from him, he would certainly go rabies and let Doudou experience how it felt being bitten by someone affected by rabies. Let's forget about him. I should care more about myself now. Doudou turned to look at its surroundings. There were several cages lined up all around. In every cage, there was a small dog trembling. There were pet dogs, stray dogs, mongrels, and expensive branded dogs. There was a huge variety. All of these dogs were weakly lying down in their cages. They did not even have the strength to whimper. They were obviously drugged. Doudou was in the hands of Dog Theft Syndicate. And after, it got placed in the car, and they prepared to send him and the other dogs to their central headquarters before they get split up and sent to respective dog meat hotpot restaurants to be sold. The driver was a fat man. While he was driving, he was also laughing, saying, "TSK TSK TSK, Jiangnan area is still the best. There are many dog owners here. Their alertness is way too low. All you gotta do is go out for a stroll and you can capture so many dogs. One is going at about 200 renminbi, so one car full of dogs would fetch at least a few thousands. But it's about time for us to change our area of operation. The police here have started to take action," said a strong man in the shotgun seat. "What are you afraid of? This is not our first or second time in the area of Jiangnan. When will the police here ever catch us?" The fat man said, bubbling with joy. "Even if you walk along the shores often, you still have to be careful or you might get your feet wet," said the strong man. The police of Jiangnan area were not to be underestimated. Even though the dog thieves had never been caught, that was because they were very experienced. Their tactics were always changing. As for the other dog theft syndicates, quite a number of them had been caught by the police of Jiangnan area. As they were speaking, the fat man drove to an abandoned factory. This place was initially a large iron refining factory. For some reason, it was closed down and eventually became the base and a transfer station for this dog theft syndicate. "Okay, we're here." The fat man parked his car nicely and opened the door of the minivan. The small pet dogs within the cages in the car tucked in their tails and trembled, staring uneasily at the strangers and the unfamiliar environment. The strong man jumped out of the car and said loudly, "Seven, Frog, come give us a hand and bring these dogs inside. Today we shall deal with the dogs, we'll leave the area of Jiangnan tomorrow." Soon, two muscular men ran out from within the abandoned factory and prepared to help out, moving the large dogs from within the car. Right at this moment, suddenly, there was a deep voice coming from within the minivan, saying, "Oh, have you arrived at your base? Seriously, my butt hurts from sitting through the car ride." "Who's that?" The strong man got a huge scare, his hair standing on end. After all, they were committing illegal acts. If they got found out, they would have to be locked up in prison. This was certainly not a joke. Bang! At this time, the sound of metal cage being smashed from within the 7-passenger minivan was heard. Thereafter, a small Pekingese casually walked out from the minivan. It went to the entrance of the minivan and stood on its hind legs with half of its body leaning against the frame of the door. It then used a playful stare to look down on the human beings that were present and said, "There are 4 people outside and 7 inside. Are these all that you've got?" The small Pekingese's mouth opened and closed, speaking human language. The strong man rubbed his eyes. He felt as though he was going crazy right now. Am I actually seeing a Pekingese speaking like a human? 1 TL/N, space between thumb and index finger. Did I drink too much? Or am I having hallucinations? Or maybe someone is playing tricks on me? While he was thinking, the Pekingese suddenly took out a mobile phone out of nowhere. Afterward, it used its small paw and pressed on the keyboard 3 times, dialing a certain number. It called the 110. Then, the Pekingese started to talk on the phone, its tone very relaxed. "Hello? Am I talking with a police officer in the Jiangnan College Town area? I'm a concerned citizen, and I discovered the traces of the dog theft syndicate in an old factory on the Fenghuang Street outside the city. This place is full of poor dogs that were seized and taken away. Please, come here as soon as possible to save them." The big man was dumbfounded. I must be dreaming, right? Yep, I'm probably still sleeping in my bed. The fact that I'm seeing a Pekingese calling the police can't be real, right? This isn't a frigging movie. Oi, this son of a B*TCH is calling the police. Stop him, quickly! Roared the fatty on the side. No matter where this Pekingese came from, it was still reporting them to the police. I wonder about that. Although my mother was surely a beautiful Pekingese, I was raised by stupid Yellow Mountain. Doudou hung up the phone and said coldly. The fatty cast all caution to the wind and pounced toward Doudou. The big man also instinctively put a hand on the dog-catching net hanging around his waist, preparing to catch Doudou. Doudou sneered and used his paw to hit the fatty, who was immediately sent flying. After falling to the ground, he called out pitifully. He wouldn't be able to get up for a while. No, let alone for a while, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to get up for the next 2 weeks. After sending the fatty flying, Doudou turned around and jumped up. Then, just like those experts in action movies, he landed on the big man's face, starting to furiously hit him with his paws. Spam, spam, spam. The big man was hit till he was lying on the ground half dead. After instantly taking out these 2 members of the dog theft syndicate, Doudou aggressively barked, "Woof, woof. It's a monster." The other members of the dog theft syndicate almost pissed their pants from fright. They ran away as fast as they could. After 1 minute, all members of the gang were lying on the ground, unconscious. Doudou had piled them up and formed a human pyramid in the middle of the abandoned factory. There was no way for the average man to outrun a monster dog. After 15 minutes, the police arrived at the scene. When the police officers barged into the abandoned factory, they saw the human pyramid formed by the members of the dog theft syndicate. On a side, there were many dog cages with hundreds of different puppies inside. The police officers looked at each other, somewhat confused. Is this the doing of the person that reported the crime? Only an outstanding boxer should be able to take on 10 people alone. The young police officer said. The 2 older police officers squatted down and dumbfoundedly looked at the dog claw marks left on the members of the gang. This time, they had managed to catch a bunch of sly criminals and save hundreds of pet dogs. This should be quite the achievement, right? But for some reason, these experienced police officers kept having the feeling that there was something wrong with this situation. On the roof, Doudou quietly watched as the members of the dog theft syndicate were arrested and the puppies freed. Afterward, he lightly jumped and left, just like a hero secretly leaving after saving the day. At this time, Doudou felt that he was very cool. China, Southeast. Here, there was a mysterious place where no average man could set his foot. This place was engulfed in mist all year long. A lot of adventurers were attracted to this place and decided to explore it. However, no matter how experienced these people were, after entering, they would unknowingly return to their original position. According to experts, this place was a natural labyrinth. And since it was always covered by fog, all those that entered would walk till they got lost, unknowingly returning to the starting point. But in reality, there was a powerful seal set in this place. The core of this mysterious area was a meteorite. A sixth-stage true monarch used the meteorite as a base for the Five Fingers Mountain sealing technique, and sealed a powerful cultivator in this place. The person sealed in this place was Daoist priest Cloudy Mist, an influential and powerful cultivator. 200 years ago, he was a well-known elder of the Penniless thief sect. He had looted many immortal caves that belonged to fifth-stage spiritual emperors. His achievements were outstanding. This Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was the same person that had provoked true monarch Yellow Mountain and had been later sealed in this place due to his death-seeking behavior. While he was suppressed by the seal, true monarch Yellow Mountain abused him in various ways. For example, he specifically created a server and an instant messaging program for him. Afterward, he added 300 fake accounts to keep him company and let him boast about his deeds. This way, he wouldn't be bored while remaining sealed. Nowadays, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was brimming with confidence and was ready to break the Five Fingers Mountain sealing technique, staging a comeback. True monarch Yellow Mountain was also very curious. These days, he took some time out of his busy schedule and hid on the site. He wanted to see just how Daoist priest Cloudy Mist planned to break the seal. At first, true monarch Yellow Mountain was planning to savor Daoist priest Cloudy Mist's great escape all alone. But now, a cute girl with a chubby face was standing beside him. She was both anxious and conflicted, and her hands were tightly clasped together. However, besides her was also standing a handsome, no. He could be described as the most perfect and the most good-looking cultivator in the world. And right now, that cultivator was smiling. His smile resembled the spring breeze caressing one's face. True monarch Yellow Mountain was looking at the handsome cultivator with a pained look. He had tried to hide with all his might, and yet, he still ended up meeting Senior White. "Venerable White, how come you're here?" True monarch Yellow Mountain asked cautiously. At the same time, he was trying to keep his state of mind under control, not daring to look at Venerable White too much. It was quite the coincidence. I didn't expect to meet fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain either. I'm here to retrieve my Meteor sword. Venerable White held his fair chin and nodded, continuing his explanation. When I was closing up, my Meteor sword was stolen by a disciple of the Penniless thief sect. That disciple is named Lu Tianzong, but he seems to go by the name of Cold Flame Sword nowadays. From what I know, Lu Cold Flame Sword Tianzong is planning to come here to rescue Daoist priest Cloudy Mist from the seal. Therefore, as long as I wait in this place, I'll be able to retrieve my Meteor sword. At this time, true monarch Yellow Mountain really regretted his actions. Since he wanted to play tricks on Daoist priest Cloudy Mist, he didn't release him at the scheduled time. And now, it had brought Senior White here. Had he known this earlier, he would have released Daoist priest Cloudy Mist ahead of time. Not only that, he would have also arranged a banquet for him and asked him to get the hell out of this place. But now, it was too late to regret. Leaving this aside, it seems that Venerable White has changed a bit. Has his mysterious charm weakened? Did he learn to control his charm after breaking through to the 7th stage? Yep, your guess is correct. I've finally learned to control my aura. Venerable White suddenly turned his head and smiled at True Monarch Yellow Mountain. What? I'm sure I was thinking that stuff in my mind. I didn't say it out loud. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was at a loss. It seems that fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain didn't change from last time. Whatever you're thinking in your heart will appear on your face. Just by looking at you, I can more or less guess what you're thinking, Venerable White said with a gentle smile. F***CK. So it wasn't a mind-reading technique. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly straightened his face, erasing all traces of emotions from it. Hee. Venerable White gently laughed. Then, he stretched out his hand and swung back his long black hair. Along with his movement, his hair started to flutter in the wind next. Venerable White brightly smiled and released some of the charm he was restraining. The world was immediately overshadowed. The scene afterward was the same as that of a few days ago when Song Shuhang was courting death. This time, Venerable White had become the center of the world in True Monarch Yellow Mountain's eyes. The entire world was black and white, and only Venerable White retained his colors, dazzling and beautiful. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. Soon after, Venerable White restrained his charm, and all the feelings from before disappeared. After staying silent for a moment, Yellow Mountain revealed a clumsy and forced smile. How was it? Incredible, isn't it? Now I can restrain and release it at will. Venerable White said proudly. Therefore, you lot don't need to avoid me anymore. I already know that many Daoists in the group are avoiding me. However, I didn't feel like calling you out. True Monarch Yellow Mountain silently nodded. Then, as soon as Venerable White turned his head, he quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the 9 Provinces #1 group. Afterward, he clicked on Fairy Lychee's avatar and entered her group space. After looking at a few of her beautiful selfies, True Monarch Yellow Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he cautiously shot a look at Venerable White. He felt that this Venerable White that could freely control his charm was even more dangerous than the one that couldn't. Ah! I haven't arrived yet. At this time, Song Shuhang was still flying. Since he had flown for a long time, his head had started to spin. And that was not all. The ferocious-looking Branch Leader Jing Mo hadn't given up and was still chasing him. Just where is Senior White? I hope he isn't riding his flying sword. Otherwise, wouldn't I keep chasing after him forever? While he imagined all this, the figure of a man stepping on the void appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with a solemn and cold expression. He had a long sword in his hand, and he was stepping on the void as if stepping on flat ground. He wasn't riding a flying sword, and he didn't seem to be using any particular footwork. This man with a solemn and cold expression seemed to be pondering about something very important. Therefore, he was distracted while he was treading in the sky. However, this wasn't the real problem. The real problem was that the man was exactly on the trajectory that Song Shuhang was following. No, I'm gonna crash. Song Shuhang called out in alarm. He would have liked to control his trajectory and avoid the man in the front. Unfortunately, he had no control over the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. Moreover, since Venerable White seemed to be nearby, the speed of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique was getting faster and faster. It almost seemed to be in some frenzied state. The middle-aged man with a cold and serious expression was so lost in thoughts that he didn't hear Song Shuhang's scream at all. Then, Song Shuhang crashed into the back of the middle-aged man like a cannonball, and they continued flying together.